Chapter 1543. Yang Lingxing's experiences over the years had been relatively simple. She had not experienced as many ups and downs as Long Chen. When her life had taken the biggest turn, Long Chen had already been by her side. After receiving the World Emperor's inheritance, she had spent about a year absorbing the inheritance. After that, she had spent the rest of her time digesting the inheritance and consolidating her position as World Emperor. Then, when she heard that Long Chen had disappeared as an upper sage martial emperor, she had come over. In fact, before hearing this news, she had been trying to find out more about Long Chen. With the intelligence of the Shadow Demon realm, she basically knew everything that Long Chen had done, including what had happened after Long Chen had gone to the 9-star Chaos City, and what had happened after he had returned to the Imperial Palace and become one of the 3 top candidates. But she still wanted to hear the details from Long Chen. Then Master, where did Sister Xuanji go after that? Yang Lingxing was most concerned and grateful to this woman who had brought her to the Shadow Demon realm and had even blinded herself for a period of time because of her. Long Chen shook his head and said, I don't know where she went either. Oh, I hope nothing happened. Yang Lingxing heaved a sigh of relief and asked again. Lingxi went back to the Sword Spirit Imperial Palace. She must have had a hard time being locked up there. Brother, you can't let her down. Long Chen smiled and said, of course. I came to the 3 great imperial regions for her. What? Didn't you come for me? Yang Lingxing said unhappily. Yes, of course I did. Long Chen smiled sheepishly. This younger sister who had been born in the same year, month, and day. Oh no. Long Qinglan had once said that everything in Biyao town was an illusion. In reality, Long Chen had nothing to do with the Yang family. It was all an illusion created by Long Qinglan. In other words, Yang Lingxing was not related to him by blood. Long Chen didn't care about this. His younger sister was his younger sister. In fact, he had always treated Yang Lingxing the way he treated his own younger sister. The two of them talked about some trivial things and reminisced about their childhood. Yang Lingxing's emotions fluctuated greatly. She was happy, but also disappointed. It was obvious that she missed home very much. 10 years had passed. Long Chen had returned to Biyao town several times in his dreams and environments, but he had never really gone back. Brother, do we have a chance to go back? Yang Lingxing looked at Long Chen eagerly. Yes, but I still have something important to do, so I might need to rest for a while. Yang Lingxing understood very well and said, indeed, we can't let Lingxi suffer anymore. That's not the only thing. In reality, the more important thing was about the city lord of the wronged. That beautiful blue-haired girl was suppressed in the Holy Kingdom by the 99 golden demon subduing columns. The golden demon subduing columns were very good at suppressing demons, and could also cover the aura of the city lord of the wronged's heart. It's okay. I will take you back when the time comes. Long Chen promised. Not only Yang Lingxing, but Feng Jilin also had the desire to go back. However, she was more anxious. Perhaps the two of them would not be together. After losing to Long Chen, she trained even harder. In reality, she did not slack off at all. After catching up with Yang Lingxing for half a day, Long Chen looked at the beautiful snow below, and the dazzling white light. He put away his playful heart and said, the people of the demon world of shadow asked you to find me. What do you need help with? Don't be afraid of troubling me. If it's within my power, I can do it. Yang Lingxing knew that Long Chen was such a reliable brother. She didn't have to worry about anything. Even he could see it. Although she didn't want to trouble Long Chen, the sense of responsibility in her heart made her feel like she was being decocted all the time. Brother, something big happened in the demon world of shadow. Thinking of this, Yang Lingxing was sad, and her voice choked. Long Chen hurriedly asked, tell me in detail. Yang Lingxing said, it started half a month ago. At that time, everything was normal. However, half a month ago, on a mountain in the Snow Wind Demon area, one of the 8 demon areas of the demon world of shadow, a strange towering tree suddenly grew out. It looked like a black demon, and there were 2 fruits on the tree. At first, no one noticed it, but as time went by, the fruits actually emitted a strange black miasma. The miasma spread very fast, and after a few days, it spread to the inhabited area. Now, half of the snow wind demon area is completely covered in the black miasma. It is dark and lifeless, and you can't even see your fingers in front of you. The most terrible thing is that the miasma causes changes to our human bodies and the bodies of the ferocious beasts. Long Chen also realized the horror of this matter. The demonic tree, the 2 black fruits, and the miasma that filled half of the snow wind demon area. Long Chen was very clear about the size of the 9 underworlds and the Xianin demon area. It was definitely not simple for a demonic tree to affect such a large area. Otherwise, Yang Lingqing wouldn't have used his connections to find the true martial emperor palace. Tell me about this change. How can I help you? Long Chen saw that Yang Lingqing was depressed, so he comforted her. Tears welled up in Yang Lingqing's eyes as she stammered, in the snow wind demonic territory, 80 million people, 80 million civilians suffered from the disaster because of it. Their bodies underwent a strange transformation. They became like the walking dead, lost their minds, devoured corpses, and killed each other. The most terrifying thing was that there were actually black iron chains growing out of their bones. What? Long Chen was absolutely shocked. To him, this was absolutely terrifying news. Yes, a total of 80 million people seem to have died. Their current state seems to be similar to that of a dead person. The true martial emperor palace had a total of 100 million disciples. Under the influence of the 2 fruits, 80 million people in the snow wind demon area had turned into ghosts in the eternal hell. The realm lord seemed to say that they had all become ghosts in the eternal hell and that there was no chance of survival. However, as the miasma spread rapidly, the realm lord said that if we don't stop it in time, the entire snow wind demon area will probably be in danger. It might even affect an even larger area. Long Chen looked at Yang Lingqing in shock. 80 million people, ghosts. Has the city lord of the wrongful death extended his hand to the supreme Yin devil realm? He was extremely shocked. Brother. Yang Lingqing called out to him to calm him down. Long Chen took a deep breath to clear his head. He said, then no matter what, we have to get rid of the demonic tree and the strange fruit. The realm lord of the supreme Yin devil realm is at least as strong as us 3 martial honorables. Doesn't he have a way to deal with it? If he doesn't, I'm afraid we won't be able to help. Yang Lingqing said, the people of the supreme Yin devil realm are doing their best to seal off the snow wind demon area and evacuate the people. At the same time, they are blocking the people who have turned into ghosts. We can't let them kill and eat. The realm lord heard about my relationship with you, so he asked me to visit you. He said he can destroy the 2 fruits, but the demonic tree is surrounded by an evil demonic barrier that even he can't break. The true martial emperor palace is just an honorable, so they must have treasures that can dispel evil. They can break the demonic barrier and help him. At this point, Yang Lingqing's eyes were bloodshot. She already had feelings for the supreme Yin devil realm. Even if she didn't have feelings for the demonic tree, she would still feel sad and blamed herself for the deaths of so many people. After all, she was one of the realm lords of the supreme Yin devil realm and controlled the entire Xianin demon area. Long Chen could understand her sadness and vulnerability. If he was in her shoes, he would also be worried. After all, these 80 million people were living lives. It seems that the emperor didn't overestimate the city lord of the wrong's murderous heart and the disaster he can bring. He hasn't fully resurrected yet, but he has already caused so many deaths. If he were to come back to life, the entire 3 regions and 9 realms would become hell on earth. Long Chen didn't dare to imagine that kind of situation. In his heart, not only did he feel sad for the scene of people being plunged into misery and suffering, but he also felt angry. Maybe the world lord of the supreme Yin devil realm has already predicted that I would obtain the golden devil suppressing pillar. Maybe, only the golden devil suppressing pillar can break that so-called devil barrier and save Wan Ming. Seems like I have to go out for a while. However, I still have to discuss this with the monarch first. Long Chen thought to himself. Brother, is there any way? Yang Lingqing bit her lip and asked softly. If you need to take the risk, I think, sigh, but, on one hand, she couldn't bear such a huge disaster. On the other hand, she didn't want Long Chen to be in danger again because of her selfishness. After all, she knew that Long Chen had many things to do. Long Chen instructed, I'll send you back to the evil dragon palace first. Wait for a while. I'll report this matter to the emperor and see what the emperor decides. Wait for my news. Don't worry, if I can help, I definitely won't back down. Yang Lingqing nodded heavily. No matter when or how much she grew, Long Chen would always be her most reliable elder brother. This feeling was extremely strong for Yang Lingqing today. After bringing Yang Lingqing to the evil dragon palace, Long Chen set off. First, he went to see Wenren Shi and told him everything that happened today. Also, only Wenren Shi could bring him back to the 99th floor of the Five Elements Clear Sky Pagoda. Wenren Shi placed great importance on this matter, but this matter was so important that he could only let the emperor decide. Therefore, the two of them went to the 98th floor. Wenren Shi sent Long Chen to the highest floor. Important notice, from December onwards, the 5 million VIP chapters of the Dragon Blood God of War will be free to read. Free access, explosive chapters, unprecedented popularity, read together. All readers are welcome to read the original for free, Dragon Blood God of War genuine reading. Chapter 1544. In the 99th level of the Five Elements Clear Sky Pagoda, Long Chen told Great Emperor Zhenwu everything that had happened. Great Emperor Zhenwu had rested for several days after his last appearance. Because of this, he had to answer Long Chen's question. Emperor, do you know what the city lord of the wronged is up to? Asked Long Chen. Great Emperor Zhenwu said helplessly, I don't know either, but the lord of the supreme shadow demon realm is not someone who doesn't know what to do. The golden demon imprisonment column does indeed have the attribute power to break demonic barriers. It is unique, so only you can help them this time. She was right to ask your sister to come. If he went to the supreme shadow demon realm, it would probably delay his cultivation. He didn't know if this matter could be easily resolved. If there were other troubles, it would definitely affect his trip to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. For Long Chen, it was better to cultivate in peace. What do you think? Asked Great Emperor Zhenwu. In the end, it still depended on Long Chen's own choice. On one hand, it was the battle at the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace that he had been pursuing for a long time. On the other hand, it was the lives of 80 million people. Between his own life and the world's survival, Long Chen had no other choice. Fortunately, there were still more than 4 months before the battle at the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Long Chen was confident that he could rush back early and prepare well. I want to go and help as much as I can, said Long Chen decisively. Forget it. Once the city lord of the wronged appears, no matter how deep the grudges between the 3 regions and 9 realms are, it is time to help each other. You will go once, but remember, after you arrive, it is best not to open the divine kingdom, lest the city lord of the wronged feels the aura of his heart. This was the most dangerous place. To be honest, it was best for Long Chen to stay away from the city lord of the wronged. Most importantly, they didn't know what the city lord of the wronged was doing. Even Great Emperor Zhenwu didn't know. Emperor, I know what to do. Long Chen nodded. If it was just to summon the golden demon imprisonment column, there was no need to open the God Nation. That's good. Think of the big picture and protect your own life. Besides that, I'll let Wenren Shi follow you. With him there, I'll feel much more at ease. Long Chen was very happy to have the support of Zhenwu Great Emperor. He already had the realm lord of the supreme shadow demon realm, and with Wenren Shi's protection, there shouldn't be any problems. He thanked Great Emperor Zhenwu. At that moment, Wenren Shi came in. After Great Emperor Zhenwu gave him some instructions, the two of them left and headed in the direction of the evil dragon palace. The emperor told me that no matter what happens, your safety is the most important, Wenren Shi, who looked like a child, said. Zhenwu Great Emperor thought too highly of him. It was no longer as simple as reverence for his father. On the evil dragon palace's cloud ascension platform, Yang Lingqing and a few realm monarchs of the lunar demonic world were anxiously waiting for news from Long Chen. When they saw Long Chen and Wenren Shi walking over together, they knew that they weren't as strong as they were. They hurriedly bowed to the two people of the highest rank in the true Martial Emperor Palace. Long Chen's title as the Sacred Martial Emperor was above that of a Martial Venerable. "Brother, how is it?" Yang Lingqing asked expectantly. "Let's go. Senior Wenren Shi and I will follow you back." To the people of the Supreme Shadow Demon Realm, this was a pleasant surprise. Long Chen could break the demonic barrier, and Wenren Shi was one of the strongest forces in the true Martial Emperor Palace. It was said that he was as strong as their realm lord. A few realm monarchs hurriedly knelt down in excitement. Long Chen supported them. From their haggard faces, this disaster was too much for them to bear. One of them was the realm monarch of the Snow Wind Demon region. His hair was white, his face was pale, and his eyes were bloodshot. "Please follow me. The Supreme Shadow Demon Realm is truly grateful that the true Martial Emperor Palace is willing to help. If you need anything in the future, the martial artists of the Supreme Shadow Demon Realm will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. Our Realm Lord is waiting for you at the entrance of the Supreme Shadow Demon Realm." The others in the true Martial Emperor Palace didn't know that this had happened. Long Chen followed these realm monarchs and left the true Martial Emperor Palace quietly. The day of returning to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace to fulfill his promise and regain his dignity was getting closer. While Long Chen worked hard for the world, he also hoped that he could rush back in time. Long Chen didn't have a choice between love and the survival of the world. However, he hoped that fate would be fair to him and let him rush back in time. Those fellows from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace should be making their move soon. Back then, the Lingwu Sword Master said that he would marry Lingxi to Wang Chen and send the invitation to the true Martial Emperor Palace. Although he missed Lingxi, he could only put it behind him and step onto the battlefield. City Lord of the Wronged. This foreign creature brought more and more panic. He was like a terrifying behemoth in the deep sea that was gradually emerging from the water's surface. He stared at the dragon sacrificial continent that was like a livestock farm to him. The 3 regions and 9 worlds. Within a few days, Long Chen and the others arrived at the northern part of the true Martial Emperor domain through the cosmic teleportation array. The sky was covered in ice and snow, and it was peaceful. They advanced at high speed in the snow, heading towards the entrance of the Supreme Shadow Demon Realm. Long Chen recognized this place. When he first entered the Evil Dragon Palace, he had come here to carry out a mission in the Moon Demon Cave. In the blink of an eye, everything had changed. Yang Lingqing was only at the first level of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. Her speed wasn't fast, so Long Chen carried her. Because she was worried about the matter of the Great Een Devil Realm, her face was filled with sorrow. Long Chen knew that she was a tough girl, but in the face of a great disaster, the death of 80 million lives, the impact on her was too great. "One day, I will avenge them. I won't let them die in vain. Believe me, my good sister." Long Chen used a firm tone to try to make her feel better. "Brother." Yang Lingqing took a deep breath. Her gaze was also firm as she said, "No matter who it is, I will contribute my strength to the battle. Even if I'm not strong, I'm not afraid. If I know who is the mastermind behind the scenes, I won't be polite. 80 million people are all living beings. They have family and friends, but the miasma has completely changed them. They lost their human forms and devoured their own kind." That scene of suffering, she wasn't worrying for nothing. It was just that the scene was too unbearable for anyone. Even Long Chen couldn't comfort her. In fact, whenever he thought of that seemingly amiable white jade skeleton, the hatred and anger in his heart would burn fiercely. If it wasn't for Long Qinlan, he would have definitely died in the skeleton's hands in the future, and he had even helped the skeleton out. This was a chilling fellow. Compared to Yi Futu, the slaughter martial venerable, he was thousands of times more terrifying. I won't let the mastermind go. I swear, I'm sure that someone is behind this, Yang Lingqing said, gritting her teeth. Long Chen felt sorry for her. She walked alone, but shouldered responsibility. She was almost like him. When an entire species was on the brink of extinction, anyone would be angry and filled with hatred. City Lord of the Wronged. Long Chen couldn't wait to kill this guy. Endure. They walked all the way and finally reached the entrance of the Supreme Shadow Demon Realm. After passing through the entrance, they landed in the sky above the profound Yin Demon Realm. When they arrived, the experts of the Supreme Shadow Demon Realm had already received the news and were waiting for them. Besides the many world kings that were still resisting the 80 million ghosts at the edge of the Snow Wind Demon region, there were dozens of Nirvana Tribulation Realm martial artists and above. Besides the world kings, there were also many second-stage Nirvana Tribulation Realm martial artists and 3 or 4 third-stage Nirvana Tribulation Realm martial artists. This was nearly the entire strength of the Supreme Yin Demon world. Of course, there was also a realm king whose strength was comparable to a martial venerable. The overall strength of the Supreme Shadow Demon realm was relatively weak in the 9 realms. Nearly 100 Nirvana Tribulation Realm martial artists greeted Long Chen and Wenren Shi with the most solemn ceremony. We, the Supreme Shadow Demon Realm martial artists, welcome Saint Martial Emperor of True Martial Palace and Martial Venerable Wenren Shi. They weren't from True Martial Emperor Palace, so they didn't need to kneel. However, even the Realm King bowed deeply to Long Chen and the others. While Long Chen was busy responding to them, he was also observing the people of the Supreme Shadow Demon Realm. There were a total of 4 third-stage Nirvana Tribulation martial artists. They were all relatively old, and one of them was around the same age as the Hall Master of Cold Martial Hall, a late third-stage Nirvana Tribulation martial artist. As for second-stage Nirvana Tribulation martial artists and the 8 World Emperors, there were less than 20 of them. As for World Kings, there were probably over 100 of them. The most eye-catching one was the Realm King of the Supreme Shadow Demon Realm. The so-called World Overlord was actually a woman with outstanding charm. Women would always care more about their external appearances. The World Overlord of the Supreme Yin Devil Realm maintained the appearance of a 30-year-old woman. She had a voluptuous figure and an enchanting smile, exuding an enchanting charm. However, maybe it was because she cultivated in the heavenly Tao, she radiated a gloomy coldness that caused others to be unable to get close to her. No one dared to get within 10 meters of her or the cold chi would enter their bodies. My name is Yi Guyu. Welcome Saint Martial Emperor and Martial Venerable Wenren Shi. The Realm King of the Supreme Shadow Demon Realm probably hadn't smiled for many years. At this time, she squeezed out a rare smile and looked gratefully at Long Chen and Wenren Shi. However, there was still a deep sorrow between her brows. Wenren Shi didn't like to speak, especially to people he wasn't familiar with. The other party welcomed him warmly and Long Chen was also in a hurry. He then spoke, "Many thanks for everyone's kind invitation. The situation is very serious and we don't know much about it. How about we head to the Snow Wind Devil region while the Realm Lord tells us the exact situation?" Yi Guyu really liked Long Chen's straightforward personality. She quickly said, "I'll lead the way for the 2 of you, please follow me." The sacred martial imperial emperor was indeed different. Chapter 1545. I didn't expect the 2 of you to be here at the same time. What a surprise. The Snow Wind Devilish region is an internal affair of the Supreme Shadow Realm, but the 2 of you from the True Martial Emperor Palace are willing to help. I'm very grateful. I'll pay you a visit another day and personally thank you. Today's situation is urgent, so I won't say more. Yi Guyu was very polite. She led the way and said to Long Chen. Dozens of Nirvana Tribulation experts were flying in the sky, heading towards the snow-wind devilish region. The situation is serious. This is no longer just a matter of the Supreme Shadow Realm. We already have some information about these ghosts. Maybe I can have a good chat with the Realm Lord after this. Let's see what happens first. Long Chen had already thought about it. He needed to inform the 3 regions and 9 realms about the City Lord of the Wronged so that everyone could be prepared. Otherwise, even Yi Guyu wouldn't know what was going on. She didn't know about the City Lord of the Wronged. He talked to Yi Guyu about the current situation. The situation wasn't optimistic, and it was quite urgent. The miasma had already spread throughout the entire snow-wind devilish region, and over 1 million people had become ghosts. 1 million vengeful spirits wasn't a small number. Yi Guyu's heart was bleeding when she talked about this. The sorrowful appearance of the infinitely charming young married woman was especially heart-wrenching. Long Chen suddenly thought of something. He turned to Yang Lingqing and said, "You've just passed the Nirvana tribulation. The situation is going to be very dangerous. How about entering my god nation first?" He loved Yang Lingqing dearly and didn't want her to be hurt. That was why he was considering this when they were still far away from the snow-wind devilish region. Yang Lingqing hesitated for a while and said, "Brother, I know you're doing this for my own good, but this is my responsibility. I want to contribute my strength. At least, I want to see them. If I enter the god nation, I'll feel very uncomfortable." Yang Lingqing had always been tenacious. Long Chen couldn't win her over, so there was nothing he could do. This small detail showed everyone how much Long Chen valued Yang Lingqing. In fact, among this large group, there were 2 old acquaintances of Long Chen. They were Yang family's Ancestor Mo and Ancestral 1. They followed behind the group, not daring to approach Long Chen. Back then, I guessed that he was a dragon martial artist, an important character of the Emperor Palace. As expected, my guess has finally come true today. Ancestor Mo said with some trepidation. Fortunately, he doesn't care about us anymore. I think he already knows of our existence. He just can't be bothered to deal with us, said Ancestral 1. Should we be glad, or should we cry? The 2 of them looked at each other helplessly. Long Chen's rate of improvement was simply too fast. In the blink of an eye, he had become the sacred martial emperor of the true martial emperor palace, the next true martial great emperor. The 2 of them shuddered at the thought of it. Long Chen did notice them, but he didn't take them seriously. The peerless expert of the past had become a nobody in his eyes. They had come to the Supreme Shadow Demon Realm twice, but there was such a huge difference. Under Yi Guyu's lead, after 7 or 8 days, they finally reached the edge of the snow-wind demonic zone. Although they were still far away, Long Chen saw that the mountains and rivers in front of them were all shrouded in an infinite, strange black aura. This was the miasma. It was like an ancient giant beast crawling between heaven and earth, devouring the essence chi on the ground. The ghostly fog rose up, changing into strange shapes in the air above the miasma. It was hair-raising. A gale swept over, bringing with it a trace of miserable screams. The land in front of them was completely dark. It was a scene of misery. The great Devil world was no different from an eternal hell. The situation was indeed not optimistic. The more powerful the martial artist, the stronger their resistance to the miasma. Seeing a large number of ghosts escaping to the outside, flowing into the ordinary people and devouring their flesh and blood, Yi Guyu could only mobilize all the martial artists in the Supreme Shadow Demon Realm to build a solid line of defense at the edge of the snow-wind demonic zone. All the martial artists above the 5th tier of the divine martial realm with strong resistance stood at the front line, facing their compatriots who had become ghosts. The whole world was in a miserable environment. The beautiful mountains and rivers had become like this. It was as if a group of strangers had rushed in and smashed everything. Long Chen clenched his fists. The City Lord of the Wronged was much worse than he had imagined. Maybe he had been deceived by his kind image and underestimated him. He could turn 80 million people into ghosts. Why couldn't he turn the 3 regions and the 9 realms into a hell on earth? Jinwu the Great's worries were not unreasonable. Seeing this scene, all the martial artists in the Supreme Shadow Demon realm had bloodshot eyes. Even Yiguyu didn't say anything. He moved forward with a sullen face, ready to rush into the miasma. Everyone, once you enter the Snow Wind demonic zone, you will enter the danger zone. Be careful. Yes. Then, Yiguyu told Longchen what to do. Holy Martial Emperor, when we arrive at the destination, please break the most critical demonic barrier. I can't do anything about that evil power, so I can only rely on you. Don't worry, I will keep you safe. Longchen understood him and said, Realm Lord, don't worry. You can go and do your own thing. I don't need your protection. Besides, I have Senior Wenren by my side. Wenren she spoke for the first time and said, Go and destroy the key thing. I will take good care of Holy Martial Emperor. Yiguyu was much more relieved. Tears glistened in her eyes as she thanked Longchen and Wenren she with sincerity. Longchen knew that Yang Lingqing would be proud of him. Longchen was also very happy to be able to do something for this little girl. In the blink of an eye, they entered the Snow Wind demonic zone. They floated at a low altitude, so they weren't affected by the miasma. After flying for about 100 miles, ghosts began to appear. These ghosts were much smaller and thinner than the ghosts in the eternal hell. They weren't as strong as them, and even had some human characteristics. However, they outnumbered the eternal hell. Ghosts were everywhere. As they crawled, they ate and fought each other. The whole world was tragic. There was blood everywhere, and the stench was so strong that it made people want to vomit. They used to be humans. As a human, as a descendant of the divine dragon of the dragon sacrificial dragon continent, everyone had the strength to defend their race. Seeing his own kind turn into such a creature that was neither human nor ghost, Longchen felt very pained. He suddenly understood why even a person like Yiguyu would have tears in the corner of his eyes. Because this was no longer hatred, this was war. As a superior, no one could watch so many people die. Longchen climbed to the position of the sacred martial emperor, and he also had a heavy responsibility in his heart. He firmly believed that the tragedy that happened here would very likely befall the true martial emperor palace one day. When that time came, his friends, Yi Xian and her brother, the brothers in the Jiang Xian pavilion, Shen Tuhong, and even Yan Qingchen and the others would all become ghosts. A strong sense of duty welled up in his heart. He had to take responsibility for all of this. He was the person with the greatest relationship with the city lord of the wronged. He had an incomparably strong desire to slaughter this fellow. No matter where you come from, no matter who you are, you slaughtered 80 million of my people. You caused great suffering and countless deaths. I can't tolerate it. I can't tolerate it. Anger burned Longchen's chest. It was as if there were countless ants crawling in his chest. It was extremely itchy, but he couldn't release it. From then on, many ghosts that could fly soared into the sky and attacked Longchen and the others. These were all former compatriots. The higher-ups of the Supreme Demon Realm's eyes were bloodshot, but they didn't dare to kill them. As they moved forward, there were more and more ghosts in front of them. Kill them. They are already dead. Only by completely killing them can they be freed. You spared their lives, but you made them feel worse than death. Longchen couldn't help but say. Everyone felt pity for them, but they had to admit that what Longchen said was the truth. Then, they attacked with all their might. The deeper they went, the stronger the ghosts became, and the more irresistible the miasma became. Longchen also noticed this. He was very worried about Yang Lingqing. He looked back and saw that Yang Lingqing's face was pale, and her lips were chapped. She must be in great pain. When Longchen stopped, the whole team stopped as well. Realm Lord, how much longer until we reach the demonic tree? Longchen asked. Yiguyu pondered for a moment and answered, about a day. From now on, the miasma will become heavier and heavier. All the Nirvana tribulation cultivators present wanted to help. For example, Yang Lingqing desperately wanted to contribute some strength. That was why so many people followed them. Brother. Yang Lingqing watched in pain as everyone killed the ghosts. She realized that she couldn't do anything. Long Chen made a firm decision. He said to Yi Guyu, Realm Lord, it's not suitable for them to continue forward. Let the first-tier Nirvana Tribulation cultivators guard the border. Lingqing will be fine with me. Several people objected to Long Chen's words. They all wanted to try their best. Yi Guyu looked at the big picture and ordered, just as Sacred Martial Emperor said, you won't be of much help. You can play a greater role if you help guard the border of the Snow Wind Demon Realm. Go. Leave everything to us. Under Yi Guyu's order, everyone returned the way they came. As for Yang Lingqing, she was stubborn. Long Chen could only negotiate with her. Brother, you don't have to say anything. I'll enter your god nation, but I want to see everything. I'm worried about you. Yang Lingqing was the first to yield in front of Long Chen. Long Chen couldn't let her go back with the others. After all, he would only be at ease if she was by his side. After letting Yang Lingqing enter the god nation, the team of only 20-odd people continued forward. The miasma in front of them grew heavier and heavier. After about a day, they finally reached their destination. There was a mountain range in front of them that stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles. This was where the demonic tree was born. On the main peak of this mountain range, an astonishing black and red demonic barrier surrounded the entire main peak. In December, 5 million words of dragon-blooded god of war are all free. All friends, please come. Every click you make is the greatest support for me. Thank you, brothers and sisters. Chapter 1546. It was a huge black and red ball that enveloped the entire main peak. This was the Devil's Repellent. The demonic barrier contained an astonishingly dense miasma. The strange miasma was emitted from the demonic barrier and surged towards the entire world at an astonishing speed. At this speed, it was possible that the miasma would eventually cover the entire Snow Wind demonic zone. This was the core of all the miasma. A large number of specters were gathered here. Those that were turned into specters were generally relatively powerful existences. After becoming specters, their strength would explosively increase, and their battle prowess would greatly increase. This caused quite a bit of trouble for Long Chen and the others. The recovery rate of ghosts was quite shocking, even comparable to Yang Chen's. If they weren't killed, they would continue to attack. Standing in front of the Devil's Repellent, Long Chen felt a chill down his spine. The Devil's Repellent revealed the appearance of the strange tree. It didn't look like a tree at all, but more like a female devil. At this moment, it was stretching its waist and dancing crazily. In its eyes, there were 2 dark red dots that possessed the power to steal people's souls. Long Chen guessed that these 2 red dots were the purpose of their trip. All the miasma erupted from these 2 red dots. When he arrived, Long Chen realized at the heart of the city lord of the tragic city, who was being suppressed by the 99 gold demons suppressing columns, was moving a little. Her blue eyelashes were trembling, as though she was about to wake up. Her eyebrows were furrowed. Brother, what on earth is this? Yang Lingqing looked at the thing suppressed by the 99 golden demon suppression pillars in shock. It's not anything good, and it's even related to the disaster here. She's not alone. You can't tell others what you see here. Oh. Yang Lingqing nodded vigorously. In fact, anyone who saw a beautiful girl imprisoned in Long Chen's divine kingdom would feel strange. Sacred Martial Celestial Emperor, the Devil's Repellent is right in front of us. We have to be careful. If we get closer, you can use the golden demon suppression pillars to destroy the Devil's Repellent. Then, I'll go in and destroy the 2 demonic fruits. How about that? Yi Guyu said politely. Realm Lord, please. Long Chen focused all his attention on this terrifying Devil's Repellent. Inside the Devil's Repellent, demons danced, red and black aura swirled, and eerie voices came from inside. Even the top experts of the Supreme Shadow Realm couldn't help but hold their breath and stare at this place. Soon, Long Chen was only 100 meters away from the devil repellent. The miasma seemed to have gone berserk as it surged towards everyone's bodies. It was like a living creature, condensing into a ball and whizzing towards them. Use Nirvana force to protect yourself, Yi Guyu reminded. Celestial Yi. With the protection of the power of Nirvana, the situation was much better. After Long Chen fused with the Golden Demon Imprisonment Column, his physical body had become stronger than Wenren Shi's. In his current situation, even if he didn't use the power of Nirvana, this miasma couldn't do anything to him. Body, Dragon's Body Power, and Dragon Body, 1, Long, 1 Vana Body. Body, Heaven Dao, and Nirvana Force were the three combat powers of a Nirvana Tribulation Realm martial artist. Long Chen's body was at the peak of perfection. Young Emperor, thank you for your trouble. Yi Guyu nodded. Her eyes were filled with gratitude. The true martial Emperor Palace had lent a helping hand when the Supreme Shadow Devil world was in danger. She would remember this kindness in her heart. All right. Long Chen was ready. At his signal, everyone retreated. Only Wenren Shi stood by his side. This was the first time Long Chen had refined the Golden Demon Imprisonment Column in front of others. With his current Nirvana force, 10 Golden Demon Imprisonment Columns was his limit. But to break this devil's repellent, 5 was enough. As the Nirvana force circulated, Long Chen's entire body was surrounded by a golden radiance. On his body, large and small golden runes emerged from his skin and revolved around his body. Activate. As Long Chen let out a soft shout, the 5 Golden Demon Imprisonment Columns at the outermost edge of the Divine Kingdom trembled. As they shook violently, they suddenly disappeared from the Divine Kingdom. Around Long Chen, 5 Golden Demon Imprisonment Columns with a diameter of half a meter and a length of more than 20 meters suddenly appeared and vibrated around Long Chen. Buzz. Once the Golden Demon Imprisonment Columns appeared, a suppressive sealing power was released. Golden light shone brightly. Those who didn't know Long Chen's strength watched nervously. They could feel the pressure from the 5 Golden Demon Imprisonment Columns. Boom, boom, boom. Golden dragon scales appeared on the Golden Demon Imprisonment Columns. Each Golden Demon Imprisonment Column had a 5-clawed golden dragon coiled around it, causing the coiling dragon columns to explode with frightening power. Ha! Long Chen activated the Demon Subduing Array, and the Golden Demon Subduing Columns began to transform. Under Long Chen's control, the 5 Golden Demon Subduing Columns gathered together. Golden lightning exploded, forming a lightning dragon that coiled around the 5 Golden Demon Subduing Columns. This Golden Thunder Divine Dragon formed the 5 Golden Demon Imprisonment Columns into one. Shrink. Under Long Chen's control, the Golden Demon Imprisonment Column that had merged into one began to shrink. When Long Chen held it in his hand, it had already turned into a Golden Demon Imprisonment Staff. The Golden Thunder Divine Dragon coiled around the Golden Demon Imprisonment Staff, and golden flames even burned. At this moment, Long Chen held the Golden Demon Imprisonment Column tightly. As power gathered, blood-red dragon scales appeared on his skin, and a savage feeling of power burst forth. Everyone was shocked to find that this holy martial emperor was like a real ancient super beast, possessing a godly might that inspired awe. Even Yi Guyu was extremely shocked. Boom. Long Chen held the Golden Demon Imprisonment Staff that weighed millions of kilograms in his hand. His muscles bulged, and power flowed in the dragon scales. With a casual wave, the Golden Demon Imprisonment Staff let out a loud roar. This was the pillar of justice. Wherever it went, evil retreated. All the miasma seemed to be burned, and it retreated with shrill screams. He had only refined the Golden Demon Imprisonment Column a few times, and Long Chen was not particularly familiar with it. Hence, he was slightly slower. Looking at this young man who looked like a golden god of war, everyone was full of anticipation. Get ready. Long Chen shouted softly. His eyes were cold as he stared at the demonic barrier that was 100 meters away. An intense destructive light burst from his eyes. With his reminder, Yi Guyu was also ready, and Wenren she would also help. Boom. In the next instant, Long Chen exploded and rushed into the sky. His muscular arms suddenly waved the golden demon imprisonment column. Lightning and flames exploded violently, and half the sky was dyed gold by Long Chen. The miasma retreated when it encountered the golden demon imprisonment column. Break. It rushed into the sky and swung down. At the instant it was swung down, the golden demon imprisonment column underwent a huge change. Other than the end that Long Chen was holding, which still maintained its original size, the other parts were expanding at a steady rate, especially the other end. The instant it fell, its diameter expanded to more than 5 meters. The entire golden demon imprisonment staff instantly became more than 100 meters long. With terrifying weight and speed, it fell down crazily. At that instant, space shattered, lightning and flames surged. The golden demon imprisonment column was like a knife that was about to slash on the demonic barrier. Everyone was dumbfounded as they watched Long Chen exceed his limits and display the golden demon imprisonment column with such divine might. No martial artist below the 3rd level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm can withstand this strike of his. They will be smashed into pieces with one strike. Yi Guyu inhaled a breath of cold air and said. He was about to succeed, and everyone was looking forward to it. The golden demon imprisonment column could suppress evil, and obviously, it could also break this demonic barrier. That astonishing power made the onlookers suffocate. Just as the golden demon imprisonment column was about to land on the demonic barrier, Long Chen suddenly had a bad premonition. Indeed, in the next moment, 6 figures suddenly rushed out of the demonic barrier and blocked the place where Long Chen's golden demon imprisonment column was about to land. Be careful. Long Chen struck with all his might. He didn't care so much, and at the same time, he was reminding others. The violent golden demon imprisonment column crashed into the bodies of the 6 figures. Boom. A huge explosion sounded. Long Chen's arms trembled, and the golden demon imprisonment column almost fell out of his hands. Large amounts of bloody holes appeared on his arms, all because he couldn't withstand the huge power. The combined power of the 6 figures was terrifying. Although it was a hasty response, it was definitely equivalent to the attack of an expert at Wenren Shi's level. Long Chen, together with the golden demon imprisonment column, was forced back a few steps. The golden demon imprisonment column turned back to its original size, and Long Chen held it horizontally in his hand. Blood dripped down the golden demon imprisonment column. This turn of events left everyone horrified. Who's causing trouble? The mastermind has appeared. This was the first thought that appeared in everyone's mind. Long Chen would never forget them even in his dreams. These are the 10 great ghost kings of eternal hell, 6 of them. Long Chen loudly reminded everyone. That's right, the 6 figures that cooperated to block Long Chen's attack were the 10 great ghost kings of eternal hell. Among them, there was even the figure of King Chujiang, who had been following Long Chen for a long time. The ghost king's strength was immeasurable. Their hasty response was able to cause Long Chen's effort to fail. From this, one could see how strong they were. The appearance of the 6 eerie ghost kings immediately broke the preparations of Long Chen and the rest. 10 great ghost kings. Yi Guyu had heard of their names, but clearly, they couldn't give up halfway today. Hold them back, let Long Chen attack again. Yi Guyu ordered. Wenren Shi frowned deeply, his gray robe billowed in the wind. He said to Long Chen, "You find a chance to break the demonic barrier, I'll help them." In reality, he was still very confident in Long Chen. Do your best. Long Chen's expression was extremely cold, and he said decisively. Chapter 1547. Yi Guyu was duty-bound to fight the 10 great ghost kings first. Seeing how powerful Yi Guyu was, 2 extremely majestic ghost kings immediately separated from the 6 ghost kings. The 2 ghost kings launched violent attacks and actually entangled Yi Guyu for a moment. Long Chen estimated that the Ghost King's true battle prowess was actually about the same as a late-stage Nirvana Tribulation realm, or even stronger. Or perhaps, their battle prowess was unstable. They were whatever power the City Lord of the Wronged wanted them to release. Yi Guyu was entangled for a short period of time. As for the other 4 Ghost Kings, 2 of them realized that Wenren Shi was also an expert at Yi Guyu's level. Unexpectedly, another 2 of them charged towards Wenren Shi. They had a purpose, and it was obvious that their purpose was to deal with Long Chen and entangle Wenren Shi and Yi Guyu. Of the remaining 2 Ghost Kings, one stayed where he was and restrained the other experts. The other one, King Chujiang, actually shook off the others with a terrifying speed and single-mindedly rushed towards Long Chen. King Chujiang, one of the 10 great Ghost Kings who had once followed Long Chen for a long time. His figure was the weakest, but he was the fastest. He wore tattered armor and instant metal chains. In an instant, he arrived in front of Long Chen. Whether it was speed or attack, this King Chujiang was definitely at the 3rd stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Compared to the black-robed priest back then, he gave Long Chen a greater sense of danger. Extreme danger. Child, long time no see. King Chujiang's wide, fanged mouth actually opened and spoke. Long Chen instantly set up the primordial blood hell formation and controlled the area within a 5-kilometer radius. He didn't panic because he knew that Wenren Shi and Yi Guyu could deal with their opponents. They needed some time, and the current him was no longer so easy to kill. Even if the black-robed priest came before Long Chen, it would be difficult for him to kill Long Chen. However, what shocked Long Chen was that this King Chujiang actually let out the voice of the City Lord of the Wronged. He was definitely using King Chujiang's body to speak. The battle instantly became incomparably tragic. The 2nd stage of Nirvana Tribulation realm warriors could not help at all. Even if they went up, they would be killed. For 3rd stage Nirvana Tribulation realm warriors surrounded a Ghost King, making the battle more difficult. Yes, Senior, how have you been? Long Chen stood there calmly and coldly looked at King Chujiang, who was 10 meters away. Yeah, you've been taking good care of the god-slaying sword, haven't you? It looks like an expert has appeared by your side and messed up my plans. It's that great Emperor Zhenwu, isn't it? The little guy from back then has grown to such an extent now. King Chujiang laughed sinisterly. The City Lord of the Wronged had long known that the thing he was protecting from the god-slaying sword had been destroyed. However, he was wrong. It was Long Qinglan, not Zhenwu the Great Emperor. Therefore, the City Lord of the Wronged knew that Long Chen already knew of his ambitions, so there was no need for him to fool this little fellow. Long Chen looked at him coldly and did not speak. After King Chujiang finished laughing, his voice gradually turned cold. He said, Child, unless you're willing to throw away the god-slaying sword, one day, I'll still come looking for you. Are you done? Long Chen's hatred for this guy could no longer be described with words. He gripped the golden demon imprisonment column in his hand tightly. The power of anger allowed him to ignore the blood on his arm. Of course, his injuries had almost recovered by now. King Chujiang looked around and said with a smile, It's really lively. So it turns out that after absorbing the life force of 100 million living beings, my 2 eyes can regain their sight, but I ran into you guys who came to cause trouble. If you listen to me, then hurry up and leave. I'll let you live since we're fated to meet. Otherwise, I won't let you leave here alive today. 100 million living beings. In other words, if he was not stopped today, he would still kill 20 million people. Bastard. Long Chen suddenly realized that the so-called god of slaughter or massacre Martial Venerables paled in comparison to the City Lord of the Wronged. The City Lord of the Wronged was the true evil, the one who was truly devoid of conscience. Long Chen clenched his teeth. His eyes were bloodshot. In his chest, the flames of anger burned fiercely. With the golden demon imprisonment column in his hand, a huge force swept out. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. Scram. King Chujiang was no longer kind and said with a cold smile. He still needed to rely on Long Chen to nurture the god-slaying sword. He did not want Long Chen to die so quickly. However, he underestimated Long Chen's courage. "Old fart, you'll die a horrible death." Long Chen roared and raised the golden demon imprisonment column again. With a terrifying force, it descended from the sky and violently smashed towards King Chujiang. Child's play. King Chujiang smiled faintly. Just as Long Chen was about to hit him, his eyes regained clarity. Turn. The move just now was just to confuse him. While attacking, Long Chen immediately revolved the ancient Hell of Blood formation and distanced himself from King Chujiang. He appeared on the other side, extremely close to the evil repellent. Although they were fighting, both Wenren Shi and Yiguyu were paying attention to Long Chen's movements. Long Chen's teleportation had been seen by them. Good chance. Wenren Shi and Yiguyu attacked violently. Long Chen roared. Before King Chujiang arrived, he gathered all the power in his body on the golden demon imprisonment column and raised it high. The golden demon imprisonment column, which was heavier than the entire mountain, grew bigger under Long Chen's wave. It extended to 100 meters and descended from the sky. 9 dragons devouring the heavens. Long Chen used the golden demon imprisonment column to unleash the 9 dragons devouring the heavens. The weapon of the dragon warrior, coupled with the battle technique of the dragon warrior, was a perfect combination, erupting with a shocking power. The 9 divine dragons coiled around the golden demon imprisonment pillar, letting out a heaven-shaking roar. They descended violently, carrying with them the power of 9 colors. With a destructive stance, they smashed into the red and black demon obstruction. The evil repellent was like a balloon. It was condensed by a large amount of miasma. When Long Chen's golden demon subduing pillars dispelling evil energy collided with the incoming devil repellent, the devil repellent caved in at an astonishing degree. Then, in the next instant, the energy system collapsed, forming a chain reaction. The entire devil repellent exploded, and a terrifying shockwave surged out, shaking everyone away. Under Long Chen's full strength, the evil repellent was finally shattered. The demonia-like tree demon clearly appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was shocked to discover that although this tree was undoubtedly a tree, it had the appearance of a black girl. The 2 dark red fruits were like the girl's eyes, hanging at the top of the demon tree. All the miasma was emitted from these dark red eyes, and there was also a pure white aura that flowed into the dark red fruits. Long Chen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He knew that the pure white aura was the life force of countless living beings, and it was being absorbed into the eyes of the city lord of the wronged. Long Chen now understood what was going on. The city lord of the wronged was reviving, and he was searching every part of himself. His eyes were dead, and he needed to absorb the life force of hundreds of millions of living beings to recover. That was why he chose the snowstorm demonic domain of the shadow demon domain. Only the city lord of the wronged could be so cruel and inhumane, just for his own revival. Damn it. The evil repellent was broken. Long Chen saw that one of the 2 dark red fruits had completely turned into an eye. One of the girl's eyes had already formed, and it was staring straight at Long Chen. There was infinite temptation and a smile in her eyes. It was a smile that sent chills down one's spine. Young Emperor, be careful. At this moment, Wenren Shi and Yiguyu's voices sounded at the same time. Long Chen hurriedly used the ancient blood prison formation to shift his position again. He felt the presence of danger. At this time, Wenren Shi and Yiguyu had temporarily forced back their opponents. Wenren Shi rushed to protect Long Chen, while Yiguyu took advantage of this critical moment to form a long snake with the cold aura on his body, and it headed for the 2 eyeballs. Even though he used the ancient blood prison formation to shift his position, Long Chen still felt the danger. After breaking the evil repellent, King Chujiang was already beside him. What a naughty child. I hate your mischief, the city lord of the wronged said coldly, using King Chujiang's body behind him. He stretched out a claw and clawed at the back of Long Chen's heart. At that moment, Long Chen felt his entire body go limp, as if his heart was about to be dug out by the other party. Extreme finger of time. At this critical moment, he turned around and used the extreme finger of time, and then used the ancient blood prison formation to shift his position. The extreme finger of time could only trap King Chujiang for a breath of time. During the process of shifting, Longchen activated 5 golden demon imprisonment columns again. A total of 10 golden demon imprisonment columns were combined together, forming a heaven-raising rod. Its weight and attack power had at least doubled. Of course, it had also doubled. The Dao artifact that was filled with explosive power was wielded in Long Chen's hands. His physical body was powerful, and his strength was astonishing. That was why he could use this Dao artifact so well. King Chujiang's figure was almost everywhere. Since that's the case, I'll let you stop messing around first. His cold voice sounded in Long Chen's ears. In the darkness, the cold claw, surrounded by gray aura, attacked Long Chen again. This claw was unavoidable. Long Chen felt as if he had lost all his defenses, and had become his opponent's food. Break. In his shock, he swung the 10 golden demon imprisonment columns with all his might. Heaven devouring 9 dragons. When he used it again, the huge and violent golden demon suppressing pillar clashed with King Chujiang's claw once more. A loud rumble rang out. Under Long Chen's berserk power, the golden demon suppressing pillar suppressed evil and actually shattered King Chujiang's claw. At the same time, Long Chen also retreated. Every Ghost King was so powerful. Your strength is not bad. When you are able to use 99 golden demon imprisonment columns in the future, wouldn't you reach the heavens in a single step? King Chujiang chuckled, and his claw grew out at a speed visible to the naked eye. Long Chen was even more shocked in his heart. You're finished. King Chujiang laughed. Long Chen was shocked. Just when he was shocked, 4 figures appeared behind him at the same time, surrounding him, and trapping him tightly. There was no way to escape. Chapter 1548. Originally, Long Chen only needed to face King Chujiang. But at this moment, there were actually 5 ghost kings surrounding Long Chen at the same time. King Yan Luo, King Qinguang, King Luanhui, etc. Each of these ghost kings was at least at the 3rd level of nirvana tribulation, and any one of them could easily defeat Long Chen. 2 of them could even stop an expert of Wen Renxi's level. At this moment, Long Chen could be said to have instantly faced a terrifying crisis. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, ignorant fool. King Chujiang spoke in the voice of the city lord of the wronged. Long Chen could even feel that the disgusting aura from their bodies had already wrapped around his body. It was a feeling that made him want to vomit. Long Chen. Wen Renxi had already broken free from the encirclement of 2 ghost kings, and even repelled one of them. He was about to protect Long Chen, but he was still a step too late. Go to hell. The city lord of the wrong didn't have the slightest intention of being polite. The 4 ghost kings seemed to have seen the most delicious food. They opened their bloody mouths and bit towards Long Chen. Their power was strange, but it was completely able to resist the power of nirvana. Swoosh swoosh. A pungent stench assaulted his nostrils. In this extremely dangerous situation, Long Chen forced himself to calm down. He held the golden demon subduing staff that was formed by the combination of 10 golden demon subduing columns. The violent suppression power made Long Chen feel like he had caught countless giant beasts. Roar. With the golden demon subduing staff in hand, when the 4 ghost kings approached, Long Chen's muscles tightened, and a huge power was released. He swung the shockingly heavy golden demon subduing column and danced wildly. The golden demon subduing column broke through space and swept towards the head of the ghost king closest to Long Chen. Boom boom boom. The golden demon subduing column was so powerful that it broke through space and let out a roar. Break. The ghost king's attacks were hateful, but Long Chen was even more hateful than them. When the golden demon subduing column was sent flying, the ghost king didn't even know how to dodge. He just kept attacking Long Chen, causing Long Chen to send him flying with a strike from his pole. A piece of flesh on his shoulder exploded. However, this opportunity from the other 3 ghost kings had brought Long Chen a fatal crisis. Long Chen gritted his teeth and instantly shrunk the ancient hell of blood formation to his chest. The moment the claws of the 3 ghost kings touched his body and sank into his flesh, the ancient hell of blood formation finally exploded, forming a huge blood-red shockwave that sent the 3 ghost kings surrounding him flying. Their chests were a bloody mess. Long Chen's calmness and decisiveness allowed him to survive despite being surrounded by 4 ghost kings. Because of the tearing of the ghost king's claws, Long Chen looked down and saw that there were a few more deep claw marks on his body. He was sure that if he was a little slower, he would have been caught by these ghost kings and then eaten alive. At this moment, Wenren had already rushed in front of him and protected Long Chen. "Are you all right?" Wenren asked anxiously. "I'm all right." Long Chen's recovery speed was amazing. The injuries on his body recovered very quickly. Of the few ghost kings that appeared, 3 went to stop Yi Guyu, 2 dealt with the others, and 5 ghost kings, including King Chujiang, charged towards Long Chen and Wenren again. Their goal should be to stop Long Chen and the others from touching the 2 dark red eyeballs. No matter what, let's destroy those 2 things first. Otherwise, if they absorb the life force of hundreds of millions of living beings, the City Lord of the Wrong's plan will succeed. Long Chen looked up and said in shock. Wenren's expression was solemn. He did not expect that there would be such a strong counterattack in this operation. In fact, Long Chen almost died just now. Looking up, Yi Guyu shook off the 3 ghost kings and rushed towards a dark red eyeball on the left. There were a total of 5 ghost kings charging over. Wenren shook off Long Chen and said, "I'll deal with them. When the Realm Lord destroys those 2 things, I'll take you away." Great Emperor Zhenwu had told Wenren that no matter what happened, he had to prioritize Long Chen's life. The strength of a martial venerable was at the 4th Nirvana realm. He was a super expert that Long Chen had never seen before. When his cultivation was truly displayed, it surpassed ordinary ghost kings. Just now, there were 2 ghost kings that could hold Wenren back, but when Wenren really went crazy, he could hold off 5 of them alone. For a moment, Long Chen actually had nothing to do. He stood outside the battlefield and could better control the overall situation. Although the other warriors could hold up against the 2 ghost kings for now, as time went on, they would inevitably suffer heavy casualties. Fighting 5 ghost kings was already Wenren's limit. Next, it all depended on whether Yi Guyu could complete the mission. Long Chen was very nervous, but he could not help. He had used the golden demon subduing column several times in a row, almost exhausting his strength. For the current him, the consumption of the golden demon subduing column was too great. "Child," suddenly, he heard the voice of the City Lord of the Wronged. Long Chen shuddered and hurriedly looked around. With Wenren protecting him, there seemed to be no enemies around. Where did the voice of the City Lord of the Wronged come from? Lifting his head, he saw the demon tree swaying in the wind. That black girl-like tree trunk was filled with a strange charm. The 2 eyes at the top were dark red, releasing a large amount of miasma and swallowing life force. One of the eyes had already formed, and at this moment, it was staring straight at him. The dark red eyeball rolled around, causing Long Chen's heart to freeze. "Let me ask you one last time. I cherish your talent. I only want to ask you, are you willing to follow me into battle? My divine might is not something you can imagine. If you can follow me, I guarantee that you will have power 100 times stronger than you have today, endless money, and beautiful women." Those charming eyes never left Long Chen's body. Being stared at by it, Long Chen felt a chill run down his spine, but he wasn't afraid. He consciously retreated and looked at it coldly. "Don't say any more. I'll make you pay for this debt of 80 million lives, old bastard." The City Lord of the Wronged chuckled. His laughter was very presumptuous as he said, "They're all just incompetent ants. If I were in the eternal God domain, I would be able to recover my sight by absorbing the life force of several thousand people. But here, I need 100 million. There are far more than 100 million such worthless beasts in the dragon sacrificial continent. Just in the supreme demon realm alone, there are billions of them. He lamented, billions. Just how many of these incompetent beasts are there in the 3 regions and 9 worlds? And how many are there in the dragon sacrificial continent? 80 million dead is just a small number, not worth mentioning. For such insignificant beasts to have me lead them to their afterlife, this is the greatest relief I can give them. They should thank me. Long Chen could not tolerate this guy anymore. Despite his anger, he appeared calm. He laughed coldly. People of different principles cannot make plans together. I am also one of the beasts in your eyes. But old man, from today onwards, that little kindness you have shown me no longer exists. I will not be polite with your god-slaying sword, and you will not be able to take back your true martial arch soul. Today, you killed 80 million of my people. One day, I will make you regret what you have done today. Is that so? If that is the case, why don't I send your soul to the next world today? Above the demon tree, the eye that had already formed was spinning rapidly. Long Chen suddenly felt a sense of danger. His intuition told him that it was very dangerous. At that moment, he exerted his top speed and fled backward with all his might. At that moment, the dark red eye emitted a dark red ray of light. No matter how fast Long Chen fled, that ray of light instantly hit Long Chen. Golden Demon Suppressing Pillar. In a moment of desperation, Long Chen mobilized all the Golden Demon Suppressing Pillars. He could concentrate all the energy of the Golden Demon Suppressing Pillars on his body to protect himself. The shadows of the 99 Golden Demon Suppressing Pillars surrounded Long Chen tightly. They rotated at high speed and dissipated that dark red ray of light. Even so, Long Chen still suffered a near-fatal injury. If not for the Golden Demon Suppressing Pillars, this attack from the City Lord of the Wronged would have broken his body. His internal organs were shaken, and he was seriously injured. Blood gushed out of his mouth as Long Chen crashed into the ground. That was close. Long Chen endured his injuries and quickly got up. Luckily, he had the Golden Demon Suppressing Pillars. However, just when he thought that the crisis was over, an even greater crisis arrived. When Long Chen mobilized all the energy of the Golden Demon Suppressing Pillars, the Golden Demon Suppressing Pillars in the God Kingdom dimmed a little. At that moment, the beautiful girl in the crystal ice coffin suddenly opened her eyes and let out an ear-piercing shriek. Suppress. Long Chen was shocked and hurriedly retracted the energy of the Golden Demon Suppressing Pillars. In order to save his life, he did not pay attention to the movements of the City Lord of the Wrong's heart. He could only forcefully suppress the beautiful girl back. But that shriek was obviously a warning to the City Lord of the Wronged. In that instant, the 10 Ghost Kings suddenly stopped what they were doing and looked at Long Chen with burning eyes. My heart, my heart, my heart. The 10 Ghost Kings actually spoke at the same time. They used a ferocious and crazed tone as they stared at Long Chen. It was as if they had gone mad, and their eyeballs were about to fall out of their sockets. Stop them. Long Chen understood that he was in big trouble this time. Zhenwu the Great had warned him not to make any mistakes and let the City Lord of the Wronged know that the heart was in his body. But now that the City Lord of the Wronged had discovered it, he would definitely launch an endless pursuit. Even at this time, the 10 Ghost Kings were already in a frenzy. Wenren Shi was in the know. In his shock, he hurriedly blocked the 5 Ghost Kings beside him, at all costs. At that moment, there was a poof. The dark red eyeball broke free from the demon tree and rushed towards Long Chen. P.S. Voting for the week of explosive updates has begun. Mobile and computer networks count. 1000 VIP plus 1 update will all be released in December. Brothers and sisters, support a little. There is strength in numbers. We don't force you to vote more. It's just for fun. And no matter what the number is, in December, crazy people will work hard to update more. Chapter 1549. Oh no. In truth, Long Chen had fought for so many years, and it was rare for him to make a mistake. At first, he didn't expect the situation to be so serious. Before coming, he had thought they were two fruits. He had not expected them to be the eyes of the city lord of the wronged. Not only were the 10 ghost kings here, but even the city lord of the wronged seemed to be hiding within them. The severity of the situation had far exceeded his expectations. But since he was already here, for the sake of the remaining 20 million lives, Long Chen knew that he could not retreat. He had already been very careful not to open his god kingdom in front of everyone, lest the other party sense him. After all, the golden demon imprisonment column could conceal almost all of the girl's aura. But at this time, the eyeball on the demon tree unexpectedly released such shocking power that Long Chen had to use the golden demon imprisonment column to protect his life. Only then did the girl find an opportunity. The mistake had already been made, and he could only make up for it. As Wenren Shi and the others did their best to stop the Ghost Kings, the only thing Long Chen could do was escape. But the eyeball that had escaped from the demon tree was shockingly fast, even faster than Wenren Shi. The other eyeball also lacked the power of 20 million lives. It had not formed yet and could not be used. Some powers were truly irresistible. Even Great Emperor Zhenwu was so afraid of this guy. It could be said that the city lord of the wronged was the most terrifying enemy Long Chen had ever met. When he was alive, he must have held a very high position in the eternal god realm. Little guy, you can't escape. Give me back my heart. The city lord of the wronged's agitated voice rang in Long Chen's ear. Long Chen put away the golden demon imprisonment column, which had expended a lot of energy. He held the god-slaying sword and the Lingxi sword in his hands and turned around. The city lord of the wronged's dark red eyeball was already in front of him. Extreme finger of time. Long Chen pointed. Time stopped. What kind of power is this? The city lord of the wronged was astonished, but he only used an instant to break free of the power of the extreme cosmic finger. Long Chen used the god-slaying sword to execute the expand character formula. 9 gray sword chi formed the devouring sword chi of the expand character and surrounded the dark red eyeball. For Dao patterns, and you've even cultivated the god-slaying art. Not bad, not bad. The city lord of the wronged laughed happily as if he had found a great treasure. He easily escaped from the encirclement of the 9 sword chis. This was the first time Long Chen had faced an opponent that made him feel so powerless. His last strike was a frenzied slash with the Lingxi sword. At this time, the dark red eyeball was already on Long Chen's chest. In that case, let me help you open the divine kingdom, the city lord of the wronged said excitedly. His heart was the most important thing to him. This was definitely an unexpected gain. It ignored Long Chen's Lingxi sword and was about to attack, but Long Chen's Lingxi sword had already struck the eyeball. It's no use, kid. Ah! The city lord of the wronged suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. His eyeball hurriedly tried to escape, but Long Chen still managed to slice off 1/10 of it with the Spirit Dawn sword. A large amount of dark red liquid dripped down like blood. What sword is this? The dark red eyeball was extremely shocked. With Long Chen's power, it was impossible for him to hurt it. It was definitely because of this sword. The eye that had just regenerated was already heavily injured. If it did not heal, everything would be in vain. The city lord of the wronged could not care about anything else. He endured the pain in his eye, and power gathered in the dark red eyeball. Divine kingdom, open for me. Perhaps he had used a mysterious secret, but Long Chen was shocked to find that he could not control the divine kingdom. The city lord of the wronged had used his strange power to tear a hole in the huge divine kingdom. The city lord of the wronged's heart and Yang Lingqing were both inside. Damn! Long Chen was about to go crazy. Since Lingxi's sword was effective, he frantically stood in front of him to prevent the city lord of the wronged from entering his divine kingdom. What a vast world! Such talent is rare even in the eternal god realm. The city lord of the wronged couldn't help but sigh in admiration. What made him even more excited was the beautiful blue-haired girl in the crystal ice coffin. Little beauty, I've finally found you. The city lord of the wronged was extremely excited. His eyeball moved at a speed that Long Chen's Lingxi sword could not kill, and he was about to rush into Long Chen's divine kingdom. Extreme Finger of Time. Long Chen gritted his teeth and used the extreme finger of time with all his might. He craved the power of the extreme finger of time, and he tried to grasp the flow of time. He longed for this moment, and he wanted time to stop. Stop right there. Freeze. In that instant, under the power of the extreme finger of time, the city lord of the wronged's eye, which was closest to Long Chen's divine kingdom, stopped for a full 2 breaths of time. Pfft. Blood spurted out of the pores on Long Chen's right index finger, instantly dyeing his palm red. He felt as if his finger was about to explode. But he had fought for a chance. Damned old ghost, I'll show you. Desperately using the extreme finger of time to stop his opponent, Long Chen said nothing. Lingxi's sword stabbed towards the dark red eyeball with the fastest speed possible, using up all of Long Chen's strength. No. The city lord of the wronged was shocked. Die. The extreme finger of time played a fatal role in this crucial moment, and it allowed Long Chen's understanding of time to deepen. Time was a wondrous power. As the city lord of the wronged screamed in despair, Lingxi's sword pierced through the dark red eyeball. Pfft, dark red liquid flew out, and the entire eyeball shattered. That was the life force of 50,000 living beings. Whether it was Wenren Shi or Yi Guyu, they were both watching this scene in shock. Long Chen had displayed astonishing power in this crucial moment. Furious, he pulled out Lingxi's sword, his eyes bloodshot, and slashed wildly at the eyeball. Isn't your eye very powerful? Shatter. Under Long Chen's relentless slashes, the city lord of the wronged's blood sprayed wildly. The city lord of the wronged's shrill voice pierced Long Chen's ears. Damned dog, I didn't kill you immediately because of your talent, but you repay my kindness with enmity. You deserve to die. I've decided that I won't let you die, but I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. I'll make you live in endless pain for the rest of your life. I'm a legend of the eternal God realm, and I'll destroy a measly 3 realms and 9 realms. The city lord's crazed roar showed Long Chen an even more terrifying side of him. Shatter, shatter. The dark red eyeball was unusually tough. Despite Long Chen's repeated slashes, it was extremely viscous and didn't crack. Is this the woman you like? Looks like I'll have to give you a surprise. The city lord of the wronged's terrifying voice rang quietly in Long Chen's ears. Long Chen's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. He was only 1 step away from destroying the city lord's eyeball. At this moment, the eyeball suddenly exploded. Petrification curse. The ancient scripture rang in Long Chen's ears like a dream. A ray of gray light shot out of the exploding dark red eyeball and burrowed into Long Chen's shattered divine kingdom, stabbing toward Yang Lingqing. No! Long Chen's eyes were blood red as he roared madly. He mobilized all the nirvana power in his body and swept it across the divine kingdom to block the gray light. But the nirvana power couldn't resist the strange scripture at all. The gray light pierced into Yang Lingqing's forehead under her horrified gaze. Brother, save me. Long Chen only heard the last sentence. Then, he saw with his own eyes that Yang Lingqing, starting from her head, was slowly turning into a statue. In a short moment, a female statue that looked like a dark goddess appeared in front of Long Chen, looking extremely similar to Yang Lingqing. Long Chen was stunned. After the city lord of the wronged's eyeball exploded, everything dissipated. Long Chen was extremely confused. Everything in his world seemed to have stopped, leaving only the statue of Yang Lingqing. Die. Wenren Shi's frenzied attacks finally smashed a ghost king to pieces, but it was to no avail. The other ghost kings had actually fled at this time. The demon tree had burrowed into the ground. After the original eyeball exploded, it produced a large amount of white mist, half of which was absorbed by the remaining eyeball. The eyeball, which had not taken shape before, actually took shape in an instant. There was also a white mist that began to dissipate along with the miasma. Long Chen landed on the ground, his entire body emitting a thick murderous aura. His blood-red eyes watched the demon tree disappear, and the remaining 9 ghost kings also disappeared with it. Don't be nervous, brat. I said I would torture you. I won't let her die so easily. Bring my heart to the eternal hells within a year, and I'll bring her back to life. If you don't, she'll die for all eternity. Remember, you only have a year. A year. At the beginning, Long Chen had already killed Yang Lingqing. Because Yang Lingqing had already lost all signs of life. It was he who had let Yang Lingqing enter his divine kingdom. He had only wanted to protect her, but he had not expected that he would harm her instead. He already knew that Yang Lingqing was dead, so in that moment, his heart was filled with indescribable pain and panic. This was something he had never experienced in his life. He had always hovered on the edge of life and death, but he had never let anyone close to him die. Today was the first time. In that moment, Long Chen's entire mind went blank. He forgot everything else. The only image in his mind was that of Yang Lingqing turned to stone. His body was undergoing a desperate transformation, and the blood in his body was almost stagnant. And at this time, the city lord of the wrong's words saved Long Chen from his pain. So Yang Lingqing was not dead. She had a year. After this year, she would die forever. Chapter 1550. 1 year. Within a year's time. He would use the city lord of the wrong's heart to exchange for the city lord of the wrong's heart in the eternal hell. If Long Chen went, the city lord of the wrong's power would increase greatly. At that time, the 3 regions and 9 worlds would no longer have the power to resist him. At that time, the death toll would be the highest. But if he did not go, Yang Lingqing would definitely die. The city lord of the wronged had given Long Chen the most difficult decision. Or rather, it had always been too smooth for him. He had rarely failed so badly. In fact, he had already won. Not only had he foiled the city lord of the wrong's plan, but he had also destroyed the city lord of the wrong's eye, which had accumulated 50 million life force. The only thing he had lost was the last step. It was not that he was careless, but that the city lord of the wronged was just too strong. This kind of method that could directly shake a divine kingdom was just too heaven-defying. After the city lord of the wronged left, everyone looked at each other. At this time, the thick miasma between heaven and earth actually began to dissipate. Everything in the air that did not belong to the shadow demon world was also in the process of quickly disappearing. Wenren Shi was the first to react. He saw that Long Chen's face was gloomy and his eyes were bloodshot. He knew that although Long Chen had destroyed the city lord of the wrong's eye, he had definitely suffered an irreversible defeat. The others in the great demon world felt like they had just survived a disaster. The city lord of the wronged had left. This time, the great demon world had escaped from danger, and more deaths had been avoided. The only regret was that only one of his eyes had been destroyed. But they were very confused. Who was this guy? Why did Long Chen seem to know him? Yi Guyu had a lot of questions in her heart, but seeing Long Chen's gloomy face, like a volcano that was about to erupt, she did not dare to ask more. Instead, she came in front of Long Chen and stood with Wenren Shi. She looked at Long Chen with some worry. Long Chen, Wenren Shi asked softly. It seems that when that guy left, he said. Could it be that something happened to Yang Lingqing? Yi Guyu reacted quickly. The heart that the city lord of the wronged wanted was in Long Chen's divine kingdom. He had forced open Long Chen's divine kingdom to take the heart, but Long Chen had stopped him. At the last moment, the eyeball seemed to have done something to Long Chen's divine kingdom. In order to protect Yang Lingqing completely, Long Chen had allowed Yang Lingqing to enter his divine kingdom. From the words of the city lord of the wronged as he left, he could infer that Yang Lingqing hadn't died. When Renshi realized the gravity of the situation and hurriedly said, "Did something happen to your sister?" "He wants you to use his heart to exchange for your sister's life. In other words, she can still be saved. Don't worry, let us understand the situation first, and we can also rush back to the imperial palace. The emperor is experienced and knowledgeable, he should know what to do." In reality, Long Chen also knew this. However, as the elder brother, he had allowed his sister to suffer so much. Every time he saw the statue in the divine kingdom and saw the frozen fear on Yang Lingqing's face, he felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. He fell into self-blame. Even if he was injured, he wouldn't blame himself like this. Although Yang Lingqing hadn't died, he was still in extreme pain. "It's because I'm not strong enough. Father once said that strength is the foundation of everything. In this world where the weak are prey to the strong, strength is everything. I'm not strong enough, but I tried to show off. Today, I finally learned a painful lesson, and I even harmed Long Chen." When Renshi shouted softly, jolting Long Chen back to his senses. He said sternly, "I know something happened to your sister, but self-blame is a sign of weakness. If you're a man, quickly wake up and don't waste my time. If you don't find a solution, you'll lose your sister forever." This was the first time when Renshi was so agitated. What had happened today was far more serious than he had expected. With a disaster approaching, he had no choice but to speak to Long Chen in such a tone. Long Chen closed his eyes and exhaled. When he opened his eyes the next time, his bloodshot eyes were strangely filled with calmness, or perhaps it should be said that he was callous. When Renshi was right. Self-blame was a sign of weakness. What had already happened, so there was no point in blaming himself. He should put everything at the back of his mind and think of a solution. "From today onwards, you're a great enemy that I must kill. Old devil, old bastard." Long Chen had never hated a person so much. Or rather, the city lord of the wronged was not a person at all. Today's hatred was deeply engraved in his heart. One day, he swore that he would make the city lord of the wronged pay a heavy price for what he did today. After strengthening his conviction, Long Chen gently carried Yang Lingqing out of his divine kingdom. He carefully looked at his sister, then said to the shocked crowd, "This was caused by that guy's counterattack before he died. Do you two know if there's a solution?" When Renshi looked at her for a while, then had to say, "I'm sorry, I've never seen such a secret technique, but her signs of life have disappeared. However, he asked you to meet him in the eternal hell within a year. Perhaps there's a chance for you to come back to life. I suggest you let the emperor take a look. The emperor has lived for tens of thousands of years, so his knowledge is not something we can compare to." Yi Guyu didn't say anything at first. After Long Chen took care of Yang Lingqing, she said with a serious expression, "Emperor Xingwu, and Wenren Wuzun, what happened today was beyond my expectations. Emperor Xingwu's sister was in danger, and even I was almost killed. This is my fault, and I'm really sorry. However, I have no way of repaying you. I can only say that if the Supreme Shadow Demon Realm and Yi Guyu need your help in the future, I will definitely support them with all my might." The others from the Supreme Shadow Demon Realm also came up to express their apologies to Long Chen. "It's not your fault. I'm more arrogant than I thought. This is my own fault, so please don't blame yourselves. My hatred will only be directed towards the people who hurt me and my sister." Long Chen was a person who could distinguish right from wrong, so he wouldn't cause trouble for the Supreme Shadow Demon Realm because of this. Speaking of which, Ling Qing is the realm emperor of the Supreme Shadow Demon Realm. Her matter is also our matter, so we definitely can't miss out on revenge or saving her. However, we have a big doubt in our hearts. Who is our enemy? You two seem to know, so I don't know if you can tell us. Yi Guyu said very sincerely. Long Chen and Wenren looked at each other. The incident of the city lord of the wronged would be reported to the 3 realms and 9 realms one day. They didn't say it at first because they were afraid of causing panic, but now that the city lord of the wronged had killed 80 million people here, it was time to inform them. Long Chen looked around and saw that the miasma in the entire snow wind demonic region was dissipating. It would recover one day, so he said, we still have to hurry back to the imperial palace. Let's talk on the way. Yi Guyu was very grateful and hurriedly said, farewell. With that, the group started their journey back. There were still a large number of ghosts left in the snow wind demonic region. Not long after Long Chen and Yi Guyu left, they discovered an extremely important matter in the snow wind demonic region. There were actually ghosts that were transforming back into humans. Those who could do this accounted for about 1/10 of all ghosts. Of the 80 million ghosts, about 8 million were already in the process of metamorphosis. The iron chains that grew out of their bones were beginning to shatter, and their bodies were beginning to return to their original state. This should be an ancient curse. The caster is an expert in curses. Curses have long been lost in the 3 realms and 9 realms. I'm afraid that only the eternal sacred territory has such an ancient curse. Seeing that 8 million people were actually recovering, Yi Guyu's beautiful eyes were filled with tears. Realm Lord, why is only a portion of the people recovering? One of the 3rd-tier Nirvana Tribulation warriors asked. Long Chen seemed to be deep in thought, and said, previously, when I cut off one of his eyeballs, it released a large amount of white-colored odor. Half of this white-colored odor was absorbed by him, and the other half spread out. I reckon that this white-colored odor should be their life force. When their life force returned, the curse seemed to have disappeared, but unfortunately, it was only 8 million, only such a small portion. Hearing this, Yi Guyu was excited. The people of the Shadow Demon realm all looked at Long Chen with great gratitude. Under Yi Guyu's lead, they all knelt on one knee in front of Long Chen, their eyes exuding endless fanaticism. Everyone, what are you doing? Long Chen hurriedly went to help Yi Guyu up. She was the realm lord of the Shadow Demon realm. In terms of status, she was at least at the level of the 3 great martial venerables. How could the realm lord of a realm kneel to him? Yi Guyu stubbornly refused to get up. She looked at Long Chen with great respect and sobbed, I don't represent myself, but on behalf of at least 8 million people of the Shadow Demon realm who survived, I thank Imperial Lord Shengwu for saving their lives. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Imperial Lord Shengwu has saved the lives of 8 million people. His merit is immeasurable, and he should be respected and worshipped by the foreigners of the Shadow Demon realm. A mere bow from Yi Guyu is nothing. The others also said, 8 million lives are saved because of Imperial Lord Shengwu. We, the people of the Shadow Demon realm, will never forget such a great merit and kindness. From now on, no matter what, we will definitely listen to Imperial Lord Shengwu's orders. Today's bow is only to show our gratitude. Seeing that they were stubborn, Long Chen could do nothing about it. This feeling was actually very good. Looking at the fresh lives below gradually awakening, Long Chen realized that he had really done something immeasurable today. This made him feel that he had no regrets. As for Yang Lingxing's suffering, this might be something that was destined to happen. This fate really made him not know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 1551. Long Chen's words reminded them. Yi Guyu came to her senses and looked anxious. Long Chen urged, get up, all of you. I will talk to your realm lord about what happened today. The rest of you should quickly gather people to save the people. Everyone was speechless. They stood up one after another, but their eyes were filled with gratitude when they looked at Long Chen. Long Chen had completely subdued the higher-ups of the Supreme Shadow Realm today. Zhu Liang, you will be in charge of this matter. I will send the 2 from the true Martial Emperor Palace back, Yi Guyu ordered. Yes, Realm Lord. The one who received the order was the only martialist in the late stage of the 3rd Nirvana Tribulation Realm in the Supreme Shadow Realm. He had hopes of entering the 4th Nirvana Tribulation Realm in the future. After receiving the order, the others present did not stay any longer and left one after another. Before leaving, they once again took a deep look at Long Chen. They would never forget this great favor. After they left, Longchen calmed down and hurried back to the true martial emperor palace. He wanted to see if there was a way to resolve Yang Lingxing's situation. At the same time, it would be enough for him to explain to Yi Guyu about the city lord of the wronged. Realm Lord, do you know anything about the Eternal Hell, one of the 9 great ruins in the 9-star Chaos City? Longchen asked. I know a little. When I was young, I had an adventure in the Eternal Hell, Yi Guyu said. Some time ago, the city of the wronged appeared in the Eternal Hell again. Realm Lord, you must know about this, Longchen continued. Yi Guyu nodded and said, I know. Rumor has it that the true martial emperor came out of the city of the wronged, obtained many treasures, and finally became the true martial emperor. You also came out from there. If that was the case, it would be much easier to explain. Longchen told Yi Guyu about the identity of the city of the wronged city, the many mysterious events, and about the golden demon suppressing column suppressing the heart. After listening, Yi Guyu frowned. She didn't expect the situation to be so serious. Even the emperor said that his resurrection is irreversible. Then, within a year, the 3 regions and 9 realms will definitely face an irreversible catastrophe. The 80 million of my great Devil world is just the appetizer. The 3 regions and 9 realms have not faced a catastrophe of this degree for hundreds of thousands of years. I really didn't expect it. The city lord of the wronged city was already worried about the shadow demon world. If he wasn't killed, the supreme demon world would be the first to bear the brunt of the calamity. As a world overlord, Yi Guyu also furrowed his brows at this moment. He had an anxious look on his face as his heart trembled. This matter is of great importance. The emperor is also making preparations. I believe that he will announce this matter to the world soon. At that time, the 3 regions and 9 realms will discuss a solution together. As long as everyone works together, there may be a solution. Longchen said with fighting spirit. In addition, I heard that the Sword Soul Emperor of the Sword Soul Imperial Palace has already used a secret method to reincarnate and will have the true power of the Sword Soul Imperial Emperor in the future. In addition, there are young talents like the Sacred Martial Emperor. If the 3 regions and 9 realms work together, there may be a chance of victory. Now that I know about this matter, it seems that we must make early preparations. The vicious curse that the city lord of the wronged city has is immeasurable to the common people. We must take measures as soon as possible. The world overlord, who is usually cold and elegant in the eyes of everyone in the shadow demon world, put down her airs in front of Longchen today and spoke to Longchen in a respectful tone. Next, Longchen told Yi Guyu about the city lord of the wronged city. Yi Guyu already understood very clearly. With the heart of the city lord of the wronged, Imperial Emperor Shengwu disregarded his own safety to save all living beings in the world. I really admire you for having such courage at such a young age. In this life, there are really no more than 5 people who can make me admire you so much, and Imperial Emperor Shengwu is one of them. You are so benevolent and righteous. In the future, the true martial emperor palace will rise again under your control, and it will be a blessing for all people in the world. Yi Guyu sincerely admired Longchen. To be able to obtain the respect of a realm lord, Longchen was also very gratified to be able to do this. In fact, he didn't know why he made such a choice. He almost chose a dead end, and it was even more troublesome now. However, he always had a responsibility in his heart. It could be said that it was the responsibility of an expert, and this responsibility forced him to bear all of this. This was the most precious quality of a man. However, the matter of Ling Qing will be a very difficult choice for you. I can't do anything, I'm very sorry. Yi Guyu sighed. She understood Longchen's pain. On one side was his family, and on the other side was the people of the world. What would Longchen choose? In fact, Longchen didn't know himself. He was just forcibly suppressing his emotions and pretending to be calm. Everything would have to wait until he met the true martial emperor. This was the first time that his heart was in such a mess. As they chatted and hurried, they spent about 7 or 8 days before they returned to the entrance of the Shadow Demon Realm. Yi Guyu still had to deal with the aftermath of the Shadow Demon Realm, so she could only send Long Chen here. Realm Overlord, go back, said Long Chen. Yi Guyu nodded and didn't try to persuade him to stay. She said, if you need my help, please come here to find me immediately. I will definitely risk my life for you, she said in a very sincere tone. Just as Long Chen was about to leave, suddenly, a warrior of the LV9 Divine Martial Realm came in from the entrance of the Shadow Demon Realm. He should have seen Yi Guyu and hurried forward. Greetings, Realm Overlord, Sacred Martial Emperor, and Martial Supremacy, the warrior hurriedly bowed. Yi Guyu saw his hurried expression and asked, what's the matter? An invitation from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. The martialist hurriedly handed a golden invitation to Yi Guyu before respectfully retreating. On the surface of the golden invitation, there was a sharp long sword piercing through the sky. Although it was just a picture, it was full of sharp aura and made people revere it. In front of Long Chen, Yi Guyu opened the invitation. In an instant, snow-white sword chi spread out in all directions. Yi Guyu didn't do anything. The sword chi had no effect on her at all. She just wanted to prevent the invitation from being lost and given to some people. Yi Guyu took a glance. She should know about the matter between Long Chen and Lingxi. She had experienced the love between young people before and naturally missed it. She also admired Long Chen's unwavering attitude. She looked at Long Chen with pity and said, August 15th, the genius dragon warrior of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, Wang Chen, and the daughter of the Lingwu Sword Master, one of the 4 great sword masters, who is also the reincarnation of the Sword Spirit Emperor, are about to get married. August 15th, it seems that there are still about 3 months before today, the heart of the city Lord of the Wronged was found. Yang Lingqing was in great danger. Just as Long Chen was in a dilemma, the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's invitation arrived. The Lingwu Sword Master had really done it. Back in the 9-star Chaos City, he had already said that he would send the invitation to Long Chen. It seemed that not only did he want to do this, he wanted to make this wedding the grandest wedding ever. Even Yi Guyu was invited. At that time, all the realm lords of the 9 realms would definitely be there. Although they definitely couldn't invite the Desolation Emperor and the True Martial Emperor, the 3 martial sovereigns would definitely be invited. This wedding on August 15th seemed to be inviting all the supreme experts and peak existences of the 3 realms and 9 realms together. It's been a long time since the higher-ups of the 3 realms and 9 realms met like this, Wenren Shi interrupted. They all looked at Long Chen worriedly. When Yang Lingqing was in trouble, Long Chen almost went crazy. In the blink of an eye, an even greater challenge and provocation came. The Lingwu Sword Master's actions were clearly to make Long Chen give up on this idea. If Long Chen wasn't the sacred martial emperor and didn't have the support of the true martial emperor, he would be like a clown when facing all the supreme existences of the 3 realms and 9 realms. Unfortunately, he wasn't. His beloved was about to marry someone else. Wenren Shi and Yi Guyu both knew that Long Chen had a fiery temper, so they thought that Long Chen would vent his anger. Unexpectedly, after seeing the invitation and hearing about the date, Long Chen just smiled and said to Wenren Shi, let's go. This calmness and composure was definitely not something a child of his age could have. After bidding farewell to Yi Guyu, Wenren Shi asked, aren't you angry? This is a double blow. I thought you would go crazy. Long Chen shook his head and said, it's within my expectations. How can it be considered a blow? Didn't you say that I should face and bear these things bravely? Self-blame and fear will kill me, and I want to become the kind of person who can make people look at me with the most fear, awe, or respect. So? Wenren Shi looked straight ahead and asked indifferently. So? Long Chen paused for a moment, then closed his eyes and solemnly said, I will use the calmness that they find frightening to face these people. These things are what I want, and they belong to me. No one can stop me. The person I want to kill will not be able to escape. I am certain that he will not be able to escape. The flames of hatred had already caused his blood to boil. Then, I wish you success, child. Wenren, she smiled. He continued, ever since you decided to move that damn thing's heart to God Nation, I've decided that I, Wenren Shi, will follow you with my life. Even though you're still young, I still believe that you'll take responsibility for what you've said today. It is my honor to have you look at me like this. Long Chen chuckled. Perhaps. The two of them used their fastest speed to return to True Martial Emperor Palace. It's still the same question. What will you choose between the common people and your loved ones? If it were me, I would really break down, Wenren Shi suddenly said solemnly. Long Chen looked straight ahead and said, I choose to kill the city lord of the wronged. Recommend, chaotic giant god. Chapter 1552. Burdened with all kinds of pressure, Long Chen and Wenren Shi returned to the True Martial Emperor Palace. The True Martial Emperor Palace was peaceful and even joyous. Apart from the few people at the top, no one knew that a fatal catastrophe was about to befall them. Looking at all the living beings in the 3,000 great halls, Long Chen thought of the possibility that one day, they would all become ghosts under the curse of the city lord of the wronged. The matter of Yang Lingqing and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace had piled on top of each other, forming a heavy burden on him. Little Qing, don't worry. I won't let you suffer. I will definitely bring you back to life. Long Chen swore to himself that he would properly preserve the statue of Yang Lingqing and speak to her several times a day. Looking at this girl, Long Chen would never forget his hatred. He had fought for 10 years, and only the city lord of the wronged had aroused such hatred. After returning to the True Martial Emperor Palace, he met with Emperor Zhenwu under Wenren Shi's guidance. In the entire True Martial Emperor Palace, only Long Chen had the right to enter and exit the 99th level of the Five Elements Clear Sky Pagoda at will. Wenren Shi retreated for the time being. Seeing that Long Chen had returned with an ugly expression on his face, Zhenwu the Great knew that something had gone wrong. His tone was calm as he said, Child, after you left, I roughly understood that there would be many accidents on this trip. It seems that my worries have come true. Don't worry, take your time and tell me what happened. Long Chen knew nothing about Yang Lingqing's situation, so he pinned all his hopes on Emperor Zhenwu. If Emperor Zhenwu could save Yang Lingqing, that would be the best. But if not, he hoped that Emperor Zhenwu would at least know the solution. Long Chen was no longer hot-headed. He told Emperor Zhenwu everything that had happened in the Shadow Devil world, including the resurrection of the city lord of the wronged's eye, the absorption of 80 million lives, and the exposure of his heart. Of course, the most important part was Yang Lingqing's death. After listening to all this, Zhenwu Great Emperor was silent for a while. Then, he looked up at the sky and sighed. This is the will of heaven. It could be seen that he was also very helpless. In fact, he saw Long Chen as the future of the True Martial Emperor Palace. When the city lord of the wronged came, Long Chen would escape with his heart. But after this incident, the city lord of the wronged's target would become Long Chen. Long Chen had nowhere to run. You can't be blamed for this. I was careless. The city lord of the wronged is too mysterious. He came from the eternal sacred realm and has all kinds of magical means. He has repeatedly disrupted my plans. Now was not the time to blame himself or find fault. Emperor Zhenwu thought for a while, then said, What has happened has happened. We can only adapt to the situation. Your sister's life is the most important. I know a little about the eternal sacred realm. Can you let me take a look at her? This was what Long Chen had been waiting for. He carefully brought Yang Lingqing out and protected her. This girl, who still had the last look of fear in her eyes, made Long Chen's heart burn with anger. Emperor, do you have a solution? Great Emperor Zhenwu examined her for a while, then said, I think this must be an ancient curse. Only in the eternal God realm can such a secret curse be passed down. This girl's entire body turned to stone must have been caused by the petrification curse. What's the petrification curse? Long Chen asked hurriedly. The petrification curse is one of the most common ancient curses. I've heard of it before. You probably know its effect. It's to confine one's flesh and blood and turn them into rock. Furthermore, it seems that, if one turns into rock, if the petrification curse is not removed within a year, then one will forever be a rock with no possibility of resurrection. If the petrification curse can be removed, then to the victim, which is your sister, she will feel that only an instant has passed. In other words, she will not feel any pain. Long Chen understood. The city lord of the wronged had once said that Yang Lingqing would die in a year. As long as he used his heart to go to the eternal hell within a year, he could bring Yang Lingqing back to life. Emperor Zhenwu had also said that it would take a year. So that was basically it. What made Long Chen even more relieved was that if he could solve this problem, Yang Lingqing would only feel like a moment had passed when she came back to life. She wouldn't have to suffer for a long time. This made Long Chen feel a little more relaxed. He hurriedly asked, "Your Majesty, is there any way to get rid of the petrification curse? I understand that it's not an option." If he did, then he would really fall into the city lord's trap. Given the city lord's personality, even if he got the heart, he might not let Yang Lingqing live. Neither might he let Long Chen live. Therefore, this option was almost undesirable. Emperor Zhenwu sighed. Speaking of solutions, to be honest, I really don't know. But I do know that there are two ways to get rid of any ancient curse. The first is, the one who started the trouble is the one who started it, so the city lord can get rid of it himself. As for the second method, Long Chen's eyes lit up with anticipation. That's right. Kill the caster, the city lord of the wronged. Remember, not to suppress him, but to kill him permanently, Emperor Zhenwu said in a serious tone. Kill him. Long Chen felt a little pressured. To be honest, for an existence like the city lord of the wronged to be able to survive after being imprisoned for so many years, it was actually very difficult to kill such a person. Of course, it wasn't that the beings in the eternal God realm couldn't kill him, but they were just torturing him by imprisoning him. There's still a year. I understand. At least Long Chen had a direction. Emperor Zhenwu didn't know any other way. Don't worry. I'll look through some more information and see if there's another solution. Also, my child, will you listen to my advice? Please speak, Your Majesty, Long Chen said respectfully. Your sister's matter is important, but I think it can wait. There's something more important that you need to do wholeheartedly. What is it? Long Chen asked. I've seen the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's invitation. This time, they've invited the realm lords of the 9 realms, the 3 martial sovereigns, the 6 demonic emperors of the Desolate Emperor Palace, and the 9-star Chaos City's demonic Dragon Hall Lord. They're all the top figures in the 3 realms and 9 realms. This is the first important gathering in the 3 realms and 9 realms after 100,000 years. I intend to fulfill my promise to you and go personally. At the same time, I'll announce the city lord of the wrong to the world and discuss a solution with the experts. Long Chen understood. In other words, 3 months from now would not only be the most important day for him, but also for the 3 realms and 9 realms. Your identity is very important. No matter what you do, I will support you. Therefore, I want you to pursue your dreams and happiness on the basis of ensuring the overall situation. The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace is another superpower of the human race. They have a strong foundation and are comparable to the true Martial Emperor Palace. We can only ally with them and not become enemies with them. However, because of your relationship with them, there will be some conflicts. Therefore, I hope that before I announce the big event, you can resolve your personal affairs completely without hurting the feelings of the superpowers of the 3 realms and 9 realms. Can you do that? The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace was Long Chen's enemy. In truth, there wasn't much hatred. Long Chen just wanted to prove to them that he had the right to have Lingxi and pursue his own love. He didn't want to kill anyone. The only person he wanted to kill was the city lord of the wronged. This question silenced Long Chen. The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's wedding wasn't just his personal matter. It was also related to the big picture of the future battle against the City Lord of the Wronged. In the grand scheme of things, his personal matters were only a small matter. However, the true martial emperor respected this small matter and promised Long Chen that he would do his best to help Long Chen resolve the conflict between the two imperial palaces without harming the relationship between the two imperial palaces. Therefore, Long Chen had to control himself. You need to understand that the Spirit Sword Emperor Palace isn't your mortal enemy. Therefore, I hope that when the time comes, you'll be able to solve the problem with your own judgment. Of course, I will definitely support you in proving yourself in this grand event. Let everyone remember your name. Long Chen understood. He replied, Emperor Monarch, don't worry. I understand. As for the wedding, I will definitely destroy it. Not only that, but I will also marry Lingxi. However, I will control my actions. I will not allow the true Martial Emperor Palace and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace to become enemies. I will also work hard for the Emperor Monarch's alliance. The true Martial Emperor comforted him. You are very sensible. There are still 3 months before the wedding. Your current strength may be weaker than you think. Therefore, I suggest that you wholeheartedly fulfill your long-cherished wish. Then, you will have 9 months to resurrect your sister. At that time, the 3 domains and 9 boundaries will be your helpers. Do things in a clear order. Don't mess up because of family or hatred. Do you understand me? Of course, Long Chen understood. In fact, he was very confused now. He didn't know which to do first, Yang Lingqing or the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. It could be said that he blamed himself for what had happened to Yang Lingqing. He couldn't wait to go to the eternal hell. However, this wasn't a wise choice. It might even ruin the overall situation. The true martial emperor was right. Emperor, don't worry. I understand. The true martial emperor heaved a sigh of relief. Child, I hope you can complete these 2 major tasks perfectly. Failure in either one will make you regret it for the rest of your life. No matter what, I will be your strong support. In addition, someone from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace is looking for you. His name is Ling Xiao. Go and see him. Promotion again. December. Genuine reading is all free. Here, you can enjoy the most punctual and fastest updates. If you only have a mobile phone, you can download it from Baidu, client. It won't consume any data. Chapter 1553. Ling Xiao. Maybe he's here to deliver an invitation. Remembering Emperor Zhenwu's instructions, Long Chen bade him farewell and left the 5-element clear sky pagoda. After the golden demon suppressing pillar disappeared, the communication between Martial God Palace and the 3,000 palaces increased greatly. The 5-element clear sky pagoda was no longer a mystery to everyone. Ling Xiao had been here for a few days. When he heard that Long Chen had gone to the demonic shadow world, he stayed in the evil dragon palace and waited for Long Chen's return. Over the past few days, he had been listening to Long Chen's legend. Not only the evil dragon palace disciples, but almost all the disciples of the 3,000 palaces treated Long Chen like a legend. If nothing unexpected happened, Long Chen would definitely become the new Emperor Zhenwu in the future. Ling Xiao sighed. When Long Chen was in 9-star Chaos City, he was about the same as him. Ling Xiao was still at martial path perfection, but rumor had it that Long Chen had become a sacred martial emperor. His status was high, and his combat prowess was comparable to a late-stage Nirvana tribulation cultivator. Ling Xiao's father, Ling Song, was only a late-stage Nirvana tribulation cultivator. In reality, Ling Song, who showed off in front of Long Chen, was no longer a match for Long Chen. After leaving Martial God Palace, Long Chen had just returned to the evil dragon palace when many disciples welcomed Long Chen on their knees in joy. Long Chen easily discovered Ling Xiao with his spiritual sense. Before him was a clear pond. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen arrived beside Ling Song. "You're still the same." Seeing that Ling Song had not changed at all, Long Chen spoke casually. "I'm definitely still the same. I just did not expect that after we parted at 9-Star Chaos City, in just a few months, you've already grown to such an extent. You're even the Sacred Martial Emperor, second only to me and above everyone else. The Sacred Martial Emperor's position is above the 3 martial saints. When I think about how you're above the 4 sword masters, I feel fear standing before you." Ling Xiao was an elegant and graceful man. But in front of Long Chen today, he couldn't be that elegant. The change in status brought about a change in influence. After Long Chen had gotten used to the life of a sacred martial emperor, he had a faint influence about him. He was powerful without being angry. Even when he was joking, Ling Xiao would feel reverence from the bottom of his heart. How could a golden Qilin be a creature in a pond? Once it encountered a storm, it would transform into a dragon. Under the dragon's might, Ling Xiao was filled with admiration. But he went straight to the point. He took out the golden invitation from the Divine Kingdom and said, "The Linggu's sword master asked me to give this to you personally." "Him?" Long Chen smiled coldly. Sure enough, he was a petty guy. 2 swords were embroidered on the golden invitation. One was blue like the sea, and the other was fiery red like lava. It was slightly different from Yi Guyu's invitation. Long Chen could feel that this invitation contained a terrifying sword intent. These 2 swords were clearly the galaxy refined sword. "Don't open it. Just know that it's an invitation. The date is August 15th, Ling Xiao reminded him. "Oh." Long Chen's expression was calm. "If I don't dare to open it, wouldn't I be looked down upon by this guy?" With that, he opened the invitation resolutely. 2 beams of sword chi, one blue and the other fiery red, were filled with fatal killing intent. They contained peerless power and immediately attacked Long Chen's eyes. 2 terrifying whistles rang out. As soon as the sword intent appeared, the dozens of houses behind Long Chen were all shattered. "Be careful," Ling Xiao warned in shock. At this moment, Long Chen reacted quickly. He stretched out his hand and caught the 2 streams of sword chi between his fingers. They were unable to advance any further. Long Chen flipped his hand and rubbed them. The 2 streams of sword chi were like fishes, struggling in pain. However, they were instantly crushed by Long Chen. Long Chen was extremely relaxed. After crushing the sword chi, he flipped through the invitation. Ling Xiao had just said to be careful, his face full of shock. "Child's play," Long Chen said in disdain. If these 2 beams of sword chi were unintentional, they would be enough to blind a cultivator who had just entered the Nirvana realm. Ling Xiao would not be able to dodge them, but Long Chen said it was child's play. This time, Ling Xiao was completely convinced. There was nothing special about the invitation. Long Chen flipped through it, then solemnly organized it. Ling Xiao was a little surprised. "I thought you would tear him apart in anger." Long Chen smiled. "There was no need for that. That was the behavior of a weakling. What is the reason for you to come here personally? Did Lingxi ask you to pass on a message to me?" Long Chen asked cautiously after arranging the invitation cards. "I really can't hide anything from you. I wasn't going to say it, but you're no longer a fish in a pond." Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. "Sit, have some tea." The 2 walked into the courtyard. Long Chen was brewing tea on the stone table, his movements light and graceful. After sitting down, Ling Xiao looked solemnly at Long Chen. "If it wasn't for little Shi, I wouldn't have known about this secret. I have to tell you about this. Just don't be rash." What did little Shi say? This kind and dependent girl was now under house arrest. In Long Chen's eyes, this was all his responsibility. He missed the days he spent with Lingxi in the Myriad Kingdom's domain. Perhaps those were the most beautiful memories of his life. As a man, it was a shame that he couldn't even take the woman he loved with him. Ling Xiao said, "Little Shi is the reincarnation of the Sword Spirit Emperor. Many people already know about this. Because of this, all of us, including little she herself, thought that she wasn't the biological daughter of the Lingwu sword master. But in reality, even if she is the reincarnation of the sword spirit emperor, she is still the biological daughter of the Lingwu sword master. This was something Lingxi found out later on. Long Chen suddenly understood. No wonder Lingxi looked so much like the Lingwu sword master. Only a handsome man like the Lingwu sword master could give birth to a goddess like Lingxi. But if it was Lingxi's biological father, things wouldn't be easy to handle now that Long Chen had such an intense conflict with him. What else? Long Chen asked. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. Next is the secret of the Sword Spirit Emperor. Only the true upper echelons of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace know about it. Less than 10 people know about it. Lingxi found out from her mother because she wanted me to pass on the message. I was lucky enough to know this secret. Other than her, no one else knows. The secret of the Sword Spirit Emperor. A secret that even the Jinwu Great Emperor didn't know about. Long Chen listened attentively. Ling Xiao said, "It's a long story, so I'll make it short. First, Lingxi is not in a complete state right now. Before the Sword Spirit Emperor was reincarnated, he entrusted an important mission to the 4 great sword masters. The Sword Spirit Emperor possessed the secret reincarnation technique and chose the fetus in the Lingwu sword master's wife's womb as a host to be reborn. In reality, the secret reincarnation technique required the Sword Spirit Emperor to be split into 2 parts. One part would enter Lingxi's body and merge with Lingxi's young soul to form a new soul. At the same time, everything about the Sword Spirit Emperor would be brought into this young life, so the fetus is destined to have extraordinary achievements. The other part would be controlled by the 4 great sword masters. This is the mission of the 4 great sword masters. Can you guess what it is? Long Chen shook his head. But he realized the gravity of the situation. He had a premonition that this so-called other part would deal a terrible blow to Lingxi. Ling Xiao was a little sad and even distressed. He said helplessly, "This is the memory of the Sword Spirit Emperor's life and it forms a memory orb. When the time comes, the 4 great sword masters will merge this memory orb into Lingxi's body. When that time comes, Lingxi will completely become the Sword Spirit Emperor. In other words, the current Lingxi will be a brand new life and she will be replaced. I heard her say that from that moment on, Lingxi will no longer exist in this world, only the Sword Spirit Emperor." Long Chen's fingers rested on the stone table. When Ling Xiao finished speaking, there was a loud crack and the stone table was crushed into pieces. When the time comes, the memory orb will enter Lingxi's body and she will die forever. The Sword Spirit Emperor's reincarnation will be considered a success, right? Long Chen gritted his teeth, suppressing the anger in his heart as he spoke slowly. Ling Xiao nodded helplessly. Long Chen was so angry that he laughed. Is the Lingwu sword master a beast? Lingxi is a living being, a daughter that he raised. How could he be so deranged as to kill his own daughter and let that damned old thing reincarnate? Ling Xiao hurriedly said, "That's not it. Reincarnation is hard to explain. Lingxi is still the same Lingxi, it's just that her memories are different. In other words, all of her memories have disappeared and in their place are the memories of her previous life. She is still the same person." Bullshit. Long Chen sneered. Without her memories, Lingxi would no longer be herself. No matter what, he would never allow such a thing to happen. The Lingwu sword master, if he really does that. Long Chen was enraged and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He had promised the Jinwu Great Emperor that he would not interfere with the relationship between the 2 emperor palaces, but when the Lingwu swordmaster's actions crossed his bottom line, he really could not hold back. When he transformed into a dragon, there were not many people in the 3 regions and 9 realms who could stop him. Ling Xiao replied helplessly, "That's not the case. The 4 great sword sovereigns are doing this for the sake of the entire Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. They are shouldering the mission that the Sword Spirit Great Emperor entrusted to them. It can be said that Lingxi was born for the reincarnation of the Sword Spirit Great Emperor." The 4 great sword sovereigns are all loyal to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. They will do their utmost for the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace until their deaths. The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace has not had a true great emperor for many years. Ling Xiao saw the murderous intent in Long Chen's eyes and had no choice but to speak up for the 4 great swordmasters. Long Chen smiled coldly. I don't know that much. I only know that even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs. If he really does that, then he is worse than a beast. Ling Xiao was speechless. 3 months. There were still 3 months left. On the 15th day of the 8th month, Long Chen swore to rush to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and break through everything. Now that things have come to this, it's time for me to take responsibility for my promise. The promise of 10 years is about to arrive. I chased her all the way from the Myriad Kingdom domain just to give little Shi an explanation. I love her more than my life, and she's willing to give up everything for me. So, what reason do I have not to go crazy for her one last time? Long Chen stood up. His heart ached for this girl. Her life value was only to become someone else's stepping stone. As the man she loved, the man who had already possessed her, Long Chen's fighting spirit exploded. Chapter 1554. Seeing Long Chen in this state, Ling Xiao was a little worried, but he was also looking forward to it. He would meet Wang Xian on the 15th of August. Wang Xian would definitely cause a huge stir in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. He just didn't know if Wang Xian would succeed in the end. He pondered for a while and said, actually, there's one more thing that you don't know. There were so many secrets in this. Long Chen quieted down and returned to his seat, waiting for Ling Xiao to explain. Ling Xiao did not keep Yi Futian in suspense. When he mentioned this, his face was full of yearning and respect. He said, Wang Chen was originally not that outstanding in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. I remember that obtaining the Void Universe Dragon Inheritance Blood Essence was the turning point in his life. From then on, he made a meteoric rise. In fact, his rise was planned long ago. What do you mean? Long Chen had heard Lingxi talk about Wang Chen before. It was similar to what Ling Xiao had described today. Ling Xiao said, you will never guess that the Void Refinement Realm Dragon Inheritance Blood Essence that Wang Chen obtained was given to him by the Sword Spirit Emperor. Of course, it was through the hands of the 4 great sword masters. Moreover, it was the Sword Spirit Emperor of the past, not the current Lingxi. It was given to him by the Sword Spirit Emperor. That was amazing. It was no wonder that Ling Xiao had said that his rise to power had been planned. Wang Chen was chosen by the Sword Soul Great Emperor, or perhaps the 4 great sword masters chose him for the Sword Soul Great Emperor. The Sword Soul Great Emperor has the inherited blood essence of the Void Refinement Realm Demonic Dragon, but he didn't use it himself and gave it to Wang Chen instead. This is because it involves a great secret. When you were together with Lingxi, did you notice that her blood was strange? Long Chen was shocked. When he used the triple blood sacrifice to defeat Chu Tiange, it was Lingxi who used her own blood to save him. However, Lingxi was unwilling to talk about this, so Long Chen did not probe further. It must be some god's blood. Ling Xiao nodded and said, that's right, the Sword Spirit Emperor still had one most precious thing. This was the true purpose of her reincarnation, because she had obtained the bloodline of a true divine spirit from ancient times. If I remember correctly, this divine spirit was called the Pure Maiden, the blood of the pure goddess. Little Shi's body now has the blood of the pure goddess. Very, very few people know about this secret, and I was originally far from qualified to know about it. The bloodline left behind by the gods. Long Chen knew very well what a god was. It was someone who had survived 18 great tribulations and obtained immortality. Even in the eternal god realm, it was a legend that everyone worshipped. Long Chen didn't know how the Sword Soul Emperor had obtained the blood of the pure goddess and the inheritance blood of the Void Refinement Realm Devil Dragon. The only thing he was sure of was that the blood of the pure goddess was much more valuable than the inheritance blood of the void refinement realm devil dragon. Lingxi had this blood of the pure goddess in her body. This was the reason why her strength rose so quickly even though she cultivated casually. Then tell me, why did the Sword Soul Emperor reincarnate and give the inheritance blood of the void refinement realm devil dragon to Wang Qin? Long Qin grasped the main point of the question and asked. Ling Xiao said solemnly, that's because only a completely blank embryo after reincarnation can accept the blood of the pure goddess. Otherwise, the embryo will explode and die. In addition, legend has it that the husband of the pure goddess was actually a real divine dragon. Although Lingxi has the blood of the pure goddess now, she is still far from being able to unleash its full power. Only when she interacts with a dragon warrior who has already transformed into a dragon can the blood of the pure goddess be completely awakened and be used by the Sword Soul Emperor. This is why the Sword Soul Emperor had prepared the inheritance blood of the void refinement realm devil dragon long ago and arranged for Wang Chen and little Shi to be engaged long ago. Even after you appeared, the Lingwu sword master still insisted that Wang Chen and little Shi get married. Why? This is because all of this was arranged by the Sword Soul Emperor. If everything went according to her plan, she would have truly reincarnated and awakened the blood of the pure goddess, becoming an unprecedented super expert in the 3 regions and 9 worlds. This secret could be said to have shocked Long Qin. What a meticulous plan the Sword Soul Emperor had. On one hand, he had reincarnated and merged with Lingxi. On the other hand, he had arranged for a martial dragon to be handed over to the 4 sword masters to nurture a martial dragon husband who could awaken the blood of goddess Su. Long Chen and Lingxi were already husband and wife. However, the blood of goddess Su had yet to awaken. It must be because Long Chen had yet to transform into a real dragon. When Long Chen transformed into a dragon, the infant ancient blood spiritual dragon and the body of an ancestral dragon would definitely be able to kill Wang Chen's insignificant void refinement realm demonic dragon. No wonder the martial spirit sword master and the others were so stubborn and even rejected Long Chen. On one hand, it was because Long Chen was also a martial dragon, which gave them a sense of crisis. On the other hand, everything they had carried out was planned by the Sword Soul Emperor. If they succeeded, the Sword Soul Emperor would become the strongest expert in the history of the 3 regions and 9 worlds. However, Long Chen had appeared at this time to mess things up. The reason why they didn't kill Long Chen was because Long Chen had a powerful background. What made the 4 sword masters of the Sword Soul Emperor Palace the most helpless was that the person Lingxi loved with all her heart was Long Chen. Do you feel pressured? In fact, the person you have to fight against isn't Wang Chen or the 4 sword masters, but the spiritual will of the Sword Soul Emperor. This is the mission that she entrusted to you. The 4 sword masters wouldn't dare to make the slightest mistake. Even if the martial spirit sword master is Lingxi's biological father, he can't do anything about it. This matter is too important to the Sword Soul Emperor. Long Chen fell silent. It seemed that the Sword Soul Emperor Palace was like a sturdy fortress. It was harder to break through than he had imagined. Long Chen originally thought that it would be enough to prove that he was stronger than Wang Chen. However, it seemed that even if he was stronger than Wang Chen was the reincarnation of the Sword Soul Emperor. No matter how strong he was, he might not be able to gain the recognition of the Sword Soul Emperor. Moreover, Long Chen's current status was the Saint Martial Emperor of the true Martial Emperor Palace. The other party didn't dare to underestimate him. However, if they forcefully snatched Lingxi away, it wouldn't be suitable for either party. Although love was important to Long Chen, it wouldn't be worth it if it ruined the plans of the true Martial Emperor and caused the deaths of billions of people. It would be a very difficult problem to handle. The battle on the 15th of August would be much more difficult than Long Chen had imagined. One could imagine that the Sword Soul Emperor had set up so many things in order to reincarnate and activate the pure goddess blood. How could it be so easily destroyed by Long Chen? However, Long Chen definitely couldn't accept her success. If she succeeded, Lingxi would be gone. The new Sword Soul Emperor would be born and married to Wang Chen. From then on, there would be nothing for Long Chen. Moreover, now that Wang Chen had transformed into a dragon, Long Chen had to wait until the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. Fortunately, the Nirvana Tribulation Realm was just around the corner. What do you plan to do? Ling Xiao asked solemnly. He also understood that Long Chen was under a lot of pressure. Long Chen was silent for a while. Suddenly, his eyes became clear and filled with fighting spirit. He said, Ling Xiao, if you are my friend and you want Lingxi to live, do me a favor. Seeing that he was so serious, Ling Xiao didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly asked, what is it? Let me enter your god nation and take me to the Sword Soul Emperor Palace. There are still 3 months left. I feel that I can't stay in true Martial Emperor Palace and cultivate like an idiot. I want to go to the Sword Soul Emperor Palace to accompany her and let her know that I'm there. I don't want to arrive in a hurry on the 15th of August. For this battle, I have to double my preparations. Ling Xiao was stunned. He said, that can't be. It'll be troublesome if you're discovered. Long Chen said, don't look down on me. The Sword Soul Emperor Palace is on the heavenly Sword Soul Mountain. There are a total of 80 million Sword Soul Emperor Palace disciples on the mountain. It's about the same as the 3,000 halls of true Martial Emperor Palace. The Sword God Palace, which is equivalent to the Martial God Palace, is located in the sea of billions of swords above the heavenly Sword Soul Mountain. Little she should be in the Sword God Palace. I'll check out the situation on the heavenly Sword Soul Mountain first. Don't worry, I'll be careful to win. Ling Xiao was a little conflicted. You only need to answer one question. Do you want little Shi to disappear and be replaced by a super strong Sword Soul Emperor? Or do you want me to make little Shi a new Sword Soul Emperor? Ling Xiao loved Lingxi dearly. Otherwise, Ling Xiao wouldn't have entrusted this task to him. Most people in the Sword Soul Emperor Palace would choose Long Chen's choice. Ling Xiao, however, would choose the latter. He didn't want Lingxi to disappear. Alright, I'll take you there. But you must be careful. Ling Xiao stood up and made up his mind. Long Chen chuckled softly. This was a challenge. At this point, he was no longer afraid of any challenges. Going to the Sword Soul Emperor Palace was a last-minute idea. He didn't want Lingxi to be lonely. If he could make her feel that he was by her side, perhaps it would give her a little hope. Long Chen didn't want her to compromise on her own accord. Anyway, she needs a martial dragon to be her husband. My martial dragon is many times stronger than Wang Chen's. Why not choose me? Anyway, she needs a powerful Sword Soul Emperor who has activated the pure goddess blood. Why not let Lingxi be her husband? Why let that dead old ghost be reborn? This was Long Chen's belief. It was also something he wanted to break. He wanted to replace Wang Chen and let Lingxi live on. If the other people in the Sword Soul Emperor Palace knew about his ambition, they would definitely laugh at him. This little guy was too whimsical. After making his decision, Long Chen left to bid farewell to Zhenwu Great Emperor. Long Chen told Zhenwu Great Emperor everything that Ling Xiao had said. The pure goddess blood. I should have known that she was the one who obtained it. Zhenwu Great Emperor was filled with endless emotions. If he was younger, he might have been shocked and envious. But now, in the face of a catastrophe, he had no such thoughts. Chapter 1555. Great Emperor Zhenwu sighed with emotion at the mention of the Sword Soul Great Emperor. Emperor, I want to replace Wang Chen and end the rebirth of the Sword Soul Great Emperor. Do you support me? Long Chen asked courageously. After all, the Sword Soul Great Emperor was his old friend. Zhenwu Great Emperor laughed in his wizened voice and said, Stubborn old man, this is the era of the young. The old will eventually grow old. Reincarnation is just a dream. Child, tell me, what reason do I have not to support you? In that case, Long Chen felt much more at ease. As for you going to the Sword Soul Emperor Palace now, I can only say, it's up to you. Be careful and don't be impulsive. Just let yourself regret it for the rest of your life. Long Chen nodded and said, I will remember that. All right, go. In 3 months, I will bring the true martial emperor palace's lineup to the sky-piercing sword Soul Mountain and become your solid support. With great Emperor Zhenwu's words, Long Chen had nothing to worry about. He found Ling Xiao and followed him on the road to the Sword Soul Emperor Palace. 10 years. 10 years of fighting. Sword Soul Emperor Palace, I'm finally here. Long Chen's blood was boiling as he looked at the vast land in front of him. In order to go to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace today, he had fought for 10 years. The weak youth from back then had become the sacred martial emperor of the true martial emperor palace. He had also obtained the protection of the true martial great emperor and the support of the entire true martial emperor palace. In the 3 regions and 9 realms, Long Chen was already an influential figure. To everyone in the Sword Spirit Emperor region, the shattered star river that had suddenly appeared in the center of the Sword Spirit Emperor region was where the sacred ground, the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, was located. Everyone in the Sword Soul Emperor domain used swords. It was a paradise for swords. Sword chi surged everywhere. The center of the Sword Soul Emperor domain was the Shattered Star River. The so-called Shattered Star River was actually a miniature version of the Shattered Star Sea. It was the Shattered Star Sea located in the center of the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. In the middle of the vast Shattered Astral River, there was a mountain that everyone yearned to see. This was the highest mountain in the 3 regions and 9 realms. It soared into the sky and pierced through the stars in the universe. It was rumored that at the peak of this mountain, one could touch the stars in the sky. This sacred mountain was known as the sky-piercing sword Soul Mountain. From afar, the heaven-piercing sword Soul Mountain looked like a super-huge sword that pierced into the starry sky. There were no words to describe the size of this gigantic sword. Its size even surpassed the true martial emperor palace's Emperor Star. The sky-piercing sword Soul Mountain was home to 80 million disciples of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. The desolate Emperor Palace had close to 150 million disciples, the true martial Emperor Palace had 100 million, and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace had the least, but they still had 80 million. It was rumored that at the peak of the sky-piercing sword Soul Mountain, the blade of the sword pierced through the starry sky and gave birth to a huge astral sword sea. This place was called the Billions of Sword Sea. The core of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, the Sword God Palace, was located in this Billions of Sword Sea. There was a huge gap between the Sword God Palace and the sky-piercing sword Soul Mountain. The Sword God Palace was where the true elites gathered. The disciples of the sky-piercing sword Soul Mountain were not qualified to enter the Sword God Palace. It was just like how the disciples of the 3,000 palaces couldn't enter the Martial God Palace. The Sword God Palace was a huge building complex. It was like a huge floating island floating in the Billions of Sword Sea. There were about 10,000 elite disciples and upper echelon cultivators in the Sword God Palace. The Sword God Palace was divided into 5 sections. The center was the Sword Spirit Emperor's Divine Sword Pagoda. The Divine Sword Pagoda had been empty for countless years, but apart from the 4 sword masters, no one else was qualified to enter. The other 4 areas were governed by the 4 great sword masters. Among the 4 sword masters, the Martial Spirit Sword Master was the youngest. He wielded the refined Celestial River Sword, a medieval era Dao artifact with 8 Dao patterns. The only female sword master was called Sword Master Linghua. She wielded an ancient sword-shaped Dao artifact with 8 Dao patterns, the Pear Blossom Snow Sword. The Pear Blossom Snow Sword could transform into thousands of different forms, just like a hidden weapon. Its lethality was rather terrifying, and it could fight against thousands of opponents alone. The other 2 sword sovereigns were very old and were already very old. They were martial brothers. The senior brother was the Royal Heaven Sword Sovereign, who wielded an 8-pattern Dao artifact, the 36 Heaven Dipper Sword. The junior brother was the Demonic Heaven Sword Sovereign, who wielded the 72 Earth Fiend Swords. Above the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, there were the 36 Heavenly Dipper Stars and the 72 Earthly Fiend Swords. The 36 heavenly dipper swords and the 72 earthly fiend swords were swords of stars. They were forged from the cores of the 36 heavenly dipper stars and the 72 earthly fiend stars. They had millions of years of history. They were close to the ancient era. They were the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's most famous treasures. These 4 swords were the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's heaven and earth splitting divine sword. The region controlled by the Lingwu sword master was called the Lingwu region. There were over 2,000 disciples in the Lingwu region. One of the most luxurious courtyards was the residence of the Lingwu sword master's family. The Ling family was a large clan in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. The Lingwu sword master was extremely powerful. He was also the current patriarch of the Ling family. His courtyard was called the Sky Spirit Pavilion. The Sky Spirit Pavilion had a radius of 50 miles. It was a grand building. There were no less than 10,000 sword-shaped sculptures. There were only a few dozen people in such a huge place. Lingxi was under house arrest in the Sky Spirit Pavilion. She hadn't left the Sky Spirit Pavilion for close to 9 months. The night view of the Sky Spirit Pavilion was very beautiful. Looking up, the 36 heavenly dipper stars and the 72 earthly fiend stars were emitting beautiful starlight. The Sky Spirit Pavilion had verdant hills and limpid water. In the courtyard, the lotus flowers were fresh. These snow-white lotus flowers were planted in an entire pond. It was more than 10 acres of land. The lotus flowers emitted an intoxicating fragrance that refreshed the mind. In fact, if one took a closer look, one could see that these white lotus flowers had 1 or 2 immortal patterns. Hundreds of lotus flowers were actually all immortal essences. From this, one could see how rich the Sword God Palace was. Under the starry sky, the white lotus flowers emitted a dense aura. Beside the lotus flowers was an exquisite pavilion. Within the pavilion, there was a young girl wearing a snow-white dress and an orange veil. Her skin was smooth and supple, and she looked like a celestial fairy. She stood there alone, looking up into the sky. Beside her was a 9-colored butterfly, chirping non-stop. Big sister, why are you unhappy again? Are you missing big brother Longchen? Lingxi hadn't smiled in a long time. At this moment, she said softly, be good. Be quiet. Don't let others hear you. The 9 netherworld fantasy butterfly said angrily, your father is really hateful. I will definitely beat that weird old man's butt. Lingxi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She was about to educate the 9 netherworld fantasy butterfly when someone came. She quickly said, quickly hide. Although the 9 netherworld fantasy butterfly was unwilling, it had no choice. Lingxi turned her head to look. After a long while, a beautiful woman walked over. This beautiful woman had a transcendent temperament and was very similar to Lingxi's. However, she had an additional mature charm that made people intoxicated. Mother. Lingxi opened her red lips. This beautiful woman didn't look like Lingxi's mother. She looked more like her big sister. Seeing the loneliness in the young girl's eyes, the beautiful woman's face was filled with heartache. She pulled Lingxi to the side of the pavilion and held Lingxi's hand. Little she, you're unhappy again. No, mother. Lingxi lowered her head. Because of Lingxi's matter, Bai Yuyun had been feeling uneasy recently. When she saw Lingxi, 2 streams of tears flowed uncontrollably. Mother, don't cry. Lingxi's heart ached as she wiped away her tears. Bai Yuyun's face was filled with resentment as she said, I just feel sorry for you. If I hadn't gotten this information from him, I don't know how long I would have been kept in the dark. That cruel and unscrupulous thing doesn't even want his own daughter's life. Lingxi shook her head and said, Mother, it's not like that. The Sword Soul Emperor's reincarnation only replaced all of my previous memories with the memories of his previous life. I'm still me, it's just that the things I remember are different. At that time, you didn't recognize me as your mother. When I saw you, I had to kneel to you. Am I still my treasure? Bai Yoyun's eyes were filled with tears. Lingxi didn't cry. She tightly held Biyao hands, not knowing what to say. This is fate. I can't escape it. I was born to be someone else's wedding dress. Mother, don't worry about it too much. Compared to before, she was countless times stronger. That's right, there's a piece of news. Biyao suddenly remembered. What is it? The child you like seems to be in the true Martial Emperor Palace and has become the sacred Martial Emperor. I heard that his strength is outstanding and is already very strong. I believe that he won't lose to Wang Qin. The sacred Martial Emperor thinks that he will have a great future and become the true Martial Emperor. This child isn't simple either. Is that so? Lingxi suddenly revealed a charming smile. Why, child? I feel that since he already has such a status, if he knows his limits, he shouldn't come looking for you. After all, his status is different now and there are too many things involved, Biyao said worriedly. He will, mother. You don't understand him, Lingxi said with certainty. Biyao helplessly shook her head and said, poor child, you are still young and don't understand the stakes. Lingxi revealed a confident smile and said, Mother, he is also young and doesn't understand. I believe in all his promises. Since I know that he is working hard, I can't slack off either. I have to rely on my own strength to pass the Nirvana tribulation within 3 months and help him. I can't waste time. Mother, I have thought it through. My own fate is in my own hands. I am not a little girl who can be bullied by others. I will also become a terrifying person. No one can touch my chin, not even my father. Father doesn't want me anymore. He is a bad person. Only you and Chen are good people. I have to work hard and not wait for him to do everything. Biyao didn't expect that one piece of news would bring such a big change to her daughter. She didn't know whether this was a blessing or a curse. Chapter 1556. In order to reach the Sword Spirit Imperial Domain, one had to cross the Shattered Star Sea from the edge of the true Martial Imperial Domain. The Shattered Star Sea was a transit point in the middle of the 9-star Chaos City, which was where the factions of the 3 regions and 9 realms gathered. Ordinary cultivators needed to rest in the 9-star Chaos City before continuing to cross the Shattered Star Sea. However, Longchen didn't need to do that. When he had still been in the Sky Martial Realm, his goal had been to reach the God Martial Realm so that he would be qualified to cross the Shattered Star Sea. Now that he thought about it, he realized that he hadn't known the immensity of heaven and earth back then. Even with his current strength, he might not be able to succeed in the battle on the 15th of August. Long Chen and Ling Xiao traveled through the vast Shattered Star Sea. Before them was a dazzling starry sky filled with scattered shattered stars that emitted a mesmerizing blue light. Some were only the size of a human head, while others were hundreds of meters in diameter. Of course, given the speed at which they were moving, they would travel a great distance in the blink of an eye. They might even enter unexplored territories of the human race, which could easily lead to a violent death. Hence, no one would stay on such a star. The shattered star turbulence came from time to time. No matter what, I still have to clarify something. I can bring you to the Sword Spirit Mountain. The security there isn't tight at all, and others can sneak in. However, you must not enter the Sword God Palace. Ling Xiao hesitated for a long time before deciding that he needed to make things clear. Don't worry. My status is different now. If I appear in the Sword God Palace, it won't be good for our relationship. It will also affect my own plans. I know what I'm doing, Long Chen said nonchalantly. Ling Xiao felt more at ease when he heard his certainty. He didn't know if what he was doing was right or wrong, but he had no other choice. He couldn't change Lingxi's fate on his own, so he could only count on Long Chen. Long Chen was the sacred martial emperor, so he was qualified to do so. However, Ling Xiao didn't have much hope. It wasn't that Long Chen couldn't do it, but that his opponents were too strong. His opponent wasn't the 4 great sword masters, but the Sword Soul Great Emperor. The Sword Spirit Great Emperor had plotted for many years just for this moment of reincarnation. The 4 great sword masters obeyed her and pledged their lives to follow her. Long Chen wasn't a member of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Even if he was as strong as the Jinwu Great Emperor, it wasn't convenient for him to directly interfere with the internal affairs of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. To put it lightly, this was interference. To put it more seriously, it was serious damage to the relationship between the two sides. This was war. Great Emperor Jinwu would not allow this. Long Chen knew all of this very well. However, he only needed to know that the woman was waiting for him, and that was enough. The journey to Broken Star Field was a little long. Thus, Long Chen knew that he didn't have more than 3 months to prepare. After traveling in the Broken Star Field for nearly 15 days, Long Chen arrived at the Sword Spirit Imperial Domain for the first time. The Sword Spirit Imperial Domain was similar to the Jinwu Emperor Palace. The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace was also located in the center of the Sword Spirit Imperial Domain. The overall strength of the Sword Spirit Imperial Domain decreased from the center to the periphery. The closer one was to the periphery, the lower the overall strength of the martialists. The only difference was that in the Sword Spirit Imperial region, there were a large number of sword cultivators. In this place, sword cultivators were extremely fond of swords. Even children would use swords to train all day long. As Long Chen journeyed, he saw tens of millions of swords below. Their sword chi soared into the sky. Long Chen's only goal was the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Therefore, he and Ling Xiao headed straight for the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Once they reached a place with a Qian Kuan transfer array, everything became much easier. Long Chen and Ling Xiao passed through the transfer array and spent a few days before they finally arrived at the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's region, the Shattered Star River. The land in front of them suddenly caved in. An incomparably huge sinkhole with no end in sight appeared in front of them. Within the sinkhole, there were millions of stars revolving around a center. If he didn't know that this was where the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace was located, Long Chen would have thought that he had arrived at the periphery of the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. After all, the Broken Star River was no different from the Broken Star Sea. It could be considered an inland sea of the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. The reason why it was called a river was because the Broken Star River was like the moat of the sky-piercing Sword Soul Mountain, surrounding the sky-piercing Sword Soul Mountain. However, because it was so vast, it looked like a sea. If the Broken Star Sea was an eye-opener for Long Chen, then the sky-piercing Sword Soul Mountain would probably shock Long Chen. Back then, the Jinwu Emperor Palace had given Long Chen a strong martial aura. As for the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, it was sword intent. Shocking, right? Ling Xiao felt sincerely proud of the sky-piercing Sword Soul Mountain. Long Chen looked over. In the deepest part of the Broken Star River, there was a huge black shadow. This shadow was very thin and long. The Broken Star Sea was so big, but it seemed to occupy more than half of the Broken Star River. However, this wasn't the main thing. The main thing was its length. This black shadow pierced straight into the sky, straight into the starry sky, and connected with the stars in the sky. This scene was like a black long sword piercing through the Dragon Sacrificial Continent, and even piercing into the starry sky. This was the sky-piercing Sword Soul Mountain. Upon a closer look, this sky-piercing Sword Soul Mountain looked like a sword. Such a huge mystery, it's really the work of the gods. Long Chen couldn't help but admit. After witnessing the size of the sky-piercing Sword Soul Mountain, Long Chen entered Ling Xiao's God Kingdom and followed Ling Xiao into the Broken Star River. The periphery of the Broken Star River was under the control of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Very soon, there would be people coming up to investigate. However, after discovering that it was Ling Xiao from the Sword God Palace, they hurriedly retreated respectfully, treating Ling Xiao like a legendary figure. The Broken Star River didn't seem wide, but with Ling Xiao's speed, it took him more than half a day to get close to the sky-piercing Sword Soul Mountain. The people from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace were very interesting. They lived on the sky-piercing Sword Soul Mountain, but the sky-piercing sword Soul Mountain was extremely steep. To be able to survive in such a harsh environment, one could only say that they were very impressive. In the Broken Star River, there were a large number of broken stars revolving around the sky-piercing sword Soul Mountain. There was no broken star turbulence here, but there were endless broken stars. It was the most ideal training ground. Every day, there were tens of millions of people practicing their swordsmanship in the Broken Star River. The stars attacked from afar with great force. They were extremely fast and contained tremendous energy. The disciples of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace focused on becoming one with the sword, and then they could shatter the stars with their swords. These endless broken stars were the best tool for the disciples of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace to practice their swordsmanship. In the next 2 months, perhaps I can also practice my swordsmanship in the Broken Star River. Long Chen said. That's not a problem. There are more than 20 million people practicing their swordsmanship in the Broken Star River every day. As long as you cover up a little, no one will discover you. Ling Xiao said. He actually hoped that Long Chen really wanted to come here to practice his swordsmanship. He was afraid that Long Chen would act recklessly and cause trouble. If that happened, they would lose everything. Soon, Long Chen followed him and climbed the heaven-span sword Soul Mountain. It was a steep black mountain. It was very inconvenient for people to walk on it, and many of the buildings were of strange shapes. The environment of the sky-piercing sword Soul Mountain is not as good as the Emperor Star. However, the harsh environment has tempered the willpower of the disciples of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. We spend most of our time cultivating or practicing our swordsmanship. There are very few romantic activities. Of course, the truly beautiful place is the Sword God Palace. I hope you can visit it when you have the chance. Ling Xiao explained. Although Long Chen didn't come out of the God Nation, he could see how barren the sky-piercing sword Soul Mountain was. The black sky-piercing sword Soul Mountain actually had a strong gravitational force, causing the gravity to increase. Standing on the sky-piercing sword Soul Mountain, the pressure increased by several times. This was undoubtedly a great training for the disciples' speed and strength. From afar, the sky-piercing sword Soul Mountain looked like a giant sword piercing the clouds. But standing on the sky-piercing sword Soul Mountain, it only felt like a huge mountain. I have completed my mission this time, so I have to leave first. You stay here and cultivate in peace. I will tell little Shi about you so that she can rest assured, Ling Xiao said solemnly. I will cultivate and practice my swordsmanship in this area. You can look for me at any time, Long Chen said. Since the agreement was made, there was nothing else to discuss. Ling Xiao left for the Sword God Palace after giving him some instructions. Meanwhile, Long Chen came out of his God Nation alone. He looked at the huge sky-piercing sword Soul Mountain, the vast shattered Star River, and the millions of star fragments on the shattered Star River. This is the place that I have been dreaming of, the place that I have spent 10 years to come to. Looking at the black mountain, the endless void, and the revolving stars, Long Chen was overwhelmed with emotions. Coming here first was just a spur-of-the-moment decision. He longed to let Lingxi know of his hard work. He raised his head and looked at the place where the sword Soul Mountain pierced the starry sky. It was also the place where the Sword God Palace was located, and also the place where she was. At this point, Long Chen would no longer say anything emotional to her. He silently pulled out the god-slaying sword. Gray sword aura surged, and on the skull, for Dao patterns intertwined strangely, as though they were piecing together the embryonic form of a pattern. Raising the god-slaying sword, Long Chen looked coldly at the highest peak of the sky-piercing sword Soul Mountain. Sword aura surged in his eyes, and he let out a deep roar, venting the indignation and resentment in his heart. Then, he smashed his head into the shattered Star River. The Sword Spirit Emperor's plan, the Four Sword Masters' oath to follow him, and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's strength. As for Long Chen, he swore to break all of this. He swore to give Lingxi the life she truly wanted. He swore to protect this girl. He swore to fulfill his long-cherished wish of the past 10 years. He swore to give himself and Lingxi an explanation. Chapter 1557. Within the Shattered Star River. Long Chen barged in alone. The Shattered Star River was boundless. Tens of millions of people were training here, but there was no one within 10 miles of Long Chen. The third word of the god-slaying formula had a total of 81 strokes. It was the word with the most strokes in ancient times. This word was Wu. 81 strokes represented 81 sword chi of death. The sword chi of the god-slaying sword was the sword chi of death and also the sword chi of devouring. The sword chi of darkness. If a normal person's body came into contact with it, they would rot rapidly. Its power was boundless. If a Tao item came into contact with it, its spiritual energy would be devoured. For sword chi formed the heaven word formula. It had immense destructive power. 9 sword chi formed the develop word formula. Its destructive power increased by several times. And when the 81 sword chi was used, it had reached Long Chen's limit. Long Chen estimated that the power of the Wu word formula would be the strongest attack he had. It would consume a third of his nirvana power. This meant that if he did not recover, Long Chen could only use the Wu word formula 3 times. The 81 sword chi formed the death sword prison. Normal martial artists would not be able to escape from it. Of course, if Long Chen took out the golden demon imprisonment column with 8 Tao patterns and used the 9 dragons devours the heavens, the power would probably surpass the Wu word formula. But it would also consume a lot of energy. The Wu word formula and the golden demon imprisonment column would be Long Chen's next 2 strongest attacks. And the third one could not be ignored. It was the extreme finger of time. It was because of time reversal that Long Chen had survived from the brink of death several times. But that time reversal was performed by the Void Dragon Talisman. It was not Long Chen's real skill. Without the Void Dragon Talisman, time reversal disappeared. The third tier of the extreme finger of time was time reversal. Time reversal was broad and profound. Only when one reached the Nirvana realm could one truly study this attribute of the Tao of time. Of course, time disorder and time stop were both. Long Chen could only be considered a beginner in these 2 attributes. The extreme universal finger was the introductory teaching material for the Tao of time. It opened the door to the 3 attributes for Long Chen, allowing him to experience and use them. During his confrontation with the city lord of the tragic death Sai, Long Chen's understanding of time stillness had taken another step forward. He also had a preliminary understanding of time reversal, but if he wanted to get started, he still had to spend a lot of time pondering. During his time in the Broken Stars Sea, Long Chen was fully immersed in the cultivation of the wordless technique. The place that Ling Xiao had chosen for him was deserted. The god-slaying sword gradually awakened and became more and more terrifying. The skull seemed to have gained a divine charm. The originally gray sword body actually became incomparably sharp at this moment. The aura of death and devouring was emitted, causing one's hair to stand on end. A large area of the Shattered Star River was immersed in the aura of death. This was the result of Long Chen's concealment. Under the gravitational force of the Heavenly Sword's Soul Mountain, the stars were being devoured by the Heavenly Sword's Soul Mountain. The bigger the star, the more terrifying it was. Many of these broken stars were directly devoured from the Broken Stars Sea on the back of the dragon sacrificial continent to replenish the number of broken stars in the Shattered Star River. The disciples of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace used the stars to train. In fact, it was also a way to protect the Heavenly Sword's Soul Mountain. Otherwise, with so many stars, the Heavenly Sword's Soul Mountain would be smashed full of holes in the long run. Heaven Character Technique. Long Chen's figure sped through the countless powerful broken stars. He executed the Heaven Character Technique. For streams of sword chi formed the word heaven and pierced into the sky. A piece of broken star with a diameter of over 100 meters fell from the sky, but it was chopped into several pieces by his sword. The cut was neat, and it was simply the work of the gods. The star carried a huge force, and it actually forced Long Chen to take a few steps back. Yen character technique. With extraordinary speed, Long Chen caught up to the pieces that were chopped off by him. 9 streams of sword qi shot out. Each of them was over 100 meters long, and the sharp sword light directly shattered the pieces. There was a large amount of meteoric iron inside the star, and it was very hard. To be able to shatter it, one would need at least the power of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. Those God Martial Realm sword martialists only dared to find broken stars with a diameter of 1 or 2 meters to practice their swordsmanship. Moreover, most of them couldn't directly shatter a star with a single sword strike. With Long Chen's level, others would definitely be suspicious if they saw him training in the Shattered Star River. Of course, Long Chen was very careful. He realized that these fast and powerful fragmentary stars were very helpful to his practice of the wordless incantation. After all, the trajectories of the fragmentary stars weren't fixed, and it was hard to grasp them. Furthermore, it wasn't easy to launch 81 sword strikes to form the Death Sword Prison and hit all the fragmentary stars accurately. Long Chen cautiously entered a state of cultivation. Every time he was tired, he would lie down in the Shattered Star River and look at the Sword God's palace at the highest point. He would think of his beloved there, and then look at the statue of Yang Lingqing in the Divine Kingdom. He would be filled with endless fighting spirit. His beloved woman needed him desperately. Although he wasn't her biological sister, he was closer to her than his biological sister. She also needed him to rescue her. Under such heavy pressure, it would be a sin for him to relax even for a moment. Heaven rewarded the diligent. The most terrifying thing was a diligent genius. Long Chen had already absorbed 90% of the primordial blood spirit dragon's inheritance, and he was about to completely accept the inheritance. In terms of talent, he could be said to be dozens of times stronger than the most terrifyingly talented geniuses in the history of the 3 regions and 9 realms. Even if Lingxi's pure goddess blood awakened, she might not necessarily be as talented as him. The only thing Long Chen lacked was time. 10 years was too short, but he had already grown to such a level. It was already a kind of legend. Under such heavy pressure, Long Chen refused to relax for even a moment. 1 sword. 2 swords. The god-slaying sword danced in his hand. His entire body was entangled in the gray sword aura, and he gradually entered a state of forgetfulness. He closed his eyes, and the trajectories of the fast-moving stars in the starry sky appeared extremely clearly in his mind. Every time he lost his strength, he would climb up again and again. The rapid recovery of his strength brought him a breakthrough in the martial way. Under his nurturing, the Nirvana Golden Will grew rapidly, and he would soon reach the level of martial way great completion. Whether it was the wordless skill, time reversal, or martial way great completion, the improvement in every aspect would be extremely useful on the 15th of August. Long Chen hoped that he could reach that step. 2 months' time would be up in a short while. Until now, he hadn't completed a single one of them. There was no need to talk about redemption and salvation. The weak were destined to have their dignity trampled and were destined to lose everything. Hence, he refused to accept it. The surrounding stars had all been reduced to pieces by him and scattered on the sword Sol Tong Tian. In fact, the speed at which they disappeared was faster than the speed at which they were replenished. Long Chen was still not satisfied. He harshly demanded of himself and clenched his teeth as he fought against the broken stars one by one. The sword aura of the god-slaying sword was turbulent, and it slashed the huge stars into the human world. As time passed, Long Chen's progress in the wordless skill became greater and greater as he struggled to get up again and again. He could control more and more sword auras at the same time. Until this moment, he was facing the hundreds of huge stars that were attacking him. Among them, each star had a diameter of more than 100 meters. They were all huge stars. Only warriors in the Nirvana Tribulation Realm would dare to use these stars to practice their swordsmanship. Each star was covered with dense sword scars. These scars were left by a large number of warriors in history, but no one had ever been able to break them. Long Chen had waited for a long time for so many huge stars to combine together. The huge energy contained within was enough to kill a warrior in the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Generally speaking, even a warrior in the Nirvana Tribulation realm would have no choice but to escape when faced with such a huge star array. However, this was indeed the coincidence that Long Chen had been waiting for the most. He was bare-chested and his eyes were filled with a stern sword will. In his right hand, the slender god-slaying sword stood in the air. On it, there were countless gray sword cheese. Within it, there were densely packed cages. One man and one sword, facing hundreds of huge stars, whistled. Blocking in front of these stars was undoubtedly courting death. However, at that moment, Long Chen let out a roar that contained the divine might of an ancient super beast. Under his roar, even the stars were trembling. Wordless skill, deadly sword prison. When the densely packed huge stars whistled and were less than 100 meters away from Long Chen, at that moment, Long Chen's entire body trembled violently. The god-slaying sword in his hand swept out in the most violent manner. The brilliant gray sword auras exploded and scattered into 81 rays of sword auras. The power of each ray of sword aura surpassed the combined power of the 4 rays of sword auras of the heaven character skill. The 81 rays of sword auras formed an extremely complicated ancient character that contained supreme divine might. The sword auras surged and the galaxy shook. The 81 rays of sword auras collided with the huge stars that were sweeping over. In an instant, the stars melted. Before Long Chen's eyes, each ray of sword aura pierced a star accurately. The stars that were pierced seemed to have suffered the most terrifying impact and exploded. Before they could even explode, they were all blasted into powder. Hundreds of stars were all turned into powder. In an instant, it was as if it was raining. Countless densely packed raindrops formed a huge wall and crashed into Long Chen's shirtless body. Long Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed. The powder quickly dissipated in the entire broken star sea. He stretched out his hand and saw that the largest piece of powder in his hand was only the size of a pinky finger. It was like a soybean. This was the power of one attack from the wordless skill. Hundreds of huge stars turned into millions of pieces of powder and rushed past Long Chen. I did it. The nervousness on Long Chen's face finally disappeared. He was extremely excited. This was the result of his hard work for more than 10 days. The power of this move was definitely a powerful killing move. I wonder if Wang Chen can block it. As he thought about this, he turned around. Ling Xiao, who was covered in dust from the star powder, looked at Long Chen in shock. When he performed that move, Long Chen knew that he was coming for him. I recommend Supreme Grade Saint Doctor. Chapter 1558. The commotion gradually dissipated. However, the loud sound waves would definitely attract the attention of others. Long Chen did not say anything else. First, he and Ling Xiao moved to a place where there was no one around. At this moment, Ling Xiao could not contain his shock as he stared at Long Chen in a daze. I would need to slash at a star of that level for a month to shatter it, Ling Xiao said in a shocked tone. The gap between him and Long Chen had reached such an extent. He remembered that back in 9-star Chaos City, their strength was about the same. Many people thought that Long Chen was strong enough because he could shake Ling Xiao away. But today, Ling Xiao needed to slash at a star for a month, but Long Chen had turned hundreds of stars of the same level into dust in an instant. This was the difference between heaven and earth. With your strength, defeating my father, Ling Song, would not be a problem at all. Life is full of ups and downs. Your progress has already surpassed the limits of ordinary people. You are a genius who works hard. I cannot deny this. Ling Xiao's eyes were unable to calm down for a long time. He knew that Long Chen was strong, but he did not know that he had reached such a level. The power and precision of that sword strike was not something even a third-stage Nirvana Tribulation martialist could achieve. Every third-stage Nirvana Tribulation martialist had lived for tens of thousands of years and cultivated for tens of thousands of years. This was also Long Chen's first success. Wordless art, time reversal, martial path great completion. He had completed the first stage and was quite confident about the battle on August 15th, but it was far from enough. Why did you come to me? Long Chen asked. Ling Xiao had already informed little Shi. Could it be that little Shi had something to say to him? Long Chen was looking forward to it. At this moment, Lingxi was the only reason for him to work hard. No matter how many girls he had met, no matter how many things he had experienced, Lingxi had always been the one and only true love in his heart. She was the only woman who could penetrate his heart and make him unable to forget her for countless days and nights. Ling Xiao finally remembered the matter at hand and said helplessly, I told little Shi about your arrival. And then? Long Chen asked. Ling Xiao shrugged his shoulders and said, she's crying, but she's crying because she's happy. From the looks of it, she seems to be very blissful. During this half a year of house arrest, I've never seen her so happy. This has strengthened my resolve to help you all. Only you can give her happiness. Long Chen closed his eyes. He could imagine the look on Ling Shi's face when she heard the news about him. That silly girl, this time, he had given her a huge surprise and a pillar of support. She wanted to see me. I could not dissuade her, so I agreed, Ling Xiao said suddenly. What? Long Chen was caught off guard. In fact, he also knew that if he rashly snuck into Sword God's palace and was exposed, then it would be very troublesome. He didn't want Ling Xiao to take such a risk for him. After all, if he was exposed, then as the person who had led Long Chen in, while Long Chen might be fine, it was very likely that Ling Xiao would be executed. Therefore, he did not dare to force it. But Ling Xiao had come looking for him himself. Of course, only Lingxi's request would be able to move him. Long Chen calmed down and shook his head. This is too dangerous for you. Forget it, it won't matter. Ling Xiao was impressed by his calmness. He trusted Long Chen even more. Furthermore, the Sword God Palace is unable to use their divine sense, so the possibility of being discovered is actually very small. Furthermore, I've already said that I believe that you can give her happiness. I'm her uncle and I've watched her grow up. I love her dearly, so I want to contribute a little to change her fate. I hope that you won't disappoint me. Ling Xiao was very impressed by Ling Xiao's ability to remain calm in such a situation. He trusted Long Chen even more. He said sincerely, don't worry, I've already made the necessary arrangements. Moreover, the Lingwu sword master only placed little Shi under house arrest and did not really care about her. Long Chen respected him from the bottom of his heart. As a member of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, he had gone against the Sword Spirit Emperor and the 4 great sword masters. This required extraordinary courage. Thank you. Let's enter the God's nation. Ling Xiao was ready to set off. Long Chen made some preparations and entered Ling Xiao's God's nation excitedly. In fact, he also longed to see Lingxi. This desire was no less than Lingxi's, but he was more rational. Now that he had this opportunity, the excitement in his heart was no less than Lingxi's. In the past 10 years, besides the half a year of life and death together and the trip to the chaotic God's nation, they had never had the chance to meet again. In his mind, the little girl had matured and become more and more adorable. She was so fresh and delicious, but he did not have much time to enjoy her. There had been so many twists and turns along the way. He had hoped that she would follow him again, and that no one would be able to control his life and love. She had also put in a lot of effort, including escaping from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and using the fake Lingxi to replace him. Long Chen felt that it was all worth it for this girl who had gone through thick and thin with him. Ling Xiao shot up into the sky, from the bottom of the sky-piercing Sword Soul Mountain to the top. The higher he went, the steeper it got, and the closer he got to the starry sky. Where the sky-piercing Sword Soul Mountain pierced through the starry sky, there was a sea of trillions of swords, and the Sword God's palace floated in the middle of it. After reaching the peak of the sky-piercing Sword Soul Mountain, Long Chen finally saw the sea of trillions of swords above the shattered Star River. This place was above the clouds, and it was like an immortal realm. It looked like a boundless ocean, and the sword god's palace was like a heavenly palace in this immortal realm ocean. It was dignified, domineering, and possessed boundless divine might. Amidst the sea of millions and millions of swords, there were countless sword embryos. They revolved around the sword god palace and shot forward rapidly. Long Chen could see so many sharp swords. Among them were ordinary swords, and there were even Dao artifacts. Among the trillions of swords, there were tens of thousands of swords flying around the sword god's palace, densely packed. Above the clouds, sword chi surged violently, wanting to pierce through the heavens and shatter the universe. It's rumored that the myriad sword ocean is a sword formation personally laid down by our ancestor. If we encounter an invasion, the myriad sword ocean will be activated, and the sword god palace will become the strongest fortress in the world. No intruder will be able to take half a step closer to the sword god palace, or else they'll die. The myriad sword ocean grand formation is something that our sword spirit emperor palace fears. Ling Xiao said proudly. Long Chen nodded. If the city lord of the tragic city mobilizes his ghostly army, I wonder if the trillions of swords formation will be able to withstand it. Furthermore, the city lord of the tragic city is attacking the most ordinary commoners in the sword spirit emperor district. The trillions of swords formation won't be able to protect them. As Long Chen lamented, Ling Xiao followed a fixed path through the trillions of swords. There is a path in the trillions of swords formation. If you take the wrong path, you will be pierced by thousands of swords. These are the guards of the sword god's palace. Throughout history, not many people have been able to sneak into the sword god's palace. Ling Xiao explained to Long Chen as he carefully advanced. Furthermore, the path of the trillions of swords formation changes frequently. Even if outsiders remember it, it's useless. Only the core members of the sword god's palace know. The security of the sword god's palace was much stricter than that of the martial god's palace. The sword spirit emperor palace's security was much stronger than the true martial emperor palace's. Compared to the true martial emperor palace, the sword spirit emperor palace had risen to prominence much earlier. The closer he got to Lingxi, the more excited Long Chen became. Soon, Ling Xiao skillfully passed through the trillions of swords formation. In front of him was a palace that resembled a heavenly palace, the sword god's palace. The centermost building of the sword god's palace was the divine sword pagoda. The divine sword pagoda was shaped like a sword piercing through the clouds. It looked similar to the sky-piercing sword's soul mountain, but the sky-piercing sword's soul mountain was dead, while the divine sword pagoda was alive. The terrifying sword intent that soared into the sky and the sword chi that swept through the surroundings deterred anyone from approaching. Ling Xiao walked as usual. Not many people noticed him. At most, a few familiar faces greeted him. It was a daunting experience, but not a dangerous one. After arriving at the sword god's palace, Ling Xiao did not speak to Long Chen anymore. He headed towards the Lingwu sword sect's territory, the Lingwu region's sky spirit pavilion. The sword god's palace was shrouded in mist and immortal qi. It was as beautiful as a dream, much more beautiful than the true martial emperor palace's 5 elements clear sky pagoda. Lingxi had spent her childhood here. However, this was a place where she was imprisoned, a place where she was stored. Long Chen also hated this place. Many years ago, there must have been an old woman in the direction of the sword god's pagoda. She had racked her brains to find a way to be reborn and soar. That was why Lingxi felt so pressured today. We're here. Ling Xiao often went to the Sky Spirit Pavilion to look for Lingxi. There were 2 late-stage Nirvana Tribulation cultivators guarding Lingxi. They were very familiar with Ling Xiao. After greeting the 2 elders respectfully, Lingxi entered the Sky Spirit Pavilion. After Ling Xiao left, one of the elders said doubtfully, ever since Ling Xiao returned from delivering the invitation to the true martial emperor palace, he seems to be coming here frequently. Is that so? The other elder was also very doubtful. Sheer has liked to play with him since she was young. It's normal that the 2 of them have a deep relationship. As for Wang Chen, Sheer liked him very much in the beginning. Now, she doesn't even want to see him. The last time Wang Qin came, she was the one who chased him away. That's right. If this goes on, how are they going to get married? This is a matter for the higher-ups. We just need to take care of Xi'er. Let them worry about the rest. By the way, Long Chen from the True Martial Emperor Palace has already become the Sacred Martial Emperor. You know about this, right? Of course I know. This matter has caused a huge commotion in the Sword God's palace. Everyone is very shocked, but so what? Without fate, feelings are unreliable. Parents' orders are the right thing to do. Fortunately, they didn't pursue the matter of Ling Xiao's visit. Instead, they talked about Long Chen's matter. December, full exemption. Chapter 1559. The Sky Spirit Court was huge, but there were only a few people inside. Ling Xiao was very careful, trying his best not to stand out. Those who were still in the Sky Spirit Court were actually arranged by the Lingwu Swordmaster to keep an eye on Lingxi. The Sword Spirit Thearcha's plan was a top priority for the Sword Spirit the Arch Palace. If Ling Xiao's plan was exposed, he would definitely die. Hence, even though Long Chen was in the God Nation, he was still a little nervous. Relax. The more nervous you are, the easier it is to arouse suspicion. Long Chen comforted him softly. Ling Xiao was a straightforward and daring person. Hearing Long Chen's words, he relaxed a lot. He tried his best to hypnotize himself that this was just an ordinary visit. On the way, Ling Xiao met another elder. He bowed respectfully. Ling Xiao, you've been slacking off a lot lately. Wang Chen has already entered the Nirvana Tribulation realm. You have to work harder too, the elder urged. Ling Xiao understands. I'll write a reminder to Uncle Master, Ling Xiao replied hurriedly. Lingxi's status is special. Even though you have a good relationship with her, don't come and visit her too often. Don't do it again. Do you understand? Focus your energy on cultivation. The old man looked at him solemnly. Only then did Ling Xiao agree respectfully. Only then did the two of them pass through the last checkpoint without any mishaps. In reality, both of them were extremely nervous. Long Chen felt even more depressed. He had to be so sneaky just to see her. As a man, he had no choice but to meet her in secret. When that day comes, I will be open and aboveboard, Long Chen told himself. They finally arrived at their destination. Before them was a beautiful, tranquil courtyard. The most eye-catching thing in the courtyard was a lake of snow-white lotus flowers. The fragrance filled the air, making one feel refreshed. These snow-white lotus flowers were actually immortal essences. The entire courtyard was bathed in the fragrance of the lotus flowers. If an ordinary person stayed in this courtyard, even if they did not cultivate, they would still live for thousands of years. Their potential would even change. Outside the Sword God Palace, they would definitely be considered a top-notch genius. In the deepest part of the courtyard, there was a little house surrounded by flowers and grass. This was where Lingxi lived. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already reached the door of the little house. Hearing the sound of footsteps, the wooden door of the little house creaked open. A young girl with a face full of excitement, pure as a snow lotus, ran out of the little house. A gentle breeze caressed her, causing her snow-white dress to flutter in the wind. The girl's pitch-black long hair scattered down her back, and along with the gentle breeze, a pair of sparkling and translucent eyes flickered with sparkling and translucent water droplets. As her long dress fluttered in the wind, her snow-white skin was faintly discernible. Her beautiful body was hidden under the light veil, causing one's imagination to run wild. After having a relationship with Long Chen, Lingxi had become even more enchanting, more and more feminine. At first sight of this young girl, Long Chen could no longer look away. Lingxi had not seen Long Chen yet. She looked at Ling Xiao anxiously and asked, "Uncle Ling Xiao, Chen." Ling Xiao shushed her, gesturing for her to stop laughing. After looking around for a while, he entered Lingxi's building and closed the door. Is Chen here? Lingxi asked anxiously. Her watery eyes stared at Ling Xiao. Damned girl, all your thoughts are on that stinky brat. Ling Xiao smiled helplessly and said, you guys talk. Don't take too long. I'll keep watch outside. If there's any movement, I'll come in immediately. Remember, don't take too long. If it took too long, he really could not guarantee anything. I understand. After receiving the confirmation, Lingxi was unusually excited and looked at Ling Xiao expectantly. At that moment, Long Chen came out of Ling Xiao's kingdom of God. Ling Xiao moved quickly and immediately walked out of the building. He closed the simple wooden door and left the space for Long Chen and Lingxi. Perhaps the current situation was proof of that saying. They looked at each other without a word and tears streamed down their cheeks. Little she. Long Chen opened his arms. He was a man, of course, he had no tears. They had not seen each other for a long time. Under such a tense situation, he had snuck in just to see Lingxi. Chen. Lingxi quietly nestled in his embrace, reaching out to hug Long Chen's sturdy waist. This familiar warmth caused hot tears to well up in her eyes. This was the kind of feeling she longed for. In front of Long Chen, she could be unrestrained and unrestrained, she could disregard everything. The girl in his arms was undoubtedly fragile and needed him. Long Chen pulled her delicate body into his embrace and hugged her tightly. The two of them didn't say anything and just quietly let time pass. This brief moment of being together, which they had yearned for even in their dreams, made the two of them completely forget the passage of time. In other words, they wished that time would stop at this moment forever. Long Chen did not know that he had missed her so much until he had seen her in person. He had too many things on his mind and it was messing up his thoughts. In this sealed place, Lingxi could not take a single step out, and there were also several layers of guards. She could only live in this place. It must be very miserable. In this place, Lingxi had waited for him for 10 whole years. So, what reason did he have not to fight to the end for her? She had given everything to him. If he did not save her, then she would disappear forever. She would perish without a trace. From the beginning to the end, she had always been the person Long Chen loved the most. In this life, the most unforgettable thing was the feelings they had when they were young. At that time, Long Chen was only 16 years old. The two of them were at the most ignorant age, but they had an unforgettable journey together. When Lingxi was taken away, Long Chen swore to the heavens that one day, he would come to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and fulfill his promise. Today, he finally came to Lingxi's side. No words could describe the excitement in his heart. A simple hug had already replaced thousands of words. Lingxi wiped away her tears and revealed a heart-moving smile. She said resolutely, "It's time for us to start. I can't cry and let Big Brother Chen look down on me. It's been a long time since I've truly cried." Long Chen caressed her fair face. Her flawless face was simply the most perfect masterpiece of God. "Very good, as expected of my Lingxi," Yi Futian said with a smile. Now that he was truly standing in front of Lingxi, he realized that he was no longer able to say as many flowery words as he did 10 years ago. He was truly rooted to the spot, not knowing what he should say. Should he make a solemn vow of undying love or say some heroic words? He was unable to say any of these things. When he saw the look of anticipation in the girl's eyes, Long Chen knew that there were some things that he could only say in his heart. Heroes have a weakness for the charms of a beautiful woman. For the sake of a smile, he would conquer the world. So what if his name shocked the world? Moreover, Long Chen did not just want her to smile. He wanted to give her an explanation. He wanted to give her a free life of her own. Yang Chen had no freedom. From his longing gaze and painful howls, Long Chen could feel how important freedom was to a person. What's more, Lingxi was born to be someone else's wedding dress. She would lose herself. She would become another person. No matter what happened to Lingxi, Long Chen would not accept it. He wanted to break the rules. So what if it was the Sword Spirit Emperor's plan? Chen, do you know how happy I was when I found out that you had arrived at the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace? Lingxi was as happy as a butterfly among the flowers. Long Chen smiled and stood at the side, looking at the charming girl. As long as she was smiling, Long Chen felt that his entire gray world was filled with light. It's been 10 years. Other than the half a year we spent together, other than the short period of warmth in the chaotic kingdom of God, I have never been this happy, she said seriously as she stood in front of Long Chen and looked up at Long Chen's eyes. Long Chen was like a warrior, and she was like a princess. He protected her silently, only listened to her words, and kept them in his heart. Sometimes, I wonder if happiness is really so difficult. Lingxi tilted her head in confusion. However, she had changed a lot. At least she did not cry when she said this. My life actually doesn't belong to me. I grew up in someone else's design. Even though they told me that after we're done, I'll still be me. It's just that my memories will be different. They don't know that this is the scariest thing to me. She walked up to Long Chen and held his finger. She said with some grievance, I can hand over everything. After all, my body, hair, and skin were given to my parents. I owe them this. But my memories, the days I spent with you, those are the most beautiful things in my life. I can't do it. I really can't do it. I don't want you to live in regret in this world, facing a me that isn't me. Lingxi's eyes were blank. She continued, sometimes, when I think about the future, I feel very afraid. I'm not afraid that I'll die, not afraid that I'll disappear, but I'm worried about you. I'm worried that you'll be hurt, worried that you'll be in pain. If I don't tell you the truth, I imagine how helpless you'll be when you've worked so hard for so long, yet you're faced with a me that doesn't have you in your memories. Every time I think about this, my heart aches. She seemed to have a lot of things to talk about. This woman was like his life. If she was gone, Long Chen would realize that his life would lose its color. Some things were just so precious. However, before he could do it, he did not want to make any promises in front of her. On the 15th of August, Long Chen would use all his strength and struggle to give her an explanation. He pulled Lingxi back into his embrace, his slender fingers lightly stroking her long, silky hair. It's so warm. Will it belong to me forever? Lingxi said in a daze. Long Chen pinched her nose. He smiled but did not say a word. You jerk. Lingxi looked at him angrily. Long Chen was infatuated with her pink lips. He was stunned for a moment before he kissed her. Chapter 1560. Long Chen should have sensed her presence a long time ago. However, he had been too engrossed in his conversation with Lingxi and his emotions had fluctuated greatly. With Ling Xiao keeping watch outside, he had overlooked the beautiful woman who was in the pavilion. He had just touched Lingxi's alluring lips when he had sensed the beautiful woman's presence. In truth, his heart had turned cold at that moment. He subconsciously pulled Lingxi into his embrace and looked at the beautiful woman warily. This woman was as young as Lingxi's older sister, but she was full of charm. She was dignified and noble, and her temperament was elegant. She made people feel very comfortable and even ashamed of their inferiority. Long Chen's mind worked very quickly. This woman had been in the pavilion all along, but Lingxi had not mentioned her. She must be one of them. Looking at her extremely similar appearance to Lingxi, Long Chen could more or less guess the woman's identity. The beautiful woman stared at the two of them in a daze, her red lips slightly parted. Lingxi's face instantly turned red. She nervously struggled out of Long Chen's embrace and hurriedly said, "Mother, he's Chen." She was indeed Lingxi's mother. She looked much younger than the Lingwu sword master. It was hard not to look young and alluring in this immortal snow lotus pond. After realizing the other party's identity, Long Chen was indeed a little embarrassed. After all, this was his mother-in-law. In the future, she might even be half a mother to him. He had just been kissing Lingxi and coincidentally bumped into her, causing her to see this scene. He felt a little embarrassed. However, Long Chen was someone who had seen the world. He suppressed the awkwardness and politely bowed to Bai Yuyun, saying, "Junior Long Chen greets." At this point, he was stunned. What should he call it? "You can just call me Aunt Bai." Bai Yuyun came to her senses and lightly smiled, not taking what had just happened to her seriously. In reality, with her experience, she had long since known that Long Chen and Ling Shi had a deeper relationship. Back then, she had even lost her temper with Ling Shi over this matter. This matter had already happened a long time ago, and although Bai Yuyun had not brought it up, she still cared about it. But after seeing Long Chen today, she inexplicably felt a sense of trust. "I didn't expect Aunt Bai to be here." Junior was rude. "My apologies," Long Chen said softly. Bai Yuyun leisurely walked over. She had heard too many legends about Long Chen, including how he had defeated Wang Chen in the 9-star Chaos City, and how he had even become the sacred martial emperor. She had also heard from Ling Shi what they had encountered in the past, and she knew that this youth was a rare peerless genius in history. If not for the incident with the Sword Soul Great Emperor, to be honest, even the 4 great sword masters of the Sword Soul Emperor Palace would not be able to wait to curry favor with him. However, compared to the Sword Soul Emperor's awakening of the pure goddess blood, his importance was much lower. Such a legendary youth filled Bai Yuyun's heart with boundless curiosity. In reality, Long Chen was her only hope. She had tacitly allowed Lingxi to call Long Chen in. Naturally, she was on Lingxi's side. Seeing this youth for the first time, she was also very curious. In reality, when Long Chen was quiet, he looked very obedient. Only in the depths of his eyes was there a trace of viciousness. Bai Yuyun saw this trace of viciousness. She more or less understood that the fact that this young man was able to reach his current status was, in fact, extremely terrifying. However, the only consolation was that his feelings for Lingxi could be said to be sincere and sincere. Otherwise, how could he have killed his way all the way here from the Myriad Kingdom's domain? Just this point alone was enough for Bai Yuyun to be at ease with Long Chen's feelings for Lingxi. "Seeing you today is a very rare opportunity. There are many things that we must talk about." Bai Yuyun did not get too close to Long Chen. Instead, she put on a look as if she wanted to negotiate. Lingxi stood by the side and snuggled up to Long Chen. Letting Long Chen come today was in fact with Bai Yuyun's approval. Lingxi knew that the time for her to be intimate with Long Chen had come. Next, it was time for her mother to discuss the matters of the August 15th. "First, let me ask you something. What do you intend to do on the August 15th? What do you want to change?" Bai Yuyun asked very straightforwardly. She did not move at all as she looked at Long Chen. As a parent, it was only right for her to worry for Lingxi. Long Chen said honestly, "Kill Wang Chen so that they won't have any more dragon martial artists to find. I'll replace Wang Chen. Also, I want Lingxi to become the Sword Soul Emperor. That old one should not appear again." Bai Yuyun was shocked at the sharpness that Long Chen had displayed at this moment. "However," she said, "you're dreaming too much. The Sword Soul Emperor has set up such a huge trap. Even if the 4 great sword masters fight with their lives on the line, they won't let you do these 2 things. You're just dreaming." In truth, she really did not believe that Long Chen could do it. It was not a problem of personal ability. It was because his opponent was the Sword Soul Emperor. Long Chen wasn't boasting. He shook his head helplessly and said, "Aunt Bai, you might have misunderstood. I'm not guaranteeing that I'll definitely be able to do those 2 things. I'm just saying that I have no other choice. Firstly, I can't let anyone marry Lingxi. Secondly, I don't want anyone to replace her memories. I don't have the slightest path of retreat. I'm afraid that you've come to find me today because you love your daughter and don't want her to become someone else. I feel the same way. I have no other choice but to do everything I can to accomplish all of these things." He had already made his words very clear. Bai Yuyan fell silent. She looked at Lingxi, her eyes filled with heartache. Child, you are all people who have suffered a lot, especially little she. It is my fault that you were born into this world. However, Lingxi said, Mother, don't say that. Even if I'm not myself anymore, I don't regret coming to this world. No one's fate is fair. Besides, I'm already very content that you all love me dearly. Bai Yuyan helplessly sighed. She looked at Long Chen and said, You should understand that my only hope lies with you. But sometimes, when I think about it, you are only a young man. The Sword Soul Emperor has set up such a trap, and the 4 great sword masters have never slacked off in the slightest. It's all for that day on the 15th of the 8th month. I just feel that we don't have the slightest hope. I pity my child. She's still so young, but she can't control her own life. Every time she looked at Lingxi, her eyes would always flash with tears. To be honest, Lingxi's mother was many times better than the Lingwu sword master. She was someone who truly cared about Lingxi, unlike the stubborn Lingwu sword master. Long Chen saw that she was disappointed, so he said, Aunt Bai, I don't think there's any need to be depressed. You know very well how much I love little she. I can't guarantee anything, but I swear that I'll definitely do my best. This isn't just for you, and it's not just for Lingxi. He pondered for a moment and said, When the time comes, the true Martial Emperor Palace will do their best to help me, and the true Martial Emperor will also be there to help me. However, I hope that Aunt Bai can help me keep this matter a secret. Perhaps the true Martial Emperor would give them a reassuring pill. Sure enough, after hearing this news, Bai Yuyan's eyes lit up again. The true Martial Emperor hasn't shown himself for tens of thousands of years. This time, he will really come, Bai Yuyan said in surprise. The Emperor has indeed promised me. However, there are still many troublesome matters involved. This matter involves the Sword Soul Emperor's previous plan. I think that even the Emperor can't do much about it unless he personally suppresses it. However, this is actually provoking a war between the 2 great imperial palaces. As the Emperor, he has to consider the overall situation, so most of the time, I still have to rely on myself. Oh. Bai Yuyan thought about it and realized that Long Chen was right. In other words, no matter who it was, they still didn't have the slightest confidence in what would happen that day. This still made her very worried. Mother. Lingxi called out, waking Bai Yuyan up. Seeing the worry in her eyes, Lingxi grabbed Long Chen's arm and said in a cheerful tone, We've already promised to live and die together. If worse comes to worst, we'll elope and leave the 3 sovereign regions forever. You can rest assured. Oh. Bai Yuyan's eyes were still gloomy. Seeing that she was like this, Long Chen couldn't do anything about it. The pressure in his heart increased. He understood that he was not only doing this for the sake of Lingxi and the happiness of the 2 of them. At this moment, he was shouldering the burden of a mother's hopes for her daughter's happiness. The burden on his shoulders grew even heavier. The deep worry between Bai Yuyan's eyebrows could only be resolved when that day came to an end. This was Long Chen's responsibility. This time, he had come to the Sword God Palace and realized that he was under a lot of pressure. This was the greatest challenge he had ever faced and he couldn't afford to make any mistakes. At this moment, Ling Xiao rushed in. His expression was extremely nervous as he said hurriedly, The Lingwu sword master is here. Long Chen was shocked. Without another word, he rushed into Ling Xiao's divine kingdom. Ling Xiao had been tasked with keeping watch, so it was still too early for him to discover Long Chen's presence. After Long Chen disappeared, the 3 of them hurriedly sorted out their emotions. Ling Xi also tidied up her messy clothes. Not long after, the Lingwu sword master walked into the courtyard alone with his hands behind his back. At that moment, the 3 of them were already seated in the courtyard's pavilion. Ling Xiao was playing chess with Bai Yuyan while Ling Xi watched curiously from the side. Seeing the Lingwu sword master, Ling Xiao was shocked and hurriedly bowed. In reality, he was so scared that he had lost the ability to think. The idea to play chess had been given to him by Long Chen. In reality, the Lingwu sword master was busy with his own matters and didn't come often. Today, they were unlucky and happened to run into the Lingwu sword master. Fortunately, they had discovered it in time. However, danger still existed, and it could be fatal at any time. Forget it. The Lingwu sword master waved his hand and walked straight towards Bai Yuyun and Lingxi. Both of them were a little nervous. After walking forward, Lingwu glanced at the chessboard and frowned. He glared at Ling Xiao and said, "You haven't even entered the Nirvana tribulation realm, yet you have such leisure time." Ling Xiao knows his mistake. Ling Xiao hurriedly knelt on the ground, his face full of fear. Bai Yuyun said coldly, "I was the one who asked him to accompany little Shi. This has nothing to do with him." Ling Xiao, get up. Ling Xiao trembled, not knowing who to listen to. Chapter 1561. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Once they were exposed, it would be a huge problem, so the three of them were very careful. In front of the Lingwu sword master, Lingxi and Ling Xiao didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Only Bai Yoyun's mental fortitude was much better, and she even dared to oppose the martial spirit sword master. The Lingwu sword master's sharp eyes stared at Bai Yuyun for a while. Seeing her cold attitude, he said, "Yuyun, do you have something against me?" Bai Yuyun sneered, "You are one of the 4 great sword masters. How would I dare to have anything against you? Aren't you busy every day? Why are you paying attention to us orphans and widows today?" Lingxi quietly stood behind Bai Yuyun and looked at the Lingwu sword master with reverence. At the same time, she was protecting her mother. Ling Xiao was still kneeling on the ground. He didn't dare to raise his head or breathe loudly. If Long Chen was exposed, the three of them would be fine for the time being, but he would definitely die. The Lingwu sword master had sharp senses. If the other party didn't leave, Ling Xiao would be hovering in front of the gates of hell. Long Chen could feel it as well. Ling Xiao did not even dare to breathe too loudly. From this, it could be seen that the Lingwu sword master, the youngest of the 4 great sword masters, had a very high status in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. His authority was monstrous, just like Yifutu of the true Martial Emperor Palace. The Lingwu sword master narrowed his eyes at Bai Yoyun's cold words. His body was filled with a cold sword intent. After a moment of silence, he said, "Yuyun, you are no longer a child. The Emperor Monarch's matter concerns the fate and development of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. This matter will only benefit little Shi, but you can't even recognize this. It's truly unwise." These words infuriated Bai Yuyun. She stood up with a whoosh and shielded Ling Shi behind her. She said with an agitated expression, "Good, even her memories have disappeared. I don't believe that she will still be my daughter at that time." The Lingwu sword master looked at her mockingly. "How can the great sword spirit emperor be your daughter? Did a donkey kick you in the head?" Hearing this, Bai Yuyun laughed instead of getting angry. She said, "It's not that I've been kicked in the head by a donkey. I just want to protect my daughter. The one who has truly gone mad is you. For the sake of your foolish loyalty in the greater picture you speak of, you're even willing to sacrifice your own daughter. With such a cold-blooded heart, what qualifications do you have to be little Shi's father?" The two quarreled fiercely. Long Chen coldly looked at all of this. The monarch and Lil Shi are the same person, it's just that Lil Shi doesn't have the monarch's memories right now. Once she recovers her memories, she will be the pillar of our Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. During this period of time, in order to ensure the monarch's rebirth, I've disrespected the monarch a lot, but the monarch is very reasonable. When the time comes, she won't blame me. They are clearly the same person. It's our honor that the monarch can borrow the body of our fetus to be reborn. I'll pretend that I didn't hear your nonsense in the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion, but if you try to fan the flames outside, don't force me." The monarch snorted coldly, "Shut your mouth. Lingxi was born for the monarch's rebirth. She should thank the monarch for letting her experience so many years of life." Hearing this, Biyao eyes were filled with anger. She said agitatedly, "Don't force you to do anything. Can you still kill me? If that's what you want, you better do it now. You're one of the 4 great sword sovereigns, your strength is unparalleled. Killing me is as easy as flipping your palm. If that's what you want, why are you acting so hesitant?" The conflict was intense, but the one who was injured was only Lingxi. She bit her lips as she looked at all of this. Because Long Chen was present, she told herself that she couldn't shed tears, even though she was looking at a scene that made her heart ache. No child could ignore their parents' quarrels. After hearing Biyao words, the Lingwu sword sovereign's gaze turned even colder. He didn't make a move, instead, he coldly said, "From today onwards, don't leave the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion. I initially thought that you could understand my meaning, but you're still so stubborn. The Emperor's rebirth is a huge matter for my Sword Spirit Emperor Palace since ancient times. If you have the intention to destroy it, then even if you're my wife, I'll still enforce the law impartially and sentence you to death." He was so ruthless as he finished his sentence righteously. Biyao didn't expect him to be so vile. She sat on the ground in a daze and shook her head. "Lingwu, I regret having this child with you." The Lingwu Sword Sovereign said, "When the Emperor is reborn and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace rules over the world, you won't regret it then." After speaking, he turned and left. Lingxi's eyes were filled with pain. Long Chen understood that at this moment, the mother-daughter pair were definitely the ones who were in the most pain and grief. They were the only pillar of support for the family, but he had placed all his attention on the Sword Spirit Emperor and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Clearly, the importance of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace was very clear to him. The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's request was the most important, and the mother-daughter pair's position in the Lingwu Sword Sovereign's heart was definitely much lower. Looking at their helpless and pitiful gazes, Long Chen secretly swore that on the 15th of August, he would definitely give Lingxi an explanation. No matter what, if the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and the True Martial Emperor Palace really fell out, then he would pour all his energy into the battle against the tragic city lord. Hopefully, he would be able to salvage something. The person he couldn't let down the most was Lingxi, who had been abandoned by her father. The Lingwu Sword Sovereign walked away arrogantly, but he didn't even take half a step before he turned back and scolded Lingxiao, "Come out with me." The 4 of them were shocked. Had the Lingwu Sword Sovereign discovered something? At that moment, Lingxiao broke out in a cold sweat. "Yes, Sword Sovereign." Lingxiao was trembling. He exchanged glances with Lingxi and then stood up. "From today onwards, no one is allowed to enter the Sky Spirit Pavilion, not even the 2 of them. Especially you, Lingxiao. Hurry up and go into closed-door cultivation. If you can't reach the Nirvana realm in half a year, come and see me with your head." "Yes, Sword Sovereign." Fortunately, it wasn't Long Chen who had been discovered. Lingxiao heaved a sigh of relief. However, the Lingwu Sword Sovereign had imprisoned the mother and daughter here, so he wouldn't be able to come back in the future. There was no other way. At the same time, Long Chen also understood that he wouldn't be able to see Lingxi before the 15th of August. This time, he wouldn't even have the chance to say goodbye. He could only watch as Lingxi supported her tearful mother, gritting her teeth as she stared in the direction Long Chen had left. The trust in Long Chen's eyes gave him boundless strength, causing every drop of blood in his body to boil. A crazy battle intent was burning in his body even after 2 months. At this time, the world masters from the major powers in the 3 regions and 9 realms had already started to make their way to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. All the higher-ups in the 3 regions and 9 realms had started to gather at the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace to participate in this unprecedented event. From today onwards, the entire Sword God Palace was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, preparing for the grand event. Not only did they have to prepare for Wang Chen and Lingxi's wedding, but they also had to prepare for the rebirth of the Sword Spirit Emperor. Most importantly, they had to prepare for the super experts from the major powers. That's right, the reason why they chose this day to get married was because after today, it would be the day the Sword Spirit Emperor would be reborn. From today onwards, the Sword Spirit Emperor would truly be reborn and the goddess Su's blood would be awakened. As for Lingxi, her memories would be lost forever. In her world, Long Chen would disappear forever. Memories were the foundation of everything. Ling Xiao was still in danger. He trembled as he followed the Lingwu Sword Sovereign out of the Sky Spirit Pavilion. When they left the pavilion, the Lingwu Sword Sovereign suddenly turned his head and stared at him in bewilderment. Ling Xiao, you seem to be especially afraid of me today. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat and he almost lost control of his emotions. At this moment, the lives of two people were at stake and he could not afford to be trifled with. Hence, he did not reply hastily and instead remained silent. At this moment, no matter what he said, he might expose himself. It was better to let the Lingwu Sword Sovereign guess for himself. Seeing that Ling Xiao was speechless, the Lingwu Sword Sovereign said, "You seem to have heard quite a few secrets today. You already know that Lingxi is the reincarnation of the Sword Spirit Emperor. As for the rest, it's just Biyao groundless fears that she made up. Don't let me hear anything. If you spread what happened today, do you know what the consequences will be?" Ling Xiao hurriedly knelt down and said, "Sword Sovereign, I don't know anything. Moreover, the Sword Spirit Emperor's rebirth is the will of the heavens. It's an opportunity for the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace to regain its former glory. As a member of the Ling family, I should feel proud. I'm also proud of little Shi. That's more like it." The Lingwu Sword Sovereign smiled, which was rare for him. He raised his hand and said, "Get up. I've scared you today. Go back and cultivate in seclusion." Ling Xiao hurriedly agreed. The Lingwu Sword Sovereign then flew away on his sword. A peerless genius is about to appear in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. He'll become an expert that has never appeared in the 3 regions and 9 realms. He might even become a god. The Lingwu Sword Sovereign's voice was filled with excitement. After he left, Ling Xiao's body went limp and he almost fell to the ground. Long Chen stood in the middle of Ling Xiao's divine kingdom as he watched the man leave quietly. Or rather, he was also a crazy person. He was loyal to the Sword Spirit Emperor and saw her as a god. As a result, he neglected other things. If he could never wake up, such a person wouldn't be fit to be Lingxi's father. Although Long Chen couldn't deal with him now, there would be a time. His cultivation speed was thousands of times faster than Lingwu. Long Chen only hoped that he could defeat him as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Since little she trusts me so much, I can't let her down, the two of them discussed again. To avoid suspicion, Ling Xiao decided to leave the Sword God Palace with Long Chen 3 days later. Long Chen had already mastered the wordless art. Chapter 1562. Wilderness. In the desolate imperial region, the most common place was a vast expanse of wilderness. The entire Desolation Emperor domain was much larger than the true Martial Emperor domain and the Sword Spirit Emperor domain. In the 3 regions and 9 realms, the human tribe outnumbered the monster tribe. However, the monster tribe was more united than the human tribe. All of them gathered in the Desolation Emperor domain to form a cohesive force. However, even the interior of the Desolate Emperor's district wasn't completely peaceful. The structure of the Desolation Emperor domain was different from the other 2 human race Emperor domains. In the Desolation Emperor domain, different races formed tribes and gathered together. Different races occupied large areas of the Desolation Emperor domain. Only in the core area of the Desolation Emperor domain gathered geniuses from different races. For the millions of races in the Desolation Emperor domain, being able to enter the Desolation Emperor Palace was an incomparably great honor. It was the result of the ancestors' manifestation. Of course, among the demon clan, the ordinary clans were not strong. Sometimes, a small demon god equivalent to the god martial arts realm could become the supreme existence of the clan. But for a place of the highest level like the desolate imperial palace, if one was not at the demon god level, they were not even qualified to enter. The real essence of the race was actually gathered in the Beast God Palace. The top 3 divine palaces of the human race and monster tribe were actually the core of the 3 great emperor domains. Right now, Long Chen was already the core of the true martial emperor palace. He was the second strongest ruler. In fact, most of the Desolation Emperor domain was a barren land. The monster tribe relied on the powerful power contained in their bloodlines to grow. They didn't rely on the environment much. The monster tribe relied more on the strength of their bloodlines. If they had a strong bloodline, they could still destroy the world as long as they reached adulthood, even if they didn't cultivate. However, the competition between the monster tribe was even crueler. There were many monster tribe members, so it wasn't a problem to lose a few. Of course, the environment of the desolate imperial region was much worse than the 2 imperial regions of the human race. The entire desolate imperial region was situated at the northwest area of the 3 territories and 9 worlds, and all sorts of natural and man-made disasters frequently occurred there, causing the people to be unable to make a living. Sometimes, a battle between 2 extraordinary experts would shake the heavens and the earth, and it could even cause the death of 1 million commoners. Among the demon clan, there were more than 1 million races. There were thousands of werewolves, and 800 of them were powerful. Once they reached adulthood, they would all reach the demon god level or higher, and they were known as the 800 strongest werewolves. Billions of living beings lived in this barren and vast land. Terrifying natural disasters frequently occurred in the desolate imperial region that possessed an adverse environment, and it caused millions of members of the demon race to perish. On the other hand, there were many terrifying forbidden areas within the desolate imperial region, and one would basically die upon touching them. In the southernmost part of the desolate emperor region, there was a peninsula that pierced into the shattered Star Sea. It was called the Thunder Wasteland. The Thunder Wilderness was one of the most famous forbidden zones in the Death Forbidden Zones. Rumor had it that this place was frequently engulfed by the Thunder Divine Fire. There was a terrifyingly huge thunder beast that occupied this place and devoured all the living beings that entered the Thunder Wilderness. This huge thunder beast wasn't of the demon race, but a spirit that was born from the heaven and earth. It didn't have a physical body and was incomparably huge. Rumor had it that there were people from the demon race that had seen this huge thunder beast and left alive. These people claimed that the shape of this huge thunder beast was the divine dragon that ruled over the dragon sacrificial continent in ancient times. Because of this, countless adventurers rushed into the Thunder Wilderness one after the other, and eventually lost their lives. The Thunder Wilderness was enveloped in a huge net that was intertwined with lightning and flames. Purple flames burned fiercely within the net that was formed by the lightning. Under the influence of these flames, everything within a radius of 100,000 miles had dried up and turned into a barren land. The temperature here was even more frighteningly high. None of the demon race that dared to enter the Thunder Wilderness wasn't an extremely courageous person. Within the area covered by the incomparably huge net, the faint breathing of a huge beast could be heard. Although it was just breathing, the sound was as loud as the rumbling of thunder and lightning. There were countless bloody stories in the Thunder Wilderness. In recent years, under the orders of the desolate emperor, no one dared to come to the Thunder Wilderness to court death. However, on this day, a handsome, tall, and skinny young man appeared in the Thunder Wilderness. He looked extremely delicate, and even somewhat feminine. He wore a black robe and stood in front of the Thunder Wilderness with eyes that were filled with desire. It was as if there was a terrifying huge beast on his body. The black vortex fluctuated and slightly affected the huge beast in the Thunder Wilderness. From the moment the young man appeared, the Thunder Wilderness started to tremble horribly. Is this the smell of the Thunderfire Emperor's dragon fire that the Emperor has prepared for me for a long time? As expected of the divine fire of heaven and earth. A divine fire that has been formed for more than 1 million years. If I can control the Thunderfire Emperor's dragon fire, it would basically be equivalent to having a Dao item with 7 Dao patterns. It's a pity that in this world, apart from me, no one can control such a rebellious divine item that was born from heaven and earth. The young man recalled the information about the Thunderfire Emperor's dragon fire that he had seen in the Thunder Wilderness. This was the divine dragon fire that had descended from the sky a million years ago. The moment it descended, it had basically destroyed millions of living beings in the Thunder Wilderness. It had even affected at least 10 regions that were the size of the Thunder Wilderness, turning everything into nothingness and plunging all living beings into misery and suffering. Fortunately, the Thunderfire Emperor's dragon fire had been entrenched in the Thunder Wilderness for the past million years. Otherwise, it would have definitely led to an even greater disaster. On this day, Mo Xiaolang had finally fulfilled the Desolation Emperor's request and arrived at the Thunderfire Emperor's dragon fire that had been prepared for him. Although it wasn't as good as the Ancestral fire, the Thunderfire Emperor's dragon fire contained a massive amount of flame energy that was enough to allow the sun-devouring dire wolf to undergo another metamorphosis. The 15th of August is just around the corner. I'm going to strive for one last metamorphosis. Thunderfire Emperor's dragon fire. Perhaps it had sensed Mo Xiaolang's arrival. The Thunderfire Emperor's dragon fire let out an explosive dragon roar. The entire Thunder Wilderness shook violently, as though it was going to collapse the world. The lightning net that surrounded the Thunder Wilderness was tumbling. Large amounts of purple flames soared into the sky, burning the entire peninsula. Mo Xiaolang rushed into the Thunder Wilderness with a blazing gaze. When he entered the lightning net, he discovered that the entire wilderness was filled with lightning balls that were about a meter in diameter. These lightning balls whistled and revolved around the entire space, emitting loud crackling sounds. Flames soared into the sky. The temperature of the entire Thunder Wilderness had already reached an unbearable level for ordinary humans. The entire Thunder Wilderness was black. If a martialist that hadn't reached the Nirvana Tribulation realm came to this place, he would most likely melt. However, this was simply heaven for Mo Xiaolang. The sun-devouring dire wolf was rumored to be able to swallow the sun, let alone these flames. The hotter the place, the more suitable it was for it. After arriving at the Thunder Wilderness, perhaps it had sensed Mo Xiaolang's presence, as the ground started to crack and the mountains shook. The lightning balls in the sky danced chaotically and swarmed towards Mo Xiaolang. Don't hide. I know you're here. Mo Xiaolang laughed softly. His figure flashed, turning into a black phantom as he rushed towards the depths of the Thunder Wilderness. As he advanced, those flaming lightning balls retreated one after another, whistling as though Mo Xiaolang was their natural enemy. With Mo Xiaolang's current speed, he traversed through half of the Thunder Wilderness very quickly. At this moment, he arrived in front of a huge abyss. Lowering his head, he saw a huge amount of purple flames burning in the seemingly bottomless abyss. These purple flames were like a river. The source couldn't be seen, and no one knew where it flowed to. The flames were ferocious and overwhelming. To ordinary people, it would be a fatal crisis. But to Mo Xiaolang, it was the taste of food. Come out. Mo Xiaolang let out a soft shout. After this shout, all of a sudden, the ground within a radius of 1,000 miles collapsed. Countless pieces of land began to shatter. Loud rumbling sounds rang out incessantly, as though the entire world was being destroyed. Within the ground, purple flaming magma spewed out, rushing up to the sky, dyeing the entire sky purple. Following that, the flaming river in the abyss seemed to have awakened. That incomparably long river actually came to life, letting out terrifying ancient roars. A large number of lightning balls converged on its body. With a loud explosion, the entire field of vision was drowned by the purple flames. When the shaking of the ground returned to normal, Mo Xiaolang raised his head. Above his head, a thunder divine dragon that was at least 10,000 meters long was hovering in the midst of countless lightning and flames. The flames were incomparably ferocious, enveloping the entire thunder divine dragon. Its long dragon whiskers were like a waterfall, shaking down. Each whisker was the most ferocious lightning, giving off loud crackling sounds. The two blazing fireballs were the eyes of this thunder divine dragon. This was the divine fire that had descended from the ancient age, the Thunder Flame Emperor's dragon fire. From a million years ago until now, it was considered the Middle Age. The Dao weapons forged during this period were basically Middle Age Dao weapons. 10 million to a million years ago, it was considered the Ancient Age. At that time, the Dao weapons that could be preserved to this day were basically Ancient Age Dao weapons with more than 10 Dao patterns. Such Dao weapons did not exist in the 3 regions and 9 realms. 10 million years ago, it was the Immemorial Age. At that time, the Dao weapons that could be preserved to this day were Immemorial Age Dao weapons. Immemorial Age Dao weapons were unique. Even if they existed, they would require more than 100 Dao patterns. The Thunder Flame Emperor's dragon fire was a great fire that had descended a million years ago. After a million years of accumulation, it had already reached the point of perfection. At this moment, the Thunder Flame Emperor's dragon fire was looking at Mo Xiaolang with disdain. Chapter 1563. The divine flames of the ancient era were naturally extremely powerful. The Thunder Flame Emperor's dragon fire had occupied the Thunder Wilderness for millions of years. Hundreds of desolate heavenly emperors had passed through, but no one had been able to subdue the Thunder Flame Emperor's dragon fire. But today, a tiny demon wolf had actually rushed over to provoke it. However, when Mo Xiaolang revealed his true form, the Thunder Flame Emperor's dragon fire felt a fatal fear. Below it, there was a black fog that made it fearful. The black fog was pervasive, and it was basically impossible to see what was inside. It was like a sucking vortex that could swallow one's soul with just a glance. Only 2 dark flames were burning quietly and mysteriously. These were the 9 nether demonic ancestral flames. The range of the black fog gradually expanded, and so did the 2 9 nether demonic ancestral flames. Behind these flames, the Thunder Flame Emperor's dragon fire saw Mo Xiaolang's eyes, the eyes of a black demon wolf. This sun-devouring demon wolf was a loophole in the rules, a loophole in the growth system of the entire dragon sacrificial continent. It had unlimited possibilities to level up, and its devouring ability was limitless. As long as it grew, its devouring ability would also increase. The Thunder Flame Emperor's dragon fire was enraged due to fear. It let out an earth-shattering roar, and the earth within 1,000 miles collapsed. Countless purple flames enveloped the entire world. The Thunder Flame Emperor's dragon fire bared its fangs and brandished its claws, pouncing towards Mo Xiaolang in a destructive manner. Come! That pitch-black demon wolf was still hidden in the darkness. Boom! The ground beneath the demon wolf was turned into powder by the lightning flames. Just as the Thunder Flame Emperor's dragon fire approached, a palm-sized black flame floated out from Mo Xiaolang's black welcome. As soon as the black flames appeared, the surrounding temperature instantly froze. Under the 2 extremes of temperature, everything was destroyed, and the entire world seemed to be in a state of chaos. That flame happened to pounce on the Thunder Flame Emperor's dragon fire. At that moment, the eyes of the Thunder Flame Emperor's dragon fire flickered with infinite shock. At this juncture, the originally thin black flame began to spread from the dragon's head at an extremely fast speed. In that short instant, the mighty Thunder Flame Emperor's dragon fire was completely dyed black by Mo Xiaolang's 9th Hell Demon ancestral flame. The Thunder Blaze Emperor dragon fire, which possessed an insane amount of heat, was frozen in midair by the netherworld's demonic ancestral flame. It struggled with all its might, but it was useless. Just then, the sun-devouring dire wolf let out an excited roar and soared into the sky. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the huge Thunderblaze Emperor dragon fire into its stomach. The huge thunder god dragon's head was immediately bitten off by the sun-devouring demon wolf. Then, the dragon's body, dragon's claws, and finally, even the tail was swallowed by Mo Xiaolang. When the Thunder Blaze Emperor's dragon fire completely disappeared, not a single trace of fire or lightning could be found in the entire Thunder Wasteland. Everything was disintegrating. The current sun-devouring direwolf's body was incomparably huge. Its body was more than 1,000 meters long. It stood on the Thunder Wasteland like an indomitable pillar. Black flames emitted from its body and enveloped it completely. It was like a black sun had risen in the Thunder Wasteland. Success. After swallowing the Thunder Blaze Emperor's dragon fire that had existed for millions of years, Mo Xiaolang had only digested the power of the flames within. He had relied on swallowing the flames to improve. As long as I can digest the energy of the Thunder Blaze Emperor's dragon fire and convert it into nirvana energy in my body, I should be able to undergo the third nirvana tribulation soon. I hope that the third nirvana tribulation won't be as terrifying as the previous two. The previous two nirvana tribulations had frightened Mo Xiaolang. Although he had expected that his nirvana tribulation would be stronger than others, he hadn't expected it to be this strong. The Desolation Emperor had said that even the heavens were jealous of the sun-devouring direwolf's talent. If the Desolation Emperor hadn't made sufficient preparations, he might have already lost his life. The third nirvana tribulation was also within the Desolation Emperor's calculations. He had been nurturing himself at all times, and Mo Xiaolang was very happy to do so. According to the Desolation Emperor's plan, he would first advance to the third nirvana tribulation realm. Once he reached the third nirvana tribulation realm, he would need to slow down and properly comprehend the heavenly Tao and the Tao of fire. Mo Xiaolang had already condensed two Tao artifacts. The first was undoubtedly the Tao of fire. The second was the Tao of devouring. The Tao of devouring and the Tao of fire were both related to the sun-devouring direwolf's talent. Generally speaking, the demon race possessed a physique that far surpassed the human race. In terms of nirvana energy, they wouldn't have an advantage over the human race. In terms of heavenly Tao comprehension, they were inferior to the human race. However, Mo Xiaolang was also a freak. Although he didn't focus on the heavenly Tao, his comprehension in this aspect wasn't weak. He was on par with other second nirvana tribulation realm experts. When he reached the third nirvana tribulation realm, he wouldn't be able to casually absorb flames to increase his strength. The reason why he was so anxious to increase his strength was all for Long Chen. Especially when he received the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's invitation, Mo Xiaolang swore that he would definitely pass the third nirvana tribulation and obtain the most terrifying strength to be able to help Long Chen. Only then would he go to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace to help Long Chen. This was Mo Xiaolang's final preparation before he set off. In order to increase his strength, he personally begged the Desolation Emperor and obtained the opportunity to devour the Thunder Blaze Emperor's dragon fire. He didn't disappoint himself and succeeded easily. Standing on this barren land, Mo Xiaolang silently refined the energy of the Thunder Blaze Emperor's dragon fire in his body. The vast flame energy gathered into a ball and was swallowed by Mo Xiaolang. At this moment it was being consumed by the sun-devouring demon wolf's shocking talent, transforming into Mo Xiaolang's nirvana power. Mo Xiaolang's nirvana power had two attributes, flame and devour. Flame was a relatively ordinary attribute, but Mo Xiaolang's flame was the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame. Even his nirvana power had the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame's attack power. The devour attribute was similar to the time Tao. It was a relatively rare attribute, and the power it brought wasn't small. In fact, before coming to the Thunder Wasteland, Mo Xiaolang had already defeated a late-stage Nirvana Tribulation realm expert from the demon race. In the entire 3 regions and 9 realms, there was no doubt that Mo Xiaolang's cultivation speed could catch up with Long Chen. It was precisely because of Mo Xiaolang's terrifying talent that the Desolation Emperor allowed him to become the Emperor's son. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang had already become the strongest genius of the Desolation Emperor domain's younger generation. He was sought after by hundreds of millions of people and became the dream lover of millions of girls. In terms of status, it was similar to Long Chen's status in the true Martial Emperor Palace. The 2 brothers had obtained 2 of the top positions in the 3 great Emperor domains. The next moment, it was time for them to attack the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and fulfill their promise. Mo Xiaolang was also very anxious about this matter because this was also his mission. He had promised Long Chen several times that no matter what happened, Mo Xiaolang would definitely help him when he attacked the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. This was also their long-cherished wish when they came to the 3 great Emperor domains. Roar! As the sun-devouring dire wolf digested the fireball, it gradually shrunk and turned into the extremely vast nirvana energy within the sun-devouring direwolf's body. With his current physical body, he couldn't bear such a huge amount of energy. How could an ancient divine flame that had absorbed the essence of heaven and earth for millions of years be simple? Purple lightning and flames raged in the sun-devouring direwolf's fur, emitting violent whistling sounds until the purple was completely swallowed by the black. Mo Xiaolang finally digested all the energy of the Thunder Blaze Emperor Dragon Fire. At that moment, a power that could destroy heaven and earth gathered on his body. The sun-devouring direwolf's body also appeared in the black mist and flames. It was a majestic dark demonic wolf that was filled with awe and reverence. The black flames in its eyes burned fiercely like a nightmare. I finally succeeded. I can't control such surging energy. Will it trigger the third nirvana tribulation? Just as this thought appeared in Mo Xiaolang's mind, the world suddenly stopped. Mo Xiaolang suddenly heard the sound of his own breathing. This sound made him suffocate immediately. Above his head, there seemed to be a force of billions of caddies suddenly pressing down on his head, forcing him to kneel. But to Mo Xiaolang's pride, this was absolutely not allowed. Such a scene made Mo Xiaolang understand that the expected third nirvana tribulation had appeared. He was incomparably excited, but also a trace of fear. He was excited because he finally had the chance to attempt the third nirvana tribulation. Completing all 3 nirvana tribulations within a year was unprecedented in the entire 3 great emperor domains. On the other hand, he was terrified because the nirvana tribulation was too terrifying. The third nirvana tribulation would definitely be the most difficult one he had ever faced. Even Mo Xiaolang himself wasn't confident that he could survive it. The first time was with the emperor's spiritual chi tide, but he encountered a rare nirvana tribulation. The second nirvana tribulation was even stronger and almost killed Mo Xiaolang. And the third nirvana tribulation, Mo Xiaolang was fully prepared and raised his head. Unknowingly, a blood-yellow vortex had appeared in the gloomy sky. As the vortex condensed, a large number of clouds began to gather. At the beginning, the clouds were only 100 meters in diameter, but in the next instant, they rose to 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters. In the end, Mo Xiaolang raised his head and saw thick tribulation clouds everywhere he looked. He felt that he had been completely submerged by the tribulation clouds. The huge tribulation clouds were 3 times bigger than what Mo Xiaolang had imagined. Ordinary martial artists wouldn't reach such a level even if they were to undergo the 4th nirvana tribulation. Mo Xiaolang's heart turned cold. As time passed, the atmosphere became tense and the pressure on his head increased. The entire thunder and lightning wilderness was in a state of unrest. Almost half of the people in the desolate imperial domain were shocked by the scale of the nirvana tribulation. At this time, thunderbolts, flames, gales, and cold air. Chapter 1564. The complexity and incomprehensibility of the extreme universe finger had always been something that Long Chen struggled with. From the first level of the extreme universe finger until now, he had only broken through 2 levels because of great opportunities. The difficulty of time reversal and the wordless art were not on the same level. The wordless art was only the entry level of the god-slaying art, while the extreme universe finger was the entry level of the time Dao. The god-slaying art was a killing sword art, and the time Dao was rare in the mortal world. Killing was easy, but catching the tail of time was much more difficult. Ever since he started cultivating the extreme universe finger, Long Chen had been pondering about this invisible and intangible thing called time. It was something that flowed through the entire world, but no one could catch it. Long Chen could only sense the existence of time through the claw left behind by the void universe dragon in his hand. From there, he could disturb time and form time disorder. He could even catch the flow of time and stop time. The most profound thing about the extreme universe finger was to reverse time and form time reversal. The void dragon talisman had this ability, but it was not complete. The time Dao was broad and profound. Disorder, stillness, and time reversal all had infinite possibilities. When the attribute of time disorder was gradually cultivated to the highest level, it was even possible to cause time disorder in the entire world. As for time stop, it was rumored that it could cause the entire world to become eternal for a moment and stop the entire world. When time reversal was cultivated to the highest level, it was not impossible to reverse time and travel through history. Of course, these were all legends. What Longchen wanted to do now was to use the extreme universe finger to explore the entry level of time reversal. Relatively speaking, to achieve time reversal was much more difficult than time stillness and time disorder. After returning to the Shattered Star River, Longchen temporarily stored everything that had happened in the Sword God Palace in the depths of his heart, turning it into his fuel and motivation. He put all his attention on hard work, hoping that he could achieve time reversal and martial path Great Circle in the next 2 months. In fact, both of them lacked the final step. He had succeeded in the wordless formula. If he succeeded in both, he would definitely make great progress. On the 15th of August, he had to be more confident to win his own dignity and victory. Ling Xiao's fear, Bai Yoyin's heartache, and Lingxi's pain and entanglement made it impossible for Long Chen to relax and give up for even a moment. As he stood in front of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, Long Chen finally knew how much pressure he was under. After returning to the Shattered Star River, he focused all his attention on cultivation. The scripture of time reversal clearly appeared in his mind. As he pondered, he used the fingers of his left hand, which were the claws of the Void Infinity Dragon. Long Chen felt the trajectory of time. He could already stop time. To reverse the flow, he only needed one step. However, this step had become an insurmountable chasm for Long Chen. As he drifted in the Shattered Star River, he was constantly immersed in the scripture and feeling the trajectory of time. After about a day, Long Chen realized that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make any progress with his current talent. This made him a little anxious. In the face of danger, he also began to doubt his own ability. If I can't complete it on the 15th of August, there was no doubt that this would become his lifelong regret. In fact, he had allowed himself to fail in every battle, but he definitely couldn't allow it this time. If he failed, it would mean that he had lost the most important part of his life. This failure would cause his life to lose all color. Hence, he placed great importance on this. It was this importance that caused him to feel anxious and other negative emotions. This would have been impossible for him in the past. If there was really no other way, Long Chen could only look for inspiration from the things around him. As he wandered in the Shattered Star River, there would be shattered stars whizzing past him from time to time. The shattered stars disappeared into the distance with the whistling sound of the wind. Another gigantic fragmentary star with a diameter of nearly 100 meters flew over. This kind of fragmentary star was extremely hard and extremely terrifying. If others encountered it, they would naturally have to run away immediately. However, Long Chen didn't feel any pressure at all. He flipped onto the fragmentary star and followed the gigantic fragmentary star on its endless journey. He sat cross-legged on the fragmentary star and watched the other fragmentary stars fly by on both sides. These fragmentary stars were like time itself, rushing forward without any hesitation. Not to mention making them stop, even making them slightly deviate from their trajectory was extremely difficult. It was even more difficult to make them go back. Long Chen realized that the journey of the shattered stars was almost like the passage of time. He traveled in the boundless sea of stars, silently searching for the true meaning of time. At the same time, in the Beast God Palace of the desolate Imperial Palace, a grand banquet was being held. The true higher-ups of the desolate Imperial Palace, the 6 extremely powerful demon emperors, and the chiefs of the top 100 clans of the demon clan had all come to this grand banquet. The main character of this banquet was none other than the Thearcha's son who had just returned from the Thunder Wasteland. Everyone was silently welcoming the Thearcha's son into the hall. The 6 demon emperors and the chiefs of the 100 clans sat on the left and right sides of the Beast God Hall. In the most luxurious seat of the Beast God Hall, there was a bronze mirror. The reflection of the mirror was chaotic, but everyone looked at the bronze mirror in awe. Under the bronze mirror, there was a small seat, but it was the seat closest to the highest point. This was the seat of the Thearcha's son. There was only one Thearcha's son in the desolate imperial realm, and that was Mo Xiaolang. In the desolate imperial realm, Mo Xiaolang was still a mythical figure. The position of the 6 monster emperors was even lower than Mo Xiaolang. The 4 sword masters of the Sword Spirit Imperial Palace, the 3 martial honorables of the True Martial Imperial Palace, and the 6 demon emperors of the Desolate Imperial Palace were all at the same level, the 4th stage of the Nirvana Tribulation. A few days ago, there was news that the Thearcha's son had swallowed the Thunderfire Emperor's dragon fire that had ravaged the Thunder Wasteland for millions of years and successfully passed the 3rd stage of the Nirvana Tribulation. Within a year, he had consecutively passed the 3rd stage of the Nirvana Tribulation. The most terrifying genius in the history of the desolate imperial realm was born. Basically, most people would forcefully welcome the Nirvana Tribulation when the time limit of 1,000 years was up. However, Mo Xiaolang had consecutively made breakthroughs within a year and successfully passed the 3rd stage of the Nirvana Tribulation. This was a young junior that caused the entire desolate imperial realm to be in an uproar. The enthusiasm that all the young disciples had for Mo Xiaolang surpassed the enthusiasm that the youths of the true martial imperial realm had for Long Chen. There was no one in the younger generation who could compete with Mo Xiaolang for the position of the desolate imperial emperor in the future. Only Mo Xiaolang himself knew how dangerous it was to pass the 3rd stage of the Nirvana Tribulation. When the 1st stage of the Nirvana True Lightning descended, it only destroyed 1/3 of Mo Xiaolang's body. He had exhausted all the strength in his body, but he still couldn't block the Nirvana True Lightning. The 2nd stage of the Nirvana True Lightning was a type of extreme Yin and cold gas. It should be the 3-Yin cold current that would only appear at the 4th stage of the Nirvana Tribulation. Mo Xiaolang had only faced the 3rd stage of the Nirvana Tribulation, but the 3-Yin cold current had already appeared. The 3-Yin cold current had entangled Mo Xiaolang to the brink of death. This was only the 2nd attack of the Nirvana Tribulation. In that instant, Mo Xiaolang had already lost all hope. However, his luck was too good. There were still 2 attacks left. One was a flame, and the other was a gale. The flame was the heart-eroding demon fire. This was also a terrifying flame that specialized in corroding the physical body. If an ordinary person faced this kind of Nirvana Tribulation, their physical body would be completely corroded. However, Mo Xiaolang had swallowed the heart-eroding demon fire. The injuries he had suffered in the first 2 stages of the Nirvana Tribulation were completely healed by the heart-eroding demon fire. Then, he safely passed the 4th stage of the Annihilation Black Wind. If the Annihilation Black Wind was before the heart-eroding demon fire, Mo Xiaolang knew that he would definitely die. The 3rd stage of the Nirvana Tribulation had actually surpassed the power of the 4th stage of the Nirvana Tribulation. Other people's 3rd stage of the Nirvana Tribulation would only have 3 types of attacks, but Mo Xiaolang had 4. This was the heavens being jealous of him. The heavens were trying to kill him. The moment Mo Xiaolang escaped death, he deeply understood this. He was lucky to survive, and his strength had greatly increased. When the Desolation Imperial Palace received the news, they arranged the highest-level banquet. All the upper echelons attended to welcome Mo Xiaolang's return. After a few days of recuperation, Mo Xiaolang had fully recovered. When he arrived at the Beast God main hall with a majestic aura, everyone was shouting his name. Even the 6 demonic beast emperors were satisfied with Mo Xiaolang's performance. Mo Xiaolang was impeccable. The wolf race's supreme expert, Moon Devourer, was also one of the 6 demonic emperors. Under the admiring eyes of the crowd, Mo Xiaolang sat below the Desolation Imperial Emperor, closest to the Desolation Imperial Emperor. Normally, the Desolation Imperial Emperor wouldn't easily show his face. When Mo Xiaolang arrived, everyone started to ask him about the situation. Everyone was talking at once, and Mo Xiaolang could only give a simple explanation. Hearing the power of the Nirvana Tribulation, even the 6 demonic emperors were moved. Imperial Prince, to be able to pass such a Nirvana Tribulation is truly admirable. In just a year, Imperial Prince's fighting strength is comparable to us 6 demonic emperors. One of the demonic emperors laughed, his voice like a bell. Mo Xiaolang wasn't used to such a lively scene. He shook his head. Xiaolang naturally can't compare to the 6 demonic emperors. I still have much to learn. Imperial Prince is too humble. The crowd roared with laughter. At this moment, the bronze mirror at the top of the hall started to change. The Emperor is here. Everyone quickly left their seats and knelt on the ground. In the bronze mirror, a blurry black figure appeared. Mo Xiaolang followed suit and knelt down. He had returned to find the Desolation Imperial Emperor, who had coincidentally appeared. This time, I will ask the Emperor for permission to go to the Sword Spirit Imperial Palace. P.S. My friend ran into some trouble today, causing some problems with the update. My apologies to everyone. It's a Thanksgiving day, and I'm grateful to my brothers for their support. Also, a solemn reminder. December's book with 5 million words will be free. Everyone, please don't look at the pirated version. The original version is already free, so don't look at the pirated version. Just take it as a form of support. It doesn't matter to you, but to me, I know you've been here. The climax is about to begin. I hope everyone can fight with me to the end. Chapter 1565. The 6 demonic emperors had already received the invitations from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. In the invitations, the 4 sword masters had jointly invited the 6 demonic emperors to participate in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's first grand event in tens of thousands of years. Not only the strongest dragon warrior, Wang Chen, but also the reincarnation of the Sword Spirit Emperor, Lingxi, were all top-notch figures in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Only their wedding had the weight to invite the 6 demonic emperors to attend. The 6 demonic emperors had sought the Desolation Emperor's approval, and had already expressed to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's envoy that they would attend together. Mo Xiaolang had been standing beside them at that time, watching the 6 demonic emperors accept the invitations. He had not said anything at that time, because the Desolation Emperor did not like him leaving the Desolation Emperor Palace. The last time Mo Xiaolang had left, the Desolation Emperor had sent Swallow Moon to bring him back, and there had been no room for negotiation. The Desolation Emperor had given Mo Xiaolang the task of reaching the 3rd tier of the Nirvana Tribulation within a year, with a large amount of resources provided by the Desolation Emperor. Only then could he do other things. Because of this, Mo Xiaolang had worked exceptionally hard, taking the risk to devour the Thunderfire Emperor's Dragonfire before the 15th of the 8th month, and narrowly passing the 3rd tier of the Nirvana Tribulation. At this moment, he could finally voice his thoughts and requests to the Desolation Emperor. The Desolation Emperor had descended, and everyone knelt in awe. He was the most mysterious person in the 3 regions and 9 realms. He was even more mysterious than the Sword Soul Emperor and the Jinwu Great Emperor. Even the Demon Clan didn't know what the Desolation Emperor's true form was. No one had even seen his true appearance. They could only sense his existence in the mirror. A frightening existence. The previous Desolation Emperor had not been like this. Moreover, after becoming an Emperor Lord, after passing through multiple Nirvana tribulations, there would be a time limit of 1,000 years, and they would die. Their total term would not exceed 10,000 years. Moreover, their true forms were not a secret. But the current Desolation Emperor had been in power for tens of thousands of years, and had always been so mysterious. He must have an even more miraculous method to delay the Nirvana Tribulation. Otherwise, with such a long period of time, with a Nirvana Tribulation descending every 1,000 years, he would have become a god by now. It was because of this long lifespan that all the demon race worshipped the Desolation Emperor as a god. As long as the Barren Emperor was around, no one dared to invade the Barren Imperial District. The Desolation Emperor domain was the undisputed number 1 force in the 3 regions and 9 realms. Only the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and the True Martial Emperor Palace could compete with the Desolation Emperor Palace. The 4 great sword masters and the 3 martial honorables added up to a total of 7 people, only one more than the 6 great demonic emperors. Everyone, please rise. The Desolation Emperor's voice sounded very young, almost the same age as Mo Xiaolang. He did not exude any awe-inspiring might, and his voice sounded especially easygoing. However, when everyone recalled the deeds of the Desolation Great Emperor, even if he was very easygoing, their hearts were filled with deep reverence. Everyone stood up. Emperor, the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's invitation is on the 15th of August. It seems that there is only a little more than a month left. We will set off for the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace in a few days. Is that okay? Among the 6 great demonic emperors, one wore a long golden robe, had a head of pitch black hair, and was handsome. What left the deepest impression were his golden eyes and his tall, sharp nose. This person was the Kunpeng demonic emperor. Sure, the man in the bronze mirror replied casually. After a while, he added, we should stay out of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's business. It seems like the true Martial Emperor Palace has some conflicts with them. It's been a long time since I last saw the internal conflicts of the human race. Let's just sit back and watch the tigers fight. Fight? The 6 great demonic emperors thought that it might be because of the true Martial Emperor Palace's Saint Martial Emperor. They subconsciously looked at Mo Xiaolang. In the Desolate Emperor Palace, Missouri Xiaolang's status was similar to that of the 6 great demonic emperors. He was the most prominent figure of the Desolate Emperor Palace's younger generation and was deeply favored by the emperor. However, there was one thing that the demonic race didn't like. Mo Xiaolang attached too much importance to his relationship with Long Chen. He treated Long Chen as his big brother, and his loyalty to Long Chen was almost the same as his loyalty to the Desolate Emperor Palace. On the other hand, Long Chen was from the true Martial Emperor Palace and held a high position. Didn't this mean that the Desolate Emperor Palace was inferior to the true Martial Emperor Palace? If in the distant future, Mo Xiaolang and Long Chen both became emperors, and Mo Xiaolang treated Long Chen as his big brother, wouldn't that be even worse? One had to know that the Desolate Emperor Palace was the number 1 power. The demonic race was arrogant and unruly. They couldn't possibly submit to a human. This was not only what the 6 great demonic emperors were conflicted about, but also what all the higher-ups of the demonic race were conflicted about. Mo Xiaolang had a bad premonition. The Desolate Emperor clearly didn't want him to help Long Chen. At this time, the Desolate Emperor's attention was on Mo Xiaolang. He revealed a look of approval and said, to be honest, I didn't expect you to succeed this time. You took 6 months less than I planned. Mo Xiaolang was actually very grateful to the Desolate Emperor. He was an imperial prince, and an imperial prince was different from the Sacred Martial Emperor. The Sacred Martial Emperor was a position, while the imperial prince represented Mo Xiaolang, the Desolate Emperor's adopted son. Therefore, he had to address the Desolate Emperor as father. Without the Desolate Emperor, there wouldn't be the Mo Xiaolang of today. Mo Xiaolang addressed the Desolate Emperor as his adopted father sincerely. Since a long time ago, the Desolate Emperor had become the second most important person in his heart. Mo Xiaolang said sincerely, everything about Xiaolang was created by my adoptive father. I was able to pass through the 3rd Nirvana Tribulation realm because of my adoptive father. He also guided me in the direction of the Thunderfire Emperor's Dragon Fire. My understanding of the heavenly Tao also came from my adoptive father's guidance. Hearing this, the Desolate Emperor chuckled. Although the Desolate Emperor was very amiable, no one was the least bit casual. The Beast God Hall was a solemn hall. Ever since his identity was discovered and he was sent to the Desolate Emperor, Mo Xiaolang began a life of forceful advancement under the Desolate Emperor's arrangements. The Desolation Grand Emperor had gathered all the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame for him, used hundreds of immortal essences, and the 9-colored lightning array to refine his body. He had also given him an endless supply of deviant flames to devour, the fiercest of which was the Thunderfire Emperor's Dragon Fire. Without the Desolate Emperor, no matter how talented Mo Xiaolang was, he wouldn't be where he was today without these resources. In theory, Long Chen made him strong in the first half, and the latter half was all because of the desolate emperor's love. Everyone knew that the desolate emperor truly treated Mo Xiaolang as a prince. It's all because of your own hard work. Next, you'll devour all the divine flames in the desolate emperor region. It just so happens that your heavenly Tao cultivation won't be able to keep up. From today onwards, carefully study the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao is vast and boundless, and your Tao of flame and devouring aren't easy. Cultivating the heavenly Tao isn't like devouring divine flames. It requires a lot of time, so you have to be prepared to spend 100 or even 1,000 times more time cultivating. Remember, your talent has made your cultivation path too smooth. You need to calm down and properly digest what you've obtained. This was the first time the desolate emperor had said so much in front of everyone. Mo Xiaolang nodded. Xiaolang will listen to your teachings. I won't slack off. Hearing this, the desolate emperor laughed with satisfaction. His laughter was like a clear spring. He had finished speaking. At that moment, the phantom on the bronze mirror gradually disappeared. Mo Xiaolang quickly said, Godfather, please wait. Xiaolang has something to ask of you. The fading black shadow gradually solidified. The desolate emperor's voice calmed down and asked, What is it? Mo Xiaolang gritted his teeth and said, Father, the 15th of the 8th month is an important day for my sworn brother, Long Chen. I once promised him that I would fight alongside him on this day. This has been our long-cherished wish for the past 10 years. Our brotherhood is greater than the heavens and earth. Xiaolang is a loyal and righteous person. Big Brother has shown me great kindness. Now that I have obtained this opportunity, the 6 demonic beast sovereigns will be heading towards the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace soon. Xiaolang, please allow Xiaolang to fulfill the vow that I have made previously. With that, he knelt on the ground. He was filled with gratitude towards the desolate emperor, but towards Long Chen, his brotherly bond was even deeper. The beast god Great Hall suddenly became silent after these words were spoken. The desolate emperor's silence seemed to be getting longer and longer. Mo Xiaolang didn't dare to raise his head, because he was afraid of seeing the desolate emperor's dissatisfied expression. But some things couldn't escape even if he didn't raise his head. After a while, the desolate emperor's slightly stern voice resounded throughout the beast god hall. This is a grudge between the true martial emperor palace and the sword spirit emperor palace. It is not convenient for the demonic beast race to participate in the battle between the humans. As the demonic beast race's prince, your identity is too important. You cannot go or even fight. Therefore, I cannot agree to this request. Hearing this, Mo Xiaolang felt as though he was struck by lightning. He suddenly became agitated and raised his head, shouting, Godfather, Xiaolang only has one brother in his life. We have fought side by side, through life and death, and never left each other. That day is the most important day for him, and I made a promise to fight alongside him. Does Godfather want Xiaolang to be a heartless, unjust, and untrustworthy person? Seeing that the two of them actually had a conflict, everyone kept quiet out of fear. The 6 demonic beast emperors looked on coldly. They roughly knew what the desolate emperor was thinking. Chapter 1566. This problem really put Mo Xiaolang in a difficult position. For a moment, his eyes were bloodshot with anxiety. On one hand, he couldn't give up on the promise in his heart. This was the most important thing in his life, and he couldn't take any steps back today. On the other hand, if he really went to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and joined forces with Long Chen, as the monarch's disciple of the beast race, his every action would be seen as the attitude of the beast race. This would be extremely disadvantageous to the beast race. The desolate Emperor Palace was already reaping the benefits from the conflict between the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and the true Martial Emperor Palace, so why should he get involved? Mo Xiaolang had to admit that the desolate emperor and the rest of the demon race were right, but he couldn't give up on his own determination. People in the pugilistic world couldn't help themselves. But if he lost his determination, he wouldn't be himself anymore. If he was a coward, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, Mo Xiaolang knelt on the ground, kowtowed and said, "Foster father, little Lang knows that my every move is related to millions of demon race. I also know that I must be cautious in everything I do. Little Lang is willing to work hard for the sake of all my fellow demon race compatriots and repay foster father's kindness in nurturing me. However, I think that everyone has their own perseverance. I don't want to have lifelong regrets because of this compromise. So, little Lang pleads foster father to let me be willful for once and work hard for my promise and dignity. If I don't have any regrets this time, I'm willing to use my life to repay foster father's kindness in nurturing me and dedicate my strength to the millions of demon race." His words were filled with emotion, and everyone couldn't help but be moved. He was the first person in history to defy the desolate emperor's will. Of course, he was also the most terrifying genius in the history of the desolate emperor domain. In order to get to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, Missouri Xiaolang had thrown caution to the wind. Today, he would succeed or die trying. He had no regrets. If he couldn't even do this, he thought, what right did he have to say the word brother? Such a sacred word needed to be defended with dignity and life. "Godfather, please fulfill my wish." He kowtowed again. Even the leaders of the 100 races could not bear to see a dignified imperial prince lower his status and beg for a favor. Wolf Clan's Tun Yu was the person who protected Mo Xiaolang the most. He added, "Emperor, if it's possible, I'm willing to watch over him and not let him make any mistakes." Tun Yu was one of the oldest Yao thearchs. He had an extremely high status in the desolate imperial region. He was a supreme expert of the hundreds of millions of wolves. His words carried some weight. Under the heavy impact, the barren great emperor finally loosened up. He solemnly said, "This can only be considered an exception. However, you must fulfill 3 conditions before you can go to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. If you can't fulfill any of them, it will be considered a failure. Everyone has to pay the price for their willfulness. Your price is these 3 conditions." "Godfather, please speak." Mo Xiaolang raised his head, a fierce look in his eyes. The barren great emperor calmly said, "First, when you reach the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, you'd better remember your identity at all times and listen to Tun Yu's teachings. Don't do anything out of line. Once you're done, return immediately. Xiaolang can do it." Mo Xiaolang was filled with hope. The barren great emperor continued, "The second condition is that you must promise me that you will not take a step out of the desolate imperial region for the next 500 years after you return from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Mo Xiaolang's total age was less than 500 years. The barren great emperor's second condition was ruthless enough. Hearing this, Mo Xiaolang was truly stunned. 500 years. That was too heavy a concept for him. 500 years. I won't be able to leave the desolate imperial region, and I might not be able to follow Long Chen. At that time, I'll definitely have to carry heavy shackles on my back. Why did the barren great emperor want him to stay for 500 years? This condition seemed to be extraordinarily heavy. At this moment, the Desolation Emperor explained, "First, 500 years is enough time for you to cultivate the heavenly Tao, and I'll help you find an even more powerful primordial divine fire to help you grow. Second, as I said before, stubbornness comes with a price. This is the punishment I'm giving you. I hope that after 500 years, you'll understand who's the most important in your heart. Is it your so-called brotherly love, or the billions of us who have high hopes for you?" Mo Xiaolang almost suffocated. For the promise, for the persistence in his heart. He gritted his teeth and said, "I agree. I won't leave for 500 years." After saying this, his heart felt much emptier. "Godfather, please state the third condition." Everyone was curious. The second condition was already so harsh. What about the third condition? The barren great emperor suddenly smiled and said, "You are the emperor's son of the monster race, a legend of our race. After you leave, you naturally cannot bring shame to our race, so you must have the strength to match. You have just passed the third nirvana tribulation, so we don't know if your strength is enough. The third condition is that you fight with one of the 6 monster emperors. As long as you can win, you will be qualified to go to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. As soon as this was said, the crowd burst into an uproar. The Baron Great Emperor looked around and said, "Then, the Kunpeng Demon Emperor." The crowd burst into an uproar. The Kunpeng Demon Emperor was the sworn enemy of the Moon Swallower and also an experienced monster emperor. His strength surpassed even the 3 martial venerables. These 3 conditions were each harsher and more difficult than the one before it. The crowd was very curious. Would Mo Xiaolang dare to face him? The Kunpeng Demon Emperor was the ancestor of the Kunpeng race. The Kunpeng race was originally an incomparably powerful race. Although they were few in number, they were basically all Nirvana Tribulation Realm demons. Mo Xiaolang had once fought with the Kunpeng race's Zhongyu. After a year, his opponent was actually the Kunpeng Demon Emperor. The change was too big. In other words, the Baron Great Emperor did not allow Mo Xiaolang to go. That was why he had set these 3 conditions. Especially the last one, the 6 monster emperors. They were the most powerful figures among the billions of demon races. Although Mo Xiaolang had improved quickly, there was still a long way to go before he reached that level. When the Baron Great Emperor said the last condition, Mo Xiaolang was also stunned. "What? You don't have the guts?" The Baron Great Emperor asked. If he could fulfill his promise, it would all depend on his performance today. So what if the opponent was the Kunpeng Demon Emperor? Mo Xiaolang, who had already reached the 3rd Nirvana Tribulation Realm, gritted his teeth and nodded, "No, Monarch, I will accept the challenge." Good. The crowd cheered when they heard this. Just this courage alone was enough to earn everyone's respect. A super high-level battle was about to take place. The leader of the 100 Races tribe was filled with hot blood. Everyone was excited for a moment. The Kunpeng Demon Emperor revealed a playful smile and looked at Mo Xiaolang with the eyes of an elder. He said, "Monarch, you're quite brave. I hope your strength is as good as your courage." Under the Baron Great Emperor's command, Mo Xiaolang stood up and looked back at the Kunpeng Demon Emperor. His battle intent was burning fiercely. "Junior, please forgive me if I have offended you." Surrounded by the crowd, a group of people walked towards the battlefield. In an instant, the news that the monarch was going to fight with the Kunpeng Demon Emperor quickly spread to the people of the Baron Emperor Palace. The entire Baron Emperor Palace was boiling with excitement. Facing the rising sun, Mo Xiaolang walked forward proudly without any regrets. In the blink of an eye, half a month's time slipped away from his hands. The difficulty of reversing the flow of time was beyond Long Chen's imagination. He tried hard to immerse himself in that world, focusing all his energy on the finger that grasped time. He tried to make time stop, and at the same time, make it return according to the original trajectory. But in reality, the difficulty of this operation was very high. Time was like the passing stars, or even the meteors in the sky. Time disorder was to slightly affect the trajectory of the meteors, which was relatively simple. On the other hand, stopping time was much more difficult. It required a huge force to stop the meteors in mid-air while they were falling. As for reversing the flow of time, it was to make the meteors fly back according to the original trajectory. This was almost impossible, and the force needed was too great. This force was actually Long Chen's understanding of the Tao of time. Sitting on the gigantic fragmentary star, Long Chen circled around the heaven-piercing sword Soul Mountain over and over again. The fragmentary star river was huge, but Long Chen circled it more than 10 times with the help of the fragmentary star. He didn't care about the broken star, who was sitting below him. His whole body was immersed in an illusory state, and his left hand was gesturing randomly. If outsiders saw him, they would think he was crazy. The broken star was very fast, and it broke through the space with Long Chen. The speed at which time passed made Long Chen nervous. What he lacked the most was time. The faster time passed, the more likely it was that he would lose. But this time, he couldn't afford to fail. For the rest of the time, he was racing against time. He was racing against time, trying to catch back the time that was slipping away. This feeling made him crave it so much that he almost went crazy. However, time was something hard to grasp. The more Long Chen wanted it, the further it ran away. As a result, Long Chen's cultivation was completely ineffective. What's going on? Did I go in the wrong direction? Long Chen thought hard about this problem. At this moment, Long Chen was startled awake by the great danger he felt. He raised his head and saw a broken star with a diameter of over 100 meters, with the momentum of collapsing mountains and rivers, heading towards the broken star Long Chen was sitting on. When Long Chen discovered it, he was only 10 meters away from Long Chen. He was so engrossed in it that he forgot everything else. You're tuning in to the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.